The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Kings battled against kings at the 2025 St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Co-leaders Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian faced off in round 6 to determine the top of the standings, with Fabiano Caruana emerging victorious. Their compatriot Wesley So is having a solid event, picking up another win to jump into a two-way tie for second place. The frontrunner has yet to lose a single game. Can he remain undefeated, or will he finally be bested? Day 3 of exciting chess coming up next.
Hello chess fans, we are here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Don't miss your chess to visit some nice exhibitions, including the one of Charles Hauska art exhibition here on the first floor. Today we have the round 3 of rapid chess, and every point matters. Let's go to the studio and follow the action.
After 2 days of rapid chess, we have a clear leader. Still a lot of fast chess to go in this year's Rapid Blitz. Live action from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Hello. Wonderful to be with you both. We're definitely having a lot of fun. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. The Grand Chess Store Rapid Blitz St. Louis has been underway for 2 days and it's been marvelous to call. I've enjoyed every moment, and it was round 6 that propelled Fabi to a clear lead as he took down his closest rival, Levon Aronian. But Nazi, do all the honors. Tell us our standings after 2 great days of play.
Let's have a look, Yasser. We start with the sole leader Fabiano Caruana, who has 10 points, but closely following are 2 players, Levon Aronian and Wesley So. And now in clear 4th, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And tell us about the format for the Rapid and Blitz.
Time control in Rapid is 25 plus 10. In Blitz, it's going to be 5 plus 2. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. In Rapid, they play single round-robin event, but they get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In Blitz, they'll switch to double round-robin, but the scoring system will be traditional, 1 point for a win.
Last day of the Rapid, but tell us about the schedule.
Right, we only have 3 more rounds to go in the Rapid section. Tomorrow, we'll start Blitz. There will be a total of 18 games, and if we don't have a clear winner, we'll see playoffs.
Thank you, Nazi. And we do have leaders, Peter.
Absolutely. Let's revisit the standings of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz as they are before the final day of the Rapid portion. As you can see, Fabi is leading the tournament. He's having a fantastic tournament so far. But importantly, I want to say, somewhat surprisingly, both Fabi and Levon are sort of languishing close to the bottom of the standings in the Grand Chess Tour standings. So for them, having a very, very good result in this particular event hugely improves their chances of qualifying for the Final 4 in Brazil. So very good start being made, in particular by Fabi. Let's take a look at their road so far. Beginning with Wesley, who has had a very serene progression so far every day. First 2 games draws, and then a victory with the white pieces, first day against Shankland, and yesterday against Grigoriy Oparin in round 6, tied for second after 6 rounds. Levon, as we've been speaking about, Levon had a fantastic day, day 1, winning all 3 games, very, very important victories in all 3. But yesterday was less stellar. He drew his first couple games and then lost that all-important clash against Fabiano in round 6, but still in a very good spot on 8 out of 12 and tied for second with Wesley. And then we come to the man who is currently absolutely ruling the roost in the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, Fabiano Caruana, who only made 2 draws. Every day he begins with a draw and then wins the remaining games. And that victory in round 6 sort of counts double because he beat the man he was tied for first with. Right. So far, stellar performance by Fabiano. Let's take a look at who Fabiano has got today. He has 2 blacks and 1 game with the white pieces. He's playing black against Grigoriy Oparin, somebody he's worked with quite a lot. over the years. Then he is white against Liem and black against the world champion in round 9. A very nice pairing to see us off into the blitz portion. Let's take a closer look at the pairings and all the other things we haven't discussed yet before the day begins.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. And indeed, let's do the pairing. Nazi, do the honors.
Let's have a look for round 7. We have Levon Aronian playing Sam Shankland, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Grigoriy Oparin will be playing the leader Fabiano Caruana, Gukesh is facing Leinier Dominguez, and Liem against Wesley So.
Big clash there as well. And tell us about the prize money.
Total prize fund for this event is $175,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000. Everybody gets prizes. They're also fighting for those Grandchester points to qualify for the Final Four.
Absolutely. And you get a bonus point by taking clear first. And just as Peter was mentioning, both Fabi and Levon need a very big result in this tournament. Let's take a look at the GCT Tour standings to see why Fabi and Levon need such a big 13 points, if you will.
Right, as Peter mentioned, Fabi and Levon are currently sharing last place in the standings. They need those 13 or 12 points to join Alireza MVL Prague.
Exactly. And as we can see, MVL with 20 is actually in disguise. He takes, for argument's sake, 9 points from this event, which is quite doable. He's in that 4th place position. You can see he would be our GCT tournament leader.
Yeah,
Top
it would
4.
be quite hard to catch him for everybody else.
Exactly. So we see Grigoriy first in the room.
And there's only 2 players who are undefeated so far. It's Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. So can Grigoriy change that today?
Yeah, it's sort of like an awkward thing there for Grigoriy. You know, he's,
a little bit, yeah. Playing against people you've worked with, and in his case, maybe even you can say 4.
Yes,
is not a very pleasant experience.
Right.
Although people approach it differently, and I know people who very much like playing against their seconds. I am not one of them, but I do know of some. Grigoriy is not having the time of his life so far. But you have to say he's playing very good chess. It's just that converting very good positions into points is what he is maybe slightly struggling with. He was much better against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, for instance, with the black pieces yesterday before, missing some very beautiful tactics. For those of you who have not seen that game, take a look. There's some very nice tactical blows towards the end. But he did completely outplay Nodirbek out of the opening there and was close to a massive advantage with the black pieces. So absolutely nothing to be ashamed of in terms of content, but not enough points for his liking, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You just saw Levon pacing. There you see Liem. Also, I noticed that the shuttles bringing the players to their tournament playing hall. There's an early shuttle and a later shuttle. Wesley and Liem are 2 of the people who are arriving earlier, and then everybody else is taking the later shuttle.
Where would you be in that divide?
Oh, I'm the early.
You actually the early, yeah, because those people are alien to me.
Yeah. I love being at the board 5 minutes before the game, getting my score sheet nicely put, feeling the place.
No, 5 minutes before the game is like doesn't count as early because we're here.
Right.
Perhaps to slightly clarify for our viewers. When you talk about early in the case of, let's say, Wesley, he's here about an hour early.
An hour early.
And that is just unimaginable to me.
Yeah,
I do not understand this at all. Because I'm such a nervous wreck before before the round that I need to be somewhere where it's comfortable and not in the playing venue.
We see Gukesh. MVL. He's in clear 4th, but he needs to either maintain his place in the standings or improve.
Exactly.
So he doesn't have to worry about the Grandchester points in the Sinkfield Cup, right?
Right. Well, he mentioned that in his interview that he would like to be in that 9 points, 10 points out of this event. And he knows in the Blitz he can really step it up because that's one of his absolute...
That's where he shines.
Yeah, best formats. And here we're going to have our marquee matchup between Grigoriy with the white side against Fabi, our tournament leader. Now, Fabi, I think he really got maligned in the 2018 World Championship match because he did lose the playoff to Magnus, and everybody's saying, he can't play chess. he can't play rapids, he can't play blitz. He was always very good. Now he's just gotten a lot better, Peter.
Yeah, I think it's slightly, the story you're telling is sort of correct, but not as absurd as maybe you're trying to make it out. Yeah, because there was a period where he was perhaps slightly weaker at Rapid and Blitz than you would suspect, because he was already an absolute powerhouse in classical. He was never bad.
Exactly.
Like the idea that he was completely incapable of playing shorter time controls was just preposterous, of course.
Right.
But there was a period where it was maybe slightly lagging behind his very stable, excellent results in the classical. But now he is absolutely one of the absolute world's best at both Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, impressive.
In a way, I think people are saying that now about Gukesh, that his Rapid and Blitz is not as good as his classical.
And I think that's a fair reflection. And I think if he was to focus himself, because let's face it, he wanted to become the world champion in classical chess, and he did. And now it's just that, Peter, Rapid and Blitz has become more predominant than it ever was.
Absolutely.
That you have to improve those skill sets. Yeah. An invitation to
To play all kinds of openings, obviously. This is still very open to be pretty much anything. It could be a Queen's Gambit declined, or a Rogozin, or a Slav, or semi-Slav at the very least. You could still make it into a London if you wanted to with the white pieces. Let's maybe hope not. or the Catalans or Catalan adjacent things are also very much available, and this is what Grigoriy goes for.
Pros and cons to every opening move, right? So I wasn't to say b5. I was just going to say, because you haven't played c2, c4, do you allow your opponent the opportunity of playing b7, b5? And I hope we haven't lost the player.
As things are being dropped on our head from above.
Right.
But b5 is a very solid choice here.
Right.
By the way, and this is perhaps the earliest I've mentioned the word Kramnik on these broadcasts.
No.
I remember Vlad at some point played e2, e3 in this position, and I thought, what the hell is this? But it makes perfect sense, actually, because e3 turns out to be quite useful later on to support your opponent e4. Mainly, I think, to be able to recapture with this pawn when the center gets challenged. And you are kind of forcing black to play a6, so you're not losing a tempo. It looks very strange having played g3 to include e3, but it absolutely isn't absurd. But instead, Grigoriy does what everybody tends to do here, bishop g2 and castles. Right. Black normally plays either c5. You can also maybe include bishop b7 for now, because if you play bishop b7, you probably aren't playing c5 so early, because of course you would prefer to take in one move.
Right.
But yeah, there are different plans available for black, c5 being maybe the most obvious one. But you could also go for setups with like d5, knight bd7, bishop b7. But
c5.
As we've been discussing, c5 played. Using the fact that this is maybe hanging in some lines here is very much possible. You can try something like knight a3 with the idea of meeting a6 with c4. And if you play b4, then this knight goes towards better squares, and you could absolutely play yourself in tremendous amounts of trouble doing something like this. Obviously, you're not obliged to blunder knight g5, but if you do, the game might just end.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Fabi clearly wanting a more fighting game. Obviously, he could have transposed to the classical Catalans, which are extremely solid for white. Not that this isn't solid, but it's a much fresher position, much less researched position compared to, let's say, the classical main lines.
And Fabi has been choosing such openings for this event.
Yes, he's definitely been mixing them up, playing some intriguing sidelines like this one. Beside knight a3, I think bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is a move, yes.
Always play
absolutely
in these positions. Bishop g5. Nasi, thank you, Peter. Where would you like to
Let's
guide
check
us?
how Levon is doing. Levon is facing Sam Shankland, who's not having the best event.
And by the way, they have been blitzing their way to the current position.
What opening was this?
This was the
Oh, the Sicilian.
an invitation to the Sveshnikov.
I actually looked at this recently. It's an interesting sideline. This is the four knights Sicilian, where Levon actually picks up the gauntlet, so to speak, and does go for the absolute main line. e5, knight e5, knight e4, queen c7, f4, queen b6. And now he plays a move which is a bit of a fashionable little sideline being investigated these days. a2, a3, taking away the b4 square from the black bishop. And Sam, who we all know is extremely well booked up, immediately goes for the absolute central reply, which is knight e3, queen d3, knight f1, rook f1, bishop a6, c4, and f5. This is the prescribed way of treating this position. The point being that after ef, black plays d5. The positions after f7, king takes f7, and f5 become very mad. But it is a forced draw. I've recently gone through these files yet again, and it does appear to be a forced draw, and maybe even more than in one way. You have to play h7, h6, but...
H6?
Yes.
Thank you.
You do have to play h7, h6 here, but this is, just straight up a draw. And obviously both of them know it's a draw because Levon, without any hesitation, says, no, let's play a game of chess, and goes knight d6 and e takes d6. This isn't really supposed to be very much, but clearly you can still try. I think the most natural response would be to play 65 because you do want this bishop on a good diagonal.
It has been played,
yeah,
Peter.
and I guess maybe we want a rook lift to g3 to maybe slightly disincentivize black from castling kingside and just trying to put some pressure on the dark squares.
We have it just as you said.
Rook f3, bishop b7, I'm guessing rook g3. It's still a very sharp position. We're being informed they're still following some recent practice. It's not a very popular position, but it has been played already. Black can choose between bishop b4, rook g8 maybe is a playable move. One thing you probably don't want to be doing is castles, because then after b2, b3 followed by bishop b2, you might actually get mated along the long diagonal. That wouldn't be great. So, very interesting theoretical discussion here being discussed in the four knights between Levon and Sam. Rook g3, rook g8 already played. Both of them clearly have a pretty decent idea of what's going on here. Levon, at the very least, not his choice of going for the a3 line not being a surprise for Sam, but it's difficult to surprise Sam in the opening. He is very well prepared.
I can imagine that white would like to transfer his bishop to e5, so b2, b3 makes the most sense to me.
We can throw in bishop b4. The king probably goes queenside anyway.
That was my question.
You could also maybe try for some g5 breaks later on, but
Queen
mainly
d2.
queen, let's say g2, we play. The engine goes for a5, suggesting that you have to maybe pay some attention to a5, a4, and if you play a3, a4, another point to a5 is becoming apparent.
Hello.
We are going after the d6 pawn here. White is still not worse, but you do get enough counterplay.
And instead
seemingly.
of a4, if you continue that position, bishop b2, bishop b2. No, sorry.
Okay.
No a4, yeah.
Bishop b2, we play a4.
You do, okay.
Yeah. We don't really care that much about the g7 pawn as long as the queen is not on, like, if the queen, if the queen magically teleports itself somewhere around h4, we lose.
Then we have issues.
But it's not there yet.
It's not there.
And,
okay.
there seems to be just enough counterplay move by move for black, but and they're playing very fast because b3 instead of bishop b4, instead of a5,
Castles.
Sam instantly castled and white went bishop b2, and now g4. I mean, the speed with which he's doing this makes me think he's actually still in book.
Absolutely.
And yeah, now that the screen realized g5 is what is coming, it downgraded white's advantage to no advantage, pretty much. At first, it was kind of criticizing long castles because of bishop b2, but now it says, if bishop f6, we can play g takes f, seemingly blundering bishop takes d8, but after even queen takes d8, rook g8, queen g8, the engine says counterplay along the g file, counterplay against the g2 pawn, counterplay against the king. And very importantly, the queen from d3 cannot attack the pawn on c5.
Yeah.
The 4-pawn is going to be so scary once the g2 is gone.
Yeah. So
we have
this is a mess.
We have rook takes g5.
We have rook takes g5.
This is all snap, 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 crackle, pop.
Yeah, and now the engine suggests the immediate e5, even even taking on g5.
It's incredible.
I'm on the wrong planet. I mean, what are these guys doing us?
Yeah.
I think you destroyed us with h7, h6 in a forced draw.
Recovered,
I mean, I need a medic.
Yeah, e6, e5. Rook takes g5 is also playable, but then white maybe gets a bit of an advantage. But e6, e5 specifically seems to just be equalizing. If bishop e5, now we take, we go rook e8. The only move not to lose for white is queen e2.
Right.
Because if you play queen e3, you get hit by a 5 or 4, and then you no longer can stabilize. The pin will actually win material, so you play queen e2.
e6.
And now queen b3 is fine. Even some quiet move like king b8 is fine. But the easiest is just to play queen takes b3, king f2, king b8. And once this king is on a8, it's quite safe, and this is a monster. So I think it's not even that strange that the engine suggests it's enough compensation for just one pawn.
This
If I've not played, he hasn't played it. So he finally misremembered something maybe, because he's gone rook takes g5, f takes g5. And now if you play e5, of course, white just ignores it. White will just castle queenside and not touch the pawn on e5 at all. And if you take on g2, bishop f6, let's say rook e8, and once again, let's say castles long, king comes to b2, maybe we go h4, h5.
Dangerous pawn.
Yeah, that was maybe an important miss, because it seemed like e6, e5 in this position was perhaps making a pretty forced draw. Whereas what Samuel got now is still manageable. I'm pretty sure the engine holds this position without really breaking a sweat. But in human terms, this is no longer as clean.
And again, bishop e4 there.
Yeah, he's gone bishop e4, and now after queen g3, he is supposedly much worse, the engine says. Specifically, only bishop queen g3, keeping hold of all of the important things. D6 is still protected, g5 is still protected. We want to castle, we want to play bishop b5, king b2, and once that is settled,
then it's
we are in clover. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, Peter. And well, just reminding everybody where the standings are in the scoreboard.
Right, Levon is currently in second and is fighting for the first place to get those 13 Grand Chess Tour points. But Sam, as we mentioned, he's not having the best event, but he's playing the role of a spoiler.
And he did. He got 2 points for a victory, not for 2 draws, but for a victory. And what a victory it was over world champion Gukesh. If you're going to have a win, and only one, you might as well defeat the world champion.
That would be everybody's pick, yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Queen g3, Levon isn't misremembering.
No.
He's saying, I'm putting my pieces in good squares. And
I like Levon's floral shirt. I think we're matching today.
yeah, I was about to say Anastasia's dress there in the opening remarks. Charlie Huska, the artist, might have drawn her dress for her. But okay, continue.
Yeah,
please.
let's check Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek. I would say
Sharp Sicilian.
those 2 players are probably the most aggressive players in this event. What opening have they chosen today?
This was a Taimanov. Taimanov, and a very kind of a modern way of dealing with the Taimanov, because these ideas of aiming the white queen at the g3 square at the earliest opportunity is very, very 2025.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, you know, they always play their queen to g3, and they almost never take the pawn on g7. No. I mean, it's just the threat is stronger than the execution.
Yeah, it's just there to constantly remind you that it will not be as comfortable castling kingside as maybe you would have hoped.
Exactly. Now, I'm guessing, Peter, you tell me, are we all in well-trodden theoretical territory?
I'm pretty sure we've actually, up to, if we go back to our moves, up to here, and this is move 10, there is still more than 100 games, but h5 is already pruning the tree a little bit, still quite popular. f3, knight e5 is quite a rare move. People used to be playing bishop d7 much more. a4, honestly, white's kind of playing everywhere, which is confusing me a little bit, because normally when you play these lines with the queen on g3, you connect this with the idea of castling queenside and pushing in the center, but here white says, no, I'm trying to play a positional game here, stopping b5, black went queen c7, and now we're in completely new territory. Bishop d7 was played previously. And after queen c7, engine is very brave about these things. Normally, having played a4, you don't really castle queenside because you don't want the files to get opened, but the engine says, no, I'm not worried. Instead, MVL went for what you would expect, something like knight b3, bishop b7, queen f2, a kind of a quiet move reminding black that maybe bishop b6 might be played. And now, after knight c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, a5, bishop b7. And the queen on c4 seems to be preventing castling kingside. But you can, with the pawn on a5, I can actually believe in castling queenside. Because opening anything on the queenside is now very, very difficult.
Right.
And for black, if you kind of turn the question around, we played h5.
Where's your
which means castling kingside is not such a promising idea, because you will get met by some sort of h3 and g4 very quickly. Also, your typical counterplay on the queen side with the pawn on a5 connected to the bishop on e3 as well, like you never play in b5 without it costing you a pawn.
Right.
Pushing for d6, d5 is also very difficult. I very much like this for white, to be honest.
Yeah, I almost like if you give me two moves, bishop b6, rook d4.
Rook h1.
Yeah, I mean, like I've got a pretty darn good grip.
Yeah, and Vail did castle queenside. Nodirbek for now played rook c8. You can throw in king b1. It's never a mistake to throw in king b1. And then black is kind of stuck deciding what to do. You can't really play with the king on e8 in these types of structures for too long.
He's going to castle short eventually.
Yeah, oops, not king f8, sorry. You castle, but yeah, you instantly come to an important dilemma, because you can't really play h4 because bishop g5 will just cost you a pawn. And that means you have to allow g4 and somehow hope that maybe you will be in time preparing some kind of a counterplay in the center. But it looks very, very risky.
Very risky indeed. Well, keep an eye on this one, and we'll continue our march around the stage.
Let's check how Wesley's doing. He's currently in second position in the standings.
He's playing against Liem. Liem is having a decent tournament, I want to say. Liem won...
He's at -1, I think.
Yeah, but he won this one Berlin ending.
Against Sam.
Sam, that was very, very impressive. It's strange. At one time, there was Timur Rajabov, whenever he was in town, he would somehow always manage to connive to getting these types of positions.
Also, Grishuk, I remember always.
Yeah, got these positions, and the fight over the A file when you play AB and when you play Rook A7 was always very delicate moments. Let's say takes, Rook A8, Queen B1, Bishop D8, takes.
Honestly, it doesn't feel to me like what Liem is doing here is particularly ambitious. It seems like I'm a bit surprised by Queen B7. I thought there was really no particular reason to be worried about Queen takes.
Right.
Queen takes A2. If we take a look at that, maybe what he was worried about is, let's say, if you play Knight E8 here. Maybe he was worried he will blunder b5 somewhere, but with a knight on e8, you can just take. The pawn on c6 doesn't go any further. We will block it with bishop c7. We'll be completely fine.
Right.
Queen b7 does allow white to maybe push a little bit with something like queen a4. You do have space. Black, of course, does want to play bishop c7 to trade off. Normally, this bishop is much worse than this one. But if you do play bishop c7 here, now white actually does make quite a lot of progress, because once you invade the black camp like this, you start actually very seriously wondering if b5 might work. So a bit of a strange choice here by Wesley, because you normally don't play this line with black with intentions of really playing for a win. You're playing a very solid line where you're expecting to defend, and you're expecting to defend for a while, but successfully. Right. And in that spirit, why not just take on a2, play knight e8, perhaps even in that position, like you play knight e8, at some point you play b6, b5, you play bishop c7, get the bishops off. You don't lose very many of those. No.
I was actually expecting that in b5 immediately.
B5,
Well, to play b5 immediately for black. Trade and go b5, and your next move is
knight as well, That actually is worse, because now after knight c1 you might not be in time to stop the knight from coming to a5, which is why it was beginning with knight e8. And if you play knight c1 here, I will just not play b5 anymore. I will go for f6, king f7, perhaps g5. I will wait forever.
Right.
I can even play bishop c7 without ever playing b5, because b6 is protected.
Exactly.
So, yeah, a bit of an interesting little choice there.
Liem, queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4 played. The engine suggests that maybe you now kind of have to play b6, b5 more or less urgently.
Right.
You're not really losing. It's not panic stations, but people have lost those positions in the past, where you have this base of the chain on c6, which will always be sort of pushed against by white. And white is rock solid. White never has any risk whatsoever.
All right.
Thank you, Peter.
And the standings of these two players.
Let's have a look. Well, we know Wesley's currently sharing second with Levon, and Liam Lee is sharing seventh with Nodirbek. He definitely wants to win and improve his standing, but Wesley's playing for those Grand Store points. Yes. He wants to go to Brazil. He said he's never been to South America before.
And looking forward to that opportunity. Queen a4, slight advantage for Liam, but as Peter is saying, these are the type of positions that if you fall asleep on them, you know, your opponent just gradually builds and big advantage, and suddenly there's no saving it. It's just gone. It's gone. So Wesley's going to have to be a little bit careful.
One game we haven't checked in on, Gukesh against Leinier. They're very early in the opening, I think. They've only played 10 moves.
Yeah, but they kind of, I think very purposefully, Gukesh is doing something which is non-theoretical at all, just to get a game. I'm curious as to, like, I immediately thought I might prefer black here.
As a Grunfeld.
No, but these are the hanging pawns where black already has a bishop on g7. Like, when you talk about the hanging pawns as a concept, and I'm not the world's biggest specialist, so like take everything I say with a grain of salt, but in general, white plays in the center and perhaps on the king side.
Right.
In terms of playing on the king side, the fact that the bishop is already on g7 and not on e7 makes all kinds of pushes with f4, f5 pretty much impossible. The knight sometimes is on c6 and maybe is not well placed on c6. Now we will put it on d7. It will be quite, you know, comfy and comfortable on d7. We have a double fianchetto. We have seemingly everything just right. But the engine still sort of prefers this for white. Goes knight c3, knight e5. If knight bd7, it goes f2, f4, supports it with the pawn, maybe bishop f3 later, maybe rook c1. And dealing with this knight on e5 is actually not as comfortable as I expected. So potentially quite interesting and a very non-standard position, because you don't really get these types of, but by move 10 you normally see something else. So very much enjoying this approach from Gukesh for this round, because I think we will see a structure we don't see very often. That's always an interesting thing to observe.
It's funny that you're putting the knight on c3, because I saw this position in my mind and I was thinking knight e5, I'm threatening bishop f3, bishop to b7, knight to d2, f4, and I still have this image of, you know, student body king side, you know, go get him.
It's interesting actually that apparently putting it on d2, the engine disagrees with quite severely. It says queen c7, knight c6. I'm guessing we might need all of those active possibilities, like knight b5 possibilities, maybe d4, d5 possibilities in some positions.
Queen is safe.
It really dislikes the knight on d2, which is surprising to me as well. I thought it should be at the very least as good as knight c3, but no.
Even more flexible.
Yeah, it really likes it on c3 and doesn't really like it on any other square.
Fantastic. Thank you, Peter. Who's going to win, statistically speaking? Nasi, spill the beans.
At our pie charts, pre-tournament favorite was Fabiano Caruana with 24.8% chances. Wesley So in second with 20%, and VL at 17. We didn't like that Gukesh was at 2.1. He deserves a lot more than that.
But when Levon went 3-0, or rather 6 out of 6.
Of course, day one, he became a favorite at 36.8%. Fabi in second. Wesley and VL remain in their spots, just Levon overtook them. But then after day two,
a less than stellar result, according to Peter, for
meanwhile,
Levon.
Fabi had a fantastic day, so now he's a huge favorite, 57.2. Wesley's in second, Levon third, and VL still fourth. Wow, rest of the players still
what
less than
that statistic told me is that for the Blitz that's coming up, the stats say Blitz-wise, Fabi can play with the best of them, and if he takes a lead into the Blitz section, he's likely to win it. E7, E6. And
just no surprise.
I'm going to go back to our marquee matchup between Grigoriy and Fabi, and to see what actually happened on this offbeat line. I want to give a shout out to Jonathan Spielman, because Jonathan Spielman liked to play the white side of these positions, and he did it with c2, c3, queen d3 on the board, picking up a tempo. And by the way, there is this tricky little foxy move of bishop takes and a queen on coming to f3, maybe grabbing that pawn on f6.
Black just give a check, queen b7.
Okay, just to sidestep that stuff. All right. Good. I never retreat. I can't step backwards, although probably I should. Actually, am I taking with the king? Is that completely insane?
Ooh, you want to take with the king?
Well, I want to keep the threat, and I would much rather play e5 than I would f5.
So why not king f3, and then you can play e4?
Yeah, e4, and maybe I can't believe any of this is theory. I think that they must
I
have...
don't think it's theory, but yeah, maybe instead of queen b7, let's just develop then. Let's play knight c6. That
Okay.
still covers the rook on a8, and I'm making a more useful move than queen b7.
And you're not worried about the pawn because you
I
go
wasn't.
knight e5? Or
I
knight
assumed I would
b4?
have something.
Knight c6.
Fabi
You're-
has played it.
Well, I
And
really...
knight went back to f3 immediately.
Yeah, knight f3 is a bit surprising. Knight 6 was the engine's suggestion. And it's interesting that both sides are completely ignoring the fact that bishop takes f6 is on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabi here very calmly just going queen b6, allowing white to take on f6, and Grigoriy now for 2 moves in a row not taking on f6. Now after knight f3, bishop b7, honestly it feels extremely comfortable for black.
Right.
It's just a very healthy Sicilian type position. It's a bit weird to talk about Sicilians when the pawn is
Pawn is on e2, yeah.
But the structure is sort of Sicilian adjacent, and if black gets, let's say, castles in d7, d5, and you
the
feel
problem?
like you probably are a little bit better. Obviously, white has not really committed too many sins, and you should still be okay after something like, I don't know, knight bd2, castle c2, c4. You're not going to be in a lot of trouble. But you're still picking black any day of the week here, I think, after a6 or something, and it's just a very comfortable position. After knight c6, maybe something like bishop f6, gf, and c2, c3 was called for.
Right.
At least we've gotten something. You know, we want knight d2, knight to f3. The engine still says that because the b5 pawn pretty much never is hanging, you always have rook b8 there in the end. That you can play without wasting any tempi and protecting it. And the engine says we're pretty much fine here with black. But yeah, I think once we start playing knight d4, f3 here, you can assume the endgame, the opening has gone well for black.
Exactly. Well, what's really annoying is you played the move queen d3. Now, if black is never worried about the
taking
b5
the b5,
pawn,
Yeah, exactly.
then you start
Why have we
wondering,
done this?
why have I gotten queen d3?
Yeah, the engine was like doing something like this makes a lot more sense. Just try to
Right.
put the queen on f3, c3, knight bd2. It seems
support
like a
the
waste
pawn.
of a tempo.
Yeah.
If we're never taking on b5, exactly as you said, this is just a wasted move.
Exactly. And for those of you joining us late, our tournament leader is playing against Grigoriy in round 7, but
Yeah,
his
he has 2
challengers
black
ahead.
pieces today against Grigoriy. Then he has white against Liem, and in the last round of the rapid section, he'll be playing Gukesh with the black pieces.
Yeah, it somehow is very nice to finish the Rapids with a game against the world champion, and for Gukesh, maybe a chance to bring Fabi back down to earth. By the way, Fabi has started each day with a draw,
And then
but then win-win.
Yes.
He's been smacking them out of the park
Wesley
at the
has a
end.
similar pattern where he starts with 2 draws and then wins this 3rd round. of the day.
Exactly, exactly. But I would say that after I see knight f3, I'm on Peter's team here.
Peter
Bishop
has
e7.
some news for us in a different game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Returning to the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Shankland, yeah, once Sam did not play 6e5, I'm assuming he actually misremembered his files because he was playing extremely fast, and he was also playing what is pretty much the first line. And then this happened 5 moves ago, and now we're in a situation where the engine says white is pretty much winning.
Winning.
Yeah,
Wow.
so we left it here. He played rook g8 here. Very understandably, Levon said, okay, this is an important passer. I want to get hold of it. And after hg, the position is already quite troublesome. Bishop c2 appears to be just a waste of a tempo because you never really threaten to take on b3. King d2 is quite strong, and the move king f2 that Levon has played is also very strong because let's say if you take on b3 here, simply taking, and starting the march of the king towards h6 and promoting the g-pawn is incredibly strong because you can't even get the king over to f7.
Right.
The bishop cuts off everything.
Nice.
So after king f2, Sam thought for a while and played queen a5, trying to create at least some counterplay with queen d2 check. And now white is obviously much better after queen e3, but even stronger is to play b3, b4. And the position
rook
really
on
starts
A1.
collapsing. Yeah,
Yeah.
importantly, this is protected.
Yeah.
And if you do this, there is no
Hello.
perpetual because we can hide on h2 and then play queen h3. The rook on a7 is a lot more relevant than those checks that you're going to be giving for about 3 seconds.
And no rook h8.
Yeah,
check either.
so before already played, and yeah, Levon is, I think,
Queen takes b4 on
all of this has been, okay, this is just lost now for black. This is a bit tragic, frankly, because Sam has come to this game very well prepared, showed interesting, fresh ideas in the opening, and is now going to, I'm pretty sure, going to lose without really putting up much of a fight once actual play started. Once they started having to make their own moves onto the board, Levon just made by far the better ones.
And after rook takes a7, there's just nothing.
There's no coming back.
Yeah.
There's no coming back. The king will come over to h2, and the rook, you know, rook a8, rook a7, all of those threats are completely decisive.
Yikes.
There's just nothing you
So-
can do. Maybe he thought he will win the rook, but
Can we check one more time queen d2?
sure.
Queen d2, king g1, queen d1, king h2, queen h5.
Queen
And after
h3.
that trade, that's just completely lost because of the last round.
Any capture even.
Wow.
Doesn't even matter which capture, because I mean d7 is falling.
Yeah, rook.
You can't preserve d7 because those two threats
Yeah.
are completely unstoppable.
If bishop was on c6, it's completely fine, but
No.
still no?
No,
Still
g-pawn
lost.
queens. This rook has no
doesn't
squares. The
play.
problem is this rook it looks like it does a job, but it's going to be on g8 for the rest of the game, and we're just climbing. No, this is completely over. Yeah, and rook a7 played by Levon. So very nice start to the day for Levon. He came with an idea, seemingly did not surprise his opponent, seemingly did not get anything out of the opening, but in fact, you know, we are, what, 15 minutes into the round?
Yep.
No, actually half an hour into the round, but still. The game is effectively over, and yeah, struggles continue for Sam. Sam tries very hard. He always has been an extremely diligent worker, an extremely ambitious player, but he is not having a good tournament here.
Exactly. Thank you, Peter. I'm going to turn our attention to Maxime and Nodirbek. When we left it, I really liked what Maxime had done. He had castled short, and I thought that...
Pawn on a5 looks so good. it is stopping Black's counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, I had thought I'd like to just kind of nestle my bishop on b6, making sure that nothing ever happens on the queen side. The queen side remains closed. Maybe I would play rook to d4 and focus my attention on the pawn on d6. No, a completely different approach. Rook on h1 to e1. I was kind of waiting for black to castle so I could play h3 and g4 and say that the rook is well placed on h1. Nope, none of this happened. Rook e1. You'd mentioned that what else is black going to do? E5.
You need
bishop-
some squares for your pieces. Also denying why the d4 square might actually be quite relevant, because we were using it to perhaps load up the rook
You
and
want
get
to
it.
do rook d4, right?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. King b1, bishop e6, bishop g5. Okay, the fight for squares
d5
continues.
square, yes.
Castles, and by the way, that is a peshki on d6,
Which was taken.
which was munched.
Black has two bishops, but yeah, he
Yeah,
traded
and bishop
one.
c5 is a mistake, but you can sort of understand where Nodirbek is coming from, because he is asking a question whether you want to take on c5. If you don't, maybe the bishop will go to d4, maybe it will go to b4, but we've driven the queen away from a decent square on f2. Unfortunately for him, and the idea, of course, is to put pressure on the a5 pawn.
Right.
But there is a number of options here for white which are incredibly strong. One is f3, f4, using the fact that ef rook d4 is
Awkward.
a bit awkward.
Yeah.
And
Queen trapped on c5.
I know.
and allowing f4, f5 is also going, like you can take on a5, but after f5, like once we push this bishop back to g8, we will just give mate on the king side.
Yeah.
Without the bishop on e6, and with the pieces so disconnected from what actually is going on,
Yeah.
this is equal material. My screen says +4.5.
Yeah.
So just to illustrate just how bad this is.
Right.
But even something like g4 here is incredibly strong, because if you take on a5, gh, it turns out that with a knight on c3, yes, looks like your pieces are sort of threatening the white king, but actually, no.
I mean, black is
You
two
need
moves
God
away.
knows how many tempi to create even a threat of one check
What about
here.
b5, b4?
Thank you. B5,
Yeah,
B4.
it just looks like two moves away, but is my rook trapped
Hello?
on a5?
Hello?
Oof.
Yeah,
We didn't bargain for that.
Yeah,
No, that wasn't
it's
a part
actually
of the plan.
it's actually surprisingly difficult for black to launch any kind of counterplay in time. Also, something like rook d1, rook d8 is very strong. There's a wide variety of choices here for MVL, which lead to him having a very large advantage. So let's see which one he picks. He has plenty of time still. He is behind on the clock. It's 9 for him against 14.5 for Rook e d1 is, I think, what he chose.
And I think that's the most.
Yeah, it's a restrained
natural-
option, but it's an
Yeah.
option you very much understand.
Exactly.
You exert full control over the one open file. Maybe you
Still
hint
wanna
at
play
rook
rook
d.
d8.
Yeah.
And where do these two players stand in our universe of standings?
Well, MVL has
no.
he's in clear 4th. Nodirbek is currently sharing 7th.
But
Looking
what
for
a
wins.
victory for Nodirbek could do for his. He
Yeah.
could just
Because
jump
let's
right
not
up
forget,
there.
in Rapid they get 2 points for a win.
Exactly. And for MVL, a victory puts him right
The
on the
top three.
podium, which is what this move Rook D1. So shall we
Maybe we should watch he continued this game, all right? Okay.
just one more look. So if we capture and then play Rook to D8, now Peter scared me with this move.
Queen
Queen
B6.
Yeah, B6.
Yeah.
So can I go back and just make a pretense that I have won my pawn?
We have some
back?
queen h4 ideas as well. I don't know if I want to do it immediately or maybe take on f8 first. Actually, might be stronger.
And then follow
You
it
have
up
to
with the
well, you
Queen
can't drop
H4.
rook c8 anymore. It's too
Yeah.
late. You just mate.
mate.
Yeah. Also, h5 is hanging, which I think is dear to your heart. Yes.
Yes, it is. Like that. Yeah. No time for G6 and allow Queen F6. No,
Looks very,
very
stressful for black.
Maybe he's got to give up taking the pawn on A5. Has to make some G6, King G7.
Maybe
type of
G6, Queen
moves.
F6 will be unpleasant.
The engine says that in the current position, the only way to sort of survive
Yeah, sort of survive.
is to play Queen B4. To be taking on A5 with the Queen, maybe covering the D8 square. If White goes Rook D8, also you have to obviously worry about Rook takes C3. I blundered this piece, and I'm still not worse with White, because after Rook F8, you can't take with the King because you lose to Queen D2 D8 mate. I saw none of that,
No.
but I am apparently very lucky today.
Right.
But after Queen B4, White can play Queen H4, Queen takes A5, and now the engine likes Knight D5, Bishop D5, E5. I would be kind of loath to do this with White because this was a very beautiful knight which covered some squares.
Right.
But I mean, this is a very solid idea. Just D6, D7, D8. If Rook FC8, I think we can play D6. Yeah, D6, Rook C2, D7, and it turns out that you have some checks, but they're just checks. So you have to be precise. I think in terms of ease of life, I think something like F4 or G4, immediately beginning to attack the black king side, was maybe slightly easier, but MVL is still in control. And if you don't play Queen B4, it feels like you're just in a lot of pain for Nodirbek here.
All right. And clock times are the factor?
Not an issue yet.
Not an issue.
They have plenty of
Queen
time.
B4 by Nodirbek.
I think Levon is
And
very
Knight
close to
D5
winning.
right away, by the way. Knight D5 by MVL.
Knight D5 is immediately is a sort of a transposition. The difference being, if we go back to this position a little bit, after Bishop D5, he takes D5. Queen takes A5 now is a mistake. You should be provoking some movement on the queen side first. Provoking something like B3 and going Queen A3 and suddenly threatening Rook takes A5.
Well,
this is a
that's-
whole different ball game.
Yeah.
There are actual threats now for White to deal with.
Right.
So the engine prefers C3.
Okay.
And now the queen drops, not to E7. It drops back to D6, stopping any kind of immediate progression. And then you snap on A5. You're still worse, but this is a game now. This is no longer absolute one-way traffic. Something like Queen H4, Rook takes A5, Queen takes H5, Rook C5. And you want to play B5, A5, B4. There's some counterplay against the White king side. Sorry, queen side.
Very good.
Thank you, Peter. Let's jump back to Levon's game against
Yeah.
Shankland.
Feels like
because
it's ending.
It's, very close to ending. We might see a handshake very soon.
Okay. We left it after Rook takes A7. Sam came down, Queen D2 check. And as Peter pointed out, Queen H5 check is met by Queen H3. And anytime we can trade queens, that's it. Game over. Easy winning ending. The G-pawn, apparently, just simply queens. Don't forget about Rook A8 and Rook C7. So what we saw was Bishop E4, well, stopping Rook A8, but not stopping check and munch. This
And
looks terrible.
I know. I think after last move E5, we're just looking for mates on the queen side.
There's no immediate way to give mate as such. You can play Queen E3 or Queen A3, but then after Queen H5 check, you will have to go back to H3.
Right.
The engine actually thinks this is the cleanest, because after Queen H5, Queen H3, we are now, I'm guessing, threatening queen h7. So if you put it back on d1, not queen h7, rook h7 for some reason is the cleanest. I'm not sure.
Well, b7 is protected.
I guess maybe we sidestepped the 5 f4 tempi.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why
the queen is so
why we spend 2 tempi moving the queen from g3 to h3.
Yeah.
I'm guessing maybe we denied black a very important tempo with a5 f4. And now that the rook is on h7, there are no more checks, and we are very prepared to start giving mate on the dark squares. But obviously, pretty much any move here wins. I'm pretty sure something like rook g7 wins, but nobody does that. Rook e7 wins. If f4, you can play. Once again, it does this maneuver all the time. It just wins this tempo all the time. Yeah. And then the position just collapses. We're already 2 up, and we're going to continue picking up material. And also, this is just a queen in progress.
A queen in progress.
Yeah.
e6, e5. A smooth game by Levon, but only because Sam probably missed that key move e6, e5.
Right. And most of Levon's play he was in book until maybe that move rook g5.
Yep.
He made just a couple of moves and then game is over.
He was definitely prepared for the rover, rook f3 and over to g3. But g5 and e5, those were some nice moves, but it was a failure to follow up with e5 that is going to be very costly for Sam in this one. I'm going to go back to the game between Grigoriy and Fabi, an opening that seems to have gone very, very well for Fabi.
I think Fabi equalized very easily.
d5, b4, knight d2, and after c4, kind of indication. Yeah, we're trying to equalize after the en passant. By the way, just to remind you, as a request from our producer Tom, throw in a couple more swish and zooks.
That is why I said it.
Zooks, en
had that in
passants,
mind,
you know,
yes.
like just, you know, the
We're working on it.
Yeah. Nice. c3, c4, and again, I think that Grigoriy is just simply trying to equalize at this point.
Yeah, I don't think Fabi has any issues.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Wesley, how he's doing in that endgame, queen and knight endgame now against Liem Lee.
When we left it, we kind of liked what White was doing. We felt that Liem was going to be pressing. The last move was queen a4.
Yeah, he's still putting a lot of pressure.
He was much better.
He was even
There was a
better.
moment where he was much better. If we look at this, because Wesley went after queen a4. Wesley did play b6, b5, as you see. The queen dropped back to a2, and you normally just shuffle. Like the engine in these types of positions, it goes knight e8 or knight f8 for some reason. I'm not sure what knight f8 does, but it's one of the suggestions on my screen. Instead, Wesley has gone for this structure change with knight e4 takes knight d2, and regrettably, you cannot play f5 because your e6 pawn is hanging. And now in this position, the engine says trading e4 for b4, and then playing queen a3 and knight d6. And coming in, the problem, I guess, is not even the appearance of the knight on d6. It's that if you play knight d5, which is where you would like this piece to be, after knight d6, the queen will come in.
Yeah, in fact, whereas White...
Yeah, and the position appears to be kind of on the verge of collapse. And the best line for Black currently is a very striking one. Black just gives up a full piece in order to have this passer on the b file. And now goes f6, very important. You have to kick the bishop away from this diagonal. And now after d5, c takes d5, bishop a1, knight takes e5. Maybe Black makes a draw, maybe they don't, who knows.
You went a little fast there, d5.
So much happened. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, well, if the bishop goes somewhere, this is a queen.
That's right.
This is an actual queen. You can't stop it anymore, which is why d5. If f takes e5, this is a queen.
Yeah, but you can't stop it.
Conversely.
Right.
But yeah, none of this happened, and maybe actually, not being a computer, you're very reluctant to give up the pawn on b4 because it suddenly gives Black a legitimate way to create counterplay.
Yeah.
Instead, queen a3 was played, which is not a bad move, but it definitely is less critical. Bishop c7, and we get to a position we got to in the game where actually White is still pressing. It's because queen e7. The engine disagrees with queen e7. The engine says you have to play f5 with the intention, I assume, of maybe dropping it back to f7 in some cases. But after queen e7, it says f2, f4. I'm assuming the plan is to play queen f6. And now, very importantly, queen a1.
Forcing the queen trade.
Knight d7, queen takes f7, and we win the pawn on f5. Knight f7, knight f6, knight f7, knight d5, and knight d8.
We do have a game that's finished. MVL drew his game against Nodirbek.
MVL took a repetition there.
But he was better.
I think he was, yeah.
We liked his position a lot. Did he? What happened?
So it was knight d5, queen takes.
I don't think he looks too happy. He knows he was better.
No, queen a5. And he took a repetition instantly here in a position where he is still very much in control. I guess he sort of didn't believe he was as better as he was.
What should he have done instead of taking the repetition, Peter?
Well, queen h4 is strong. As we were discussing, queen h4, bishop d5, e5 is the position that we had on the screen earlier. Even a quiet move like queen e3 apparently is very strong.
Queen
because
e3.
We're creating some ideas of b2, b4. We also, I'm guessing, maybe hinting at some knight e7, queen g5 shenanigans. It's just that, I mean, white is just better. The thing is, yes, we gave up on a5. Yes, we would very much like to still have our pawn on a3 here. But yeah, we control everything. The rooks are great, and this is also on h5 and not h6, which is
we
very
have
relevant.
Ideas of g4.
Yeah, a somewhat surprising decision there by MVL, because I don't think white really has any risks here. There was no particular reason not to play on, apart from maybe him being behind on the clock. But yeah, I did not expect that. I will have to be
by the way, just
honest with you.
We take on b7, and I guess you just take everything on d5. Yeah, that must...
Machine says, put it back. Machine actually says, just put it back. It was very well placed on d3. Why is it not on d3? Rook b7, rook b7, yeah, just taking everything on d5 seems to be fine for black now.
Thank you, Peter. And again, we are expecting that Levon Aronian is going to win his game.
He's taking a long think on his last move. I think he's just calculating all the way to the end.
Probably, because this is... yeah, in this game, if you've just joined us, we saw quite a theoretical dispute, I want to say. What do we call this variation?
This is just the four knights.
Just the four knights Sicilian. Both players came pretty well booked. It appeared to us that Sam had a new idea with g5 and e5 in a theoretical game, but he forgot to include the move e5.
I think he confused the move order, maybe?
Well, g5 was fine. He just needed to follow it up with that e5. When he failed to do that, Levon played a very nice move, queen g3, that just covered everything in the position. The g5 pawn, the d6 pawn. And then it was smooth sailing, and with the white king on h2, nicely protected by the queen. No perpetual checks. We've been looking at different moves for Levon. Rook e7.
A lot of winning moves for Levon.
Queen a3, which is a kind of a funny one. Forcing queen h5. I actually like pushing past pawns. c4, c5 got my vote. Yeah. But it's just definitely playing one goal here.
I think it's more the case of him choosing rather than calculating to the end. Because I'm pretty sure he realizes he has no particularly bad moves in this position.
Right. So long you don't blunder.
I do have breaking news. Sorry to interrupt. I think Fabi is about to... Well, Grigoriy made a big blunder, so Fabi has a big advantage.
When we left it, we saw the move c4. We thought that Grigoriy was trying to equalize. Where did he blunder?
I saw double question marks after his last move, queen b3. I don't know yet why it's a blunder, but...
Your pieces start getting pushed back very, very quickly. And the moves that are... G5 and f5 both are very, very strong.
Yeah.
Knight e4 was actually the beginning of Grigoriy's problems. He is, I think you can say, slightly worse with white anyway, because knight on d5 is very pleasant. And once you have to start making moves like knight d2 f1 here, it's not very comfortable, which is apparently the best move. Knight e4 seems very logical, but it actually gets in the way. And after rook c8, it was time to realize how dangerous your position is and go for some important, precise moves. Bishop d2 was probably still holding. Instead, he played queen b3, a very normal move, moving the queen away from the x-ray. And now g5 is even stronger, but f5 is also crushingly good. You have to drop it back to d2. And now after bishop f6, you suddenly realize your pieces are kind of running out of moves. e5, e4 is coming. Also, where do you put the rook?
Where do we put the rook?
If you play rook a3, black plays e5, bishop g5, e4. you lose material. You actually lose quite a lot of material. This is just more or less a full piece because this is a check. Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster. Bishop f6 played, rook a3 played. Yeah, e5 is very simple to find here. It's not, it really isn't difficult at all. If you put it on e3, black can also throw in knight a5 somewhere. Like you start with e4, and if knight g1, knight a5, kicking the queen away from this pin to eventually take on e3 and take on d2. It's just horrific.
Disaster.
It's just horrific for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be a huge win for Fabi with the black pieces.
And e5 on the board. Yeah, it looks, well, I mean, you know, when it rains, it pours, and things have been going very well for Fabiano. And with this move e6, e5, it's quite clear White's pieces are getting pushed around.
Yeah,
Oh.
I love this position of the black pieces.
Wow. I mean, okay, what do we tell our students? Save king, centralize your pieces. I'm looking at this
Connect
rook.
your pieces.
Yeah, everybody's in harmony. Good. Get your fair share of the center. On pre.
Can't say the same for the white pieces.
What are you doing? You know, if white has his rooks on c1 and d1, okay.
You're gonna see e4
Yep.
automatically. Yes.
The
Where does the
knight-
knight go? I mean,
knight-
d2 is hanging, right? Once you move the knight.
Yeah, and
Well,
it's just
Forgot
that,
we're in pin for
yeah,
now.
it's just that white's lucky doesn't lose the piece right away with
Immediately,
knight takes
yes.
e3. The knight is pinned, but what Peter was saying was we could include
We can include,
the,
yes, knight a5, kick the queen back to a2,
yeah,
and then some, wow, all white pieces are just going back and back.
yeah.
There's no more room left.
Exactly. So we were looking at knight g1, knight a5, queen a2. Now, if we just say, okay, let's get out of the pin.
Yeah.
Threatening knight
We've got-
c3.
Bishop e7, by the way,
Knight
traps
e3.
that rook on a3.
Who wants the
If you
rook on
wanted to,
a3?
if you wanted to, you could play bishop e7 and just pick up that rook on a3. But yeah, many
It's a
things.
matter
are-
of taste. Would you rather
many
take the
things are
rook
winning,
or
yeah.
piece?
I go for the piece. King
Yes.
h8, and unfortunately for Grigoriy, it's a disaster. Or as Nikolai Minev would say, catastrophe.
Catastrophe.
Catastrophe. Yeah, not manhandling a second here, Fabi is. Not,
Well, Fabi came here to win. He wants to take those 13 points home.
and he is on his way. He's in cruise control, and he's just played the move knight a5. Everything
But in
going
all,
well.
Levon is going to stay close to Fabi, just 2 points behind, because he played all the right moves. Rook is on h7.
Very impressive. He went for the entire sequence. Queen e3, back to h3, and now rook d7, h7, stopping the checks along the h file. f5, f4, I'm not even sure what that does. Queen d7 now, or
So
d7.
from the start, he had this big think,
Yeah, he made all the right moves. And look at that, rook
Nice.
h7 too.
and d7.
This is it.
Oh, too nice.
d7, bishop takes h7, queen takes h7, simply.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a handshake very shortly here, this last move. d7, that was... Bishop takes h7.
Levon bouncing back quickly after that last round loss against Fabi.
Very impressive, because we talk about that. I mean, having this ability to just, never happened, whatever, today's the day. Today I'm playing my
It's a
best
new day.
game. Yeah, it's a new day.
It's
I mean,
a new
Sam
dawn.
did help him a little bit by not playing e5 in the opening.
Sure, exactly. But one player I always felt amongst the top who had that remarkable ability was Veselin Topalov, and I asked him why. And he essentially said, look, I'm going to lose some games. My style is so risky. I have to just accept, mentally prepared, that I'm going to win a lot of games.
And lose some.
I'm probably going to lose some. So he had an ability to bounce back,
Kind of a
maybe unequal.
Brazilian soccer team philosophy, yeah.
Yeah.
They score however many they can. We will score however many we want, yeah.
Yeah. F3. Okay, the last.
Just rook h8, honestly. I don't even like. We haven't created a threat with black.
No reaction to f3. Yeah,
You can also
then d8
throw
is
in
coming.
bishop takes e5, put the king on a8 first, and then go
I
rook
would
h8.
definitely take that with the check. Ooh, he's going for queen
Lev
e6.
is going for style points.
He's going for
Lev.
mates.
going for style points.
Queen
Look
b6,
at this.
d8, and just rook a7 mate.
Yeah, bishop takes h7, b6, a6, and bishop takes e5 mate.
Again, bishop takes a7,
b6,
d6,
a6,
a6,
and bishop takes e5.
e5, mate.
I think
Yes.
yeah,
We're gonna
Sam
see
is going to
this.
allow all that. No.
No.
I
It's a
was wondering if
resignation.
he's going to allow that.
Wow.
Smooth victory for Levon Aronian.
And when Levon plays well, he does have that smooth style of victory. Back to Grigoriy for just a moment, and it does look like a piece.
He's a
White's
piece
missing
down.
a piece.
He ended up deciding to bail on the pieces to pick up at least some pawns in the center, but this shouldn't be a very difficult conversion. Yes, it's due for the piece, but
Yeah.
if you remove the a-pawns off the board, it's probably a draw.
You're
but
right.
but how do you do that?
No, that's the big problem.
I think the only way to do that is to distract your opponent somehow and just like knock them off the board. That's the way to go there.
Well, if we're doing that, just knock over the black pawn, not the white.
Right.
And play for a win, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I should be more ambitious in my chess.
Yeah.
That's maybe what was holding me back all these years.
Oh, you guys don't know the great story from Oparin, California, and it was a terrible scramble of Sammy Reshevsky and Mark, the world junior champion, in 1976. I remember his name. Anyway, bang, 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 bang. And the A pawn, there's a white pawn on A4 that's too close to the chess clock. And the chess clock is getting pounded, and that pawn keeps bouncing, bounced his way right across the board, right off the board, right off the table, in fact. And they're still going. And then Reshevsky's flag falls, and they have to reconstruct the game. But Reshevsky's last move was Queen B5.
Oh dear.
And this is A4 pawn makes a reemergence.
At the right moment.
Oh dear.
And please, Mark, seal your move. And Mark is like, adjusting the queen, looking at Reshevsky. It was great. Convergence. 2 pawns for the piece. I think Fabi's in cruise mode. I'd like to go to the world champion Gukesh versus a Leinier game for just a
It's a
moment.
correct choice. I will just say that the game
Please.
between Liem and Wesley will end in a draw. There will be a perpetual soon. We don't really need to, unless we want to watch the handshake.
Yeah,
we
I
don't
think
really
it's
need to go
happening
there.
right now, so let's watch.
There is a
I guess that's a good save for Wesley. He was in trouble a few
Yeah,
times.
he was in
Yes.
trouble at some point.
Wesley. Hey, arbiter, where are you? Okay.
This is already 5. Come on, ref.
Come on, Ralph. Stop your clocks,
Chris is like,
guys.
somebody stop the clock and then claim the draw.
I mean, Chris comes to me and says, "Come on, these guys are like the world-class players. They know how to claim a repetition, don't they?" I mean, and tell me about the Gukesh game.
The Gukesh game is, I think, sort of finally, although the last move appears to be, the engine just really disliked this move, bishop b4, b1. I wonder what was supposed to be done. Let me briefly check this.
E4 to
Let's catch up with the players. They made a lot of moves.
yeah.
Yeah, rook c7, queen b8, and in this position the engine suggested playing rook b7 and putting the bishop on c6, which I think is kind of understandable. You want your piece on active squares. Rook b7,
Yes.
queen somewhere, bishop c6, maybe knight e5 to follow.
Yes.
White is still fine, but that was the only way to be fine. And after bishop b1, knight d5. Now the suggestion is it's quite unpleasant for white. Simply because the black pieces are better. It's not like
Very
you're dropping
good.
any material, but
Very
your
good.
pieces are just not on good squares
Very
at all.
good. Are the
Time, yes,
Yes,
absolutely. 15
a
seconds for
factor.
Leinier, 25 for Gukesh. They are in time trouble.
knight e7?
Yeah, knight e7 is a bit of a panicky move on 10 seconds, I feel. Like he didn't need to remove the knight from a good square.
I think
Maybe
he's
he was
looking at
hoping to
rook
repeat a
d8
few
and
times to get
Maybe,
some
yeah.
time.
Rook d8 and knight
Five.
f5.
Yeah,
Maybe.
He's
I
done it.
guess, but I think trading the bishop on b1 for that knight on f5 might actually be
Yes, it's,
something that white is very interested in.
Yeah, a success.
Instead, the engine was playing queen a8, b5, b4, maybe trying to get the knight
H4.
over to c3.
when the knight is on
When the knight was
b5,
still on d5, yeah.
b5, b4, maybe knight c3, h4.
This last move, yes.
Wow.
He doesn't want h5 because the rook is controlling the fifth rank.
Yes.
Does he want to put the knight on g5?
Maybe,
h5.
h5 in response does give white some additional squares which weren't
Bishop
available
F6,
before.
King G7 on
Much easier to
Leinier.
play this with black.
Yeah.
I feel so.
You
I
can
feel
maybe
that
do
way
some
as well.
gardening with white, get the pawn to a4, play bishop c2, to stop b5, b4 ideas.
Yeah, I'm actually very enthusiastic about what you just said. Playing a2, a4 kind of releases my bishop, and I want to get back into civilization. Queen b2.
Queen b2 chosen.
8 seconds for Leinier. 7.
Yeah, a
6.
bit of a strange move.
It's going
but-
down.
He's
4.
gone down to 1 second in the past.
Yeah, we were
went down to
expecting
two.
bishop f6.
Yes.
We were expecting bishop f6, king g7. It's a very solid way to kind of restructure a little bit, get
Bishop
things under
E4,
control.
defending the pawn on a2. Maybe it's time for queen a7.
Maybe.
In a way,
I would
feel
like it on d6 though. I think
3
having
seconds?
played it the way we played it, okay, you're more in tune with
This is
with
more
Leinier
about the
here.
speed now than it is about the
Yeah,
position.
rook 1 d2. I think white stabilized. I think the bishop had no business being on e4. I think Leinier could have basically locked it in on b1. It would have never gotten to good squares.
Just
Can we play
preventing
knight e5
c7.
now? And if yes, do we want to play knight e5 now? I think g3, king g2 is a
also
good bit of
repair.
gardening by.
It's hard to
Yeah.
make those
Yeah.
decisions that completely change your structure with no time on the clock.
Well, they're going to be playing with no time for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I want to play rook c5 and maybe try to get one pair of rooks off, because I'm annoyed by the fact that I have no control over the one open file here. Now the 5
Right.
white blitzes instantly goes
rook
rook b4. Yeah.
Is he inviting b5? No, rook to d6 defends the pawn.
Yeah, maybe queen d7 is
Back
being
in,
hinted at, yeah.
back in business.
Do you think
The
white
old
will
Korchnoi-Karpov games, yeah, with the Alekhine gun along the...
Yes.
sooner or later
Along the
white will
d4.
have to take on a 5 to save the
Or
d4
knight
pawn?
e5?
You would assume so, one of those two
Oh,
things,
knight
yeah.
e5, rook d4 suddenly rears.
Yeah,
its
maybe
head.
not immediately.
Calculate.
Yeah, yeah. And
Knight
Leinier
went
says,
back.
no, I don't want to allow it. Goes back to e7.
Wow.
This is nervy stuff.
Yeah.
Still
Okay,
anything can
knight
happen.
e5.
95. Finally, yeah.
By the way-
having secured the back rank,
Hello, hello.
Gukesh
don't-
says, why not 95?
Definitely looks like white made some improvements.
Yeah,
Big time.
absolutely does. Yeah.
The bishop on b1 is suddenly on a very good square. Kind of dominates the knight. And again, no
7,
time.
6, 5, 4. Rook a4 played, allowing, no, maybe not allowing any attack. I like this move. It's a good, solid move. Removing yourself from all kinds of forks on c4. Also, actually putting additional pressure on the white isolani on d4.
But you don't really
Exactly.
want to take on b4, right? Because then queen on b4
Not,
is annoying.
not particularly, no.
15 seconds for
But
Gukesh.
maybe he set up an opportunity to also
To
play,
play
for
b6,
queen
b5, I was
b5.
looking at that as well. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree
because
with you.
that queen on a7 is kind of lurking.
Yeah, which
right?
is why I wanted it on d6. It's kind of difficult to play with a queen in a7
Hold on,
position.
isn't Gukesh turning?
3
he
seconds,
made,
yeah.
Wow, with 3 seconds.
3
Uh-oh, he's
seconds.
inviting b5.
Well.
5 seconds.
3, 2.
Did he make?
1 second? Yes.
And
He
knight
made
F-
it with one,
I guess he wants knight f5, but this is a bit knight c6 then.
b5.
4,
Let's get in
3,
some activity
2.
now.
Whoa, we are kind of going in the wrong direction here
1
with black.
Seems that way.
second or 2 seconds he made that move.
2.
2.
Seems like he's still sort of in control, but the queen on a7 is just so not where it should be.
Right.
a4 maybe with white. Rook c4.
Okay.
Queen takes a2. Queen
Queen-
takes b6. Bishop takes e5.
I'm taking on a2 just to get close to the white king.
Again, 2 seconds.
Queen a5.
Queen
Okay, this endgame is very level now, I guess.
Okay.
If it's an
Trade
endgame, like
everything.
maybe he, yeah, knowing Gukesh, maybe he doesn't.
They
take
don't
it.
want to navigate the ending.
But honestly, bishop e5, rook d2, maybe he's worse now again, because that bishop against knight, the pawn on e5 is always very, yeah,
He's done
exactly,
it?
like you go
He's
for this.
invited rook to d2.
Yeah, you can also play knight f5, but I think
Which-
you begin by rook d2 and then you go
I think
from
queen
there.
b2 was a bad move.
Yeah,
I
queen
think
before
that-
knight f5. No, this is now problematic for white. You could very easily find yourself in trouble. Maybe you still hold after queen b4, but this is not. Queen b4, queen takes a2, maybe even.
Yes.
Because I will
F2
pick up
is
the
that.
bishop and queen f6 check will be stopped.
Exactly.
It's a.
Oops.
Hang on, he's just in a lot of trouble now after rook d2, no?
And he's
Yes.
down to last 3 seconds.
Yeah,
He
if
played-
Leinier sees queen takes a2, maybe he
This
just
is-
wins, no?
He wins on the spot. In fact, queen takes a2, queen
Yeah.
takes e7,
He spotted it.
rook f2.
Yeah, I think
and rook
Gukesh didn't
f3.
realize there's no queen f6 check at the end of that line.
So what
And now
we were
he's just gone, no?
Queen takes e7 with the idea of queen f6 is met by rook f2 check and rook f3.
Yeah, Gukesh has done this, and Leinier is like trying to figure out what he missed, but he hasn't missed anything. Rook f3, and there's no perpetual.
Queen f2 is coming.
Yeah. Queen f2 on, and that's it. That's game over.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Gukesh
that's just the game.
Didn't have to walk into this. He could have traded queens and
wow.
Yeah, take on a5, you're not worse.
Well, that was a nervy time scramble, I've got to tell you. I'm going to go back to the game between Grigoriy and Fabi. That game is still ongoing. I don't know how Fabi has not converted. And
he's enjoying it. His advantage.
Well, he's been a piece up for a couple of pawns.
It's actually, you know, for a piece down position, this is more...
It's not that easy.
Yeah, because White now has some passers on the king side, reasonably well advanced passers even, and, you know, on increment, you do occasionally fail to win these types of positions.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You blunder one pawn on a7, and then there's no win.
And suddenly it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you take...
And by the way, they're down on the clock too, right? I mean, if I'm reading that right on the clock, it's...
25 seconds for both.
No, this is now very nervy, because after king f3, maybe you... The line the engine suggests is very, very difficult to play for a human player.
Rook a3?
Yeah, rook a3, king e4, allowing f5 check would have been... That's not easy at all.
That is nasty.
Bishop c5, I think, is what you play as a human being.
And you don't go king f5, rook f6 mate.
Yeah, you go king e7. But maybe knight g3 now. Oh no, knight g3, rook a3 check, and then knight g5. That's annoying.
Yes, I was about to say with knight g3.
Maybe start by rook c6, or just push. Yeah, I think once again, as a human, just push.
Well, wait a minute.
Rook h4, knight f4,
oh, wait
push,
a minute. Yeah. There's rook, what?
Rook a3. Good move, I think.
Because he can go to e4.
Yeah, because the king cannot really go forward. And now knight d5, king e5.
King
e4 is very strong.
Rook e3, threatening knight d5 mate.
Yes.
That is strong.
Hello.
That's
strong. That's winning, and he's found it.
And he has found it. Uh-oh.
It's nice.
That's going to take... That's the winning move. That's just...
That is very strong.
Poor Grigoriy, he just...
f6, king e6, re-establishing the same threat of knight d5 mate. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He just...
So you have to go f7 and...
Yeah, but rook g7, but now king f8, and there is no stopping knight d5, yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Rook g7 check, king f8, f6, yeah?
You asked, but it costs you...
Oh, e2.
Yeah, it costs you
I'm sorry.
a knight on it. So
He did play it.
Well, you still have to be a little bit careful, because those pawns are very well advanced, and the king will be quite safe on g6. But yeah, of course you're winning with two pieces.
Two extra pieces, yeah.
Two pieces.
At the end of the day, you can always give one of them back for the pawn. And
knight to d5, just to make sure that the king doesn't have
doesn't go too far, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have such a comfortable life.
Yes, and you don't lose h5.
Indeed.
Rook d7, maybe trying to kick it.
I love this. Just a veracity.
Oof.
Ooh.
You found it.
Yeah, which is why you play rook d7. Yeah, because I didn't even realize rook d2 was blundering anything.
Yeah,
I guess you go rook f2 check here.
King g6 still threatening mate.
Knight f4, knight king h6.
But rook f2 check is a very good one, because then you can play for knight f4 and there's no checkmate.
Right. And then you can always go back knight e6 as well and just protect the last rank.
Yes.
No more mates.
Okay, but clock time. The clock time is...
It's running down. Ooh, knight e7. He's giving it back just
He's heading, okay.
to end this.
I don't think he saw rook f2 and knight... so he's giving back a piece.
Honestly, I think it's a very good practical decision.
Because you get to play king g7.
Bishop f2, a7 is forever protected.
Yeah.
Very, very solidly.
Rook to d5.
I like this as a practical decision.
Rook c7.
Or bishop f2, let's take h4 as well.
Bishop f2. Let's take h4.
As long as we keep
g6.
the a7 pawn alive.
And again, Fabi is...
Rook c7? King g6? Is he just going to push the 8 pawn?
I think
he's probably winning, but that's not the way I would have approached it. Yeah, I think he's just saying my one is just running so quickly now.
And by the way, whenever we get the bishop to d4, your 2 are not very effective. Like if white ever has to drop his rook back.
Yeah, and also importantly, the setup, if you go rook d8, rook a8, there's always rook a7.
Rook d8.
So you can't even put your rook behind.
Rook a8. Yeah, it's a beautiful bishop.
Yeah, this is definitely a winning endgame.
Yeah.
I like that sacrifice of the knight.
97?
Yeah.
I give nothing. I would have played rook f2.
He was done at the right moment.
Again, rook a7. King d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
King, bishop d... No, I would play king
I mean, everything is winning. King, I like king d6, yeah.
King d6.
And then just push the pawn.
Push the pawn.
Unstoppable. And you'll have to give me another check just to drop the rook down, but then king e5, I get even closer to your pawns.
Right.
Very simple conversion from here.
Yeah. King takes h5, let's go. a4.
Yeah, I think even if you give white 2 extra tempi, you might still be lost.
Yeah, if you get king g6 and h5,
Right.
let's say, I still would probably prefer Fabi's. Now Fabi is thinking about rook d7 in order to meet rook a8 with bishop a7.
But no need.
No need.
Bring the king over.
Reminding ourselves that the pawn is on the correct promotion square.
Yeah, if you have to play rook d2, rook a2, your position is completely lost. Of course.
Exactly.
That is never going to be a problem for black to convert.
g6 pushed.
g6, a3.
a3.
In a heartbeat.
Guess rook d1.
a2.
But a2, yes.
Now it's just going to cost you a rook.
Mm-hmm.
And the g-pawn is not really about to threaten anything anyway.
Especially with a king nicely placed on e6. Means we get to play king to f6 whenever we like. a2.
I was briefly wondering if there are some stalemates you can go for, but
Me too, I was looking at that, but
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I'm sure I can imagine a scenario where you play bishop e3, g7, rook takes g7, that's stalemate, but that's a bit
Artificial.
artificial. Exactly
Yeah.
the word I was looking for, yeah.
And there's a resignation.
Nice,
Important win for Fabi.
Smooth win. I think Fabi came out of the opening actually with the upper hand, and the conversion, when he got in f5 and e5, it was all play on one gold, Peter.
Yeah.
We had 3 decisive games out of 5. Not a bad start.
Very good. For our round 7, we'll get that new
For a very
standing
clean
soon.
80%, 60% decisive results. We were on 18 out of 30, now we're on 21 out of 35.
Exactly.
Very good tournament continues, and very good tournament for Fabi continues.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings.
After 7 rounds? Yes. Still double checking. Wow, 3 Americans are leading in top 3 again. Fabiano Caruana in clear first. Levon is now in clear second after his win, and Wesley in clear third. There's a tie for 4th. Leinier joins MVL.
Yeah, congratulations to Leinier for taking down the world champion. We've reached that time of our broadcast. We're going to take our first break. We check in with our friends at Q Boutique to ask them, what do you got for us today? And designed for those always on the move. This is a premium travel bag branded with the Rapid and Blitz logo. Keeps your grooming tools, chargers, and daily must-have items in one organized case. It is available online at qboutiquestl.com, or please come in person to the St. Louis Chess Club and claim yours.
I think the players got that at the opening.
Yeah, that was the drawing of the lots.
Well, as we go to break, Yasser had a chance to talk with Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Take a listen and we'll be right back.
Nodirbek, thank you so much for joining me and for this interview. Great to have you. Today, seriously, I feel that something is marvelous about the chess world. We live in a golden period. There are so many tournaments, and very importantly, with very good prize monies as well. Tell us your perspective.
Yeah, we have many, high-profile chess tournaments. That's a great time to be a professional chess player, because
Right.
we are having so many chances to play,
Right.
and with very good prize funds.
Exactly.
I mean, 10 years back, you couldn't, I think, imagine
Right.
that would be, the way to progress. But yeah, I mean, incredible things happened, and now we are earning as never before. So it's a very good thing.
Right.
But one thing is, I can say from my perspective is, it's taking huge amount of time.
Right. It takes
Because
its toll.
it's getting very tougher and tougher to concentrate on one thing and to really strike hard on that. It's kind of, you have to combine things. Also, you have to prepare and do your get some rest. I'm still young, so in that way it helps me.
Right.
But I definitely feel stressed and exhausted at some point. At those times, I think that it has some downsides, but in general, it's a very good thing.
Boy, you just hit on so many things. So we have the Grand Chess Tour, we have the World Chess Championship Cycle, the
Yes.
FIDE. We have esports, we have
Freestyle.
Fischer Freestyle. Soon will come the Grand Prix, Swiss Grand Prix for the candidates. Soon will come the candidates. And the rise of Gukesh, 18-year-old world champion. Some thoughts, inspiring for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible achievement for him.
Right.
He's a very talented, super, hardworking guy, and I think he very well deserved the title. He played better and he maintained his nerves better than Ding. And I think most important thing was that the way he won the candidates, that was very inspiring to watch. He maintained, his high level game, and he never, struggled in the whole candidates tournament, and that was very inspiring to watch. I really, enjoyed his games in the candidates. He's still very young. He's, from my generation, and I think we're gonna have a lot of great games in the future, and maybe one day also a world championship match.
We can only hope. You mentioned it yourself. There's so many tournaments, but chess is a young person's game, and it seems to be that, like yourself, Prague, Arjun. We just were speaking about the youngster from Turkey. We have Oro from Argentina. The geniuses, they are coming. Wow, maybe the greatest generations we ever saw are appearing in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I think as most people say that, if they would name, the one great generation, they would name like 1990, this Magnus generation.
Magnus, wow, Fabi Magnus.
But looking at from to our generation, I think it's going to be even stronger, and we have many more players to come.
Right.
So I think it's going to be, it's going to overtake that generation.
We're going to wrap up the interview. I'm just going to ask you 5 questions incredibly quickly.
Okay.
You get 3 seconds to answer. Your favorite opening is white.
Rio Lopez.
Your favorite defense to e4.
Berlin.
Your favorite defense to d4.
KGD.
Favorite food.
Bluff. That's a local.
Yeah. Your favorite chess commentator.
Jan Gustafsson.
A replacement. Thank you. No one to say. Nodirbek, thank you so much for joining me. Much success in the Grand Chess Tour, and I hope you make the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Tour, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. we want you to come out and experience it with us. And make sure you get your tickets, because by next year, it may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings up to round 7.
It's exciting because Fabi's chasing records.
He is. He has 12 points, and Levon is not far behind with 10 points. In clear third, it's Wesley So with 9 points.
Tell me about the pairings coming up for round 8 and what Fabi has to do to make a record.
The record is 15.5?
15,
16?
I believe, out of 18 is a...
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wesley is playing Gukesh.
Yeah.
Fabiano's facing Liem
with the white pieces. Yeah.
Right. Leinier is playing MVL. Some Shankland against Nodirbek, and Levon is playing Grigoriy.
Exactly. What we've been talking about during our break was that we've had a lot of Rapid and Blitz, Peter, and we've seen some outstanding results.
And in fact, even in the previous event, I think Gukesh in the rapid portion beginning with a loss and then going on an absolute tear. And I think finishing with that 15 out of 18. For Fabi, a win and a draw will get him there. 2 wins today, if he actually manages, might be a record-breaking score of 16 out of 18, which is a bit too much. Chill. We can leave some points for some other people. Come on.
It's disrespectful to the rest of the field. Yeah. I believe it's Magnus, too, who had twice achieved that incredible score of 15 points out of a
That's plus 6,
18.
and plus 6 in rapid in these fields is frankly stunning.
But I think both times Magnus did that, he collected most of these points in the Blitz and not in rapid.
No, we're talking about just the rapid portion only. Only.
Really?
So 18 points in the rapid up for the grab, 18 points in the Blitz up for grabs as well. So the
record for the full tour event out of 36 available, I believe, is 27, which has been achieved, I think, once by Magnus and maybe once by Hikaru, I want to say.
Yeah.
That's still some way away. We still have 2 days of Blitz to go. But on current form, with Fabi showing what he's showing, who knows?
Yeah. You were mentioning Gukesh a moment ago having an outstanding rapids, and then he came to the Blitz, and that was where things just went unhinged. And Magnus passed him, in fact, in Zagreb.
3 points or more,
exactly. So the players getting ready for round 8, and just to remind you of the pairings, and you see...
we're going to follow the leaders. Fabiano is facing Liem, and he needs a win, of course, to extend his lead. Levon is playing Grigoriy. He will also be playing, of course, for a win.
And
Wesley.
we see Levon also. And again, why is it that Fabi and Levon need such great results? Because the Grand Chess Store standings demands that they score those 13 and 12 Grand Chess Store points.
Because they're currently sharing last place.
That's the problem.
A very, very unusual spot for Fabi to find himself in the GCT. He normally is very much near the top or at the top of the GCT standings. But not this year so far, but he is taking great steps towards correcting that situation.
Yeah, only 2 tournaments left for the Final Four.
I know it, and it's all going to come down to the granddaddy of them all, the Sinkville Cup, the classical event. That'll be coming up right after this, starting on Monday. Reserve your seats, as I have to say.
If you're missing classical chess, you have to wait only 5 days.
I want to say, boldly state the obvious. I was shocked that Gukesh turned what appeared to be a pretty balanced game into a lost position in about 3-4 moves, and he was pushing the envelope. He could have played, he didn't need the queen b2
Not
move
at
at the
all.
end there.
He really took an unnecessary risk.
Exactly. I feel from the Indian players, they're so ambitious. Prague, Arjun, Gukesh, it's like they want to win from even bad positions, if you will. He didn't have a
Sometimes
bad
it
position.
backfires, yeah.
And that is the downside, of course. You can overestimate your chances. Wesley So having a very, very typical rock-solid performance. He's very happy to win one game a day and draw the others and have a great
Go undefeated.
position. Yeah, have a great position going into the Blitz. But this is the man of the moment, Fabiano with the white pieces up against Liem Lee, head coach for Webster University, making his team proud.
Are we going to see Petrov?
No, Berlin is his favorite. I don't think, yeah, he's allowing the Berlin.
You were expecting Jacobiano?
Yes.
Bishop c4, yeah.
And Liam said, look, I already won this ending once. And Fabi's saying, I know you did. I don't want to play the ending.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No, we're not going to. Are we
I
going to
was very much hoping for some kind of a gambit because there are these fashionable lines with a4 and all kinds of things like that. But no, we are getting knight f5 is a bit of good news for all of us as viewers, I think, because if we talk about the theory of this variation, the position after bishop f1, the lines beginning with castle with why am I constantly playing king f8 here? The lines beginning with takes, takes, and castles, I believe, are drier than the positions after knight f5, knight f3, castles, d4, d5, and c3. This also doesn't really look like a double-edged opposite castling Sicilians. But these positions are actually quite intricate because you still have to find spaces for your pieces. White often will play bishop d3, queen c2. This knight maybe is getting aimed at g3. The bishop might want to be on f4. Black's biggest immediate problem, I guess, is this knight on c6, which has no future. So perhaps you play bishop d6, knight c7 as early as possible. And just generally, there's more pieces left on the board. Very simply, there's fewer trades. And it's a more strategically complex position compared to those lines with knight e5, rook e5, and castles. So as a viewer, I am very much in favor of Liam not taking on e5 there.
Have either of you played Berlin defense?
No. Not
really?
this.
No. I am under a geese. I self-imposed. I'm mispronouncing that word, and I will consult my phone as to how to pronounce it correctly. But yeah, I gave myself a solemn vow. It's a vow.
Very nice.
That I will never play the Berlin with black, and so far I held to the word.
Respect.
I wanted once, if I'm permitted a personal story, I've wanted to play knight f6, castles, bishop c5 against Grishuk once in a World Cup final in 2011. But the force of that vow was so strong that I began with bishop c5. I began with bishop c5, so that nobody would accuse me of trying to play the Berlin. It's a much worse move. It allows c3. It allows all kinds of things I did not want to allow. But I just couldn't. Like I told myself, I cannot play knight f6 because, a word is a word. Man has to be. Word is my bond. Almost lost that game, but still important to keep to your principles.
I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah, I know. Nice story. I like that. Bishop c5. Oops. I must say, this position does not thrill my senses. I mean, it's not really doing anything for me. But
it's not very
I
exciting
must
yet.
say, the move a2, a4 is another one of those moves that just leaves me scratching my head. And I understand Fabi is trying all kinds of different chicanery, if you will.
I can sort of explain it though, because perhaps you remember that that fateful Singful Cup where we had all the drama connected with the participation of one Hans Niemann. He had a game against Levon Aronian there, where I think what happened was he played a4 here, if I remember correctly, and Levon played a6, bishop f1, bishop e7, and they got the usual position with the inclusion of a4 and a6. And in the end, the pawn went to a5, white played d2, d4, and the square on c5 was consistently available to this knight on b1. And what Fabi is doing here is a sort of the same thing. Obviously, with the dark square bishop still on the board, it's not yet such a tremendous target for you. But you are probably going to be playing, well, you're gaining some space on the queen side. Maybe you will play b2, b4 later. You're trying to ask black, do you want to play a6 or not? And if black does play a6, and you imagine some kind of a scenario where, I don't know, later in the game, I get the dark square bishops off the board, this is going to be a very useful target. And just generally fixing the black structure on the queen side like this and gaining some space is something that people do quite often in these structures. And white is also, I think, very, very much helped by the fact that you absolutely can invest to tempi into a4, a5 here. Black isn't really going anywhere.
Right.
Our position is so solid, and black really is lacking for any kind of proactive counterplay that you absolutely can and maybe even should do something like this. In terms of counterplay for black, one plan I always very much liked was to play f6 with the intention of playing g5. Not just to, hint at some attacks on the king side, which generally don't really materialize. You're denying the f4 square for the bishop. You're also giving yourself maybe a useful square to drop this knight back to g7 to play bishop f5 later. So if we are to talk about potential sort of proactive ideas for black, this is the one I always felt was the most interesting. But you can also just do something like this. Drop pieces back, develop the bishop to f5, this knight comes out to e6. You're not really worried about a5, a6. If I were black in these types of structures, I would actually pretty much never play a7, a6 unless absolutely forced. I would like to keep the structure more fluid, and if white plays a6, I'm not that worried about it. So that would be my sort of initial impression here.
Thank you, Peter. Two takeaways from that dissertation, by the way, which was I found incredible. Number one, that he remembered there were other games going on during that tournament. And that a4, a5 really does have a point. A deeper point is to earn full, flexible, full control over the c5 square. We're going to go to greener pastures. Where more exciting things happen.
More exciting opening in Levon's game against Grigoriy.
Yep. Oh,
It's
definitely.
2 knights versus
What
2
the
bishops.
heck is going on? A Rossalimo, okay, with b2, b3, f7, f6. Reminded of the Boris Gelfand Viswanathan Anand World Championship. But they're not supposed, I understand knight h6, but they're not supposed to allow bishop takes h6.
No, this is a very novel approach. d4 knight f7 is a very well-known theoretical idea. White goes bishop a3, you take c takes d4. Yes, he will have to take on f8 with perhaps the king, but he will be able to castle artificially quite comfortably later. You play perhaps, I don't know, g6, king g7 or something.
But a totally
c takes d4.
approach.
C takes d4 is, I'm sure it's not unheard of, but it's extremely rare.
Yeah.
If you look at this, like there are 40 games reaching here, and in 36 of them, black played knight f7, and only 4 games
with g6
saw c takes d4.
Yeah.
And yet now we have this position where it seems like black has some kind of active piece play. There is an open g file you can try to pretend is going to give you a lot of counterplay. You have some bishop d6 ideas, perhaps once again aiming some pieces at the white king. But these knights control a lot of squares, and I'm not a firm believer in these types of attacks. And somehow, even though the structure really is very different, the game that this brought to my mind, let's see if we can, if we are properly
on the same.
Yeah, on the same. Any ideas at all? Because there's a very specific game which I think you might get there. Although it's also Sicilian, but not this line at all. There is a very famous game from the Linares 1991 in which Vasily Ivanchuk beat Garry Kasparov, which was a bishop b5 check, and eventually they got to a structure where black had the 2 bishops, black had to take g takes f6 at some point. And once again, Garry thought, okay, bishops, semi-open, g file, I should have a counterplay. And Vasily just controlled everything with those 2 knights and control in the center and won a very illustrative game. It was the beginning of his fantastic results in Linares. I think he won that 1991 Linares ahead of Kasparov and possibly also Karpov, who were still kind of dominating the tournament circuit in those years.
Right.
I like this for white.
Let me refresh my board. Control. Who's taken the most? Grigoriy is,
Levon hasn't spent any time. He's gained time, so he's still in his prep.
Right. What's your take, Nessie?
Very hard to follow it. I like the bishops. I like the open G file, but hard to disagree with the engine or Peter. So.
I'll disagree with the engine and Peter, but I'm not going to take you. You won me over there. Yeah. Somehow the knight on E3 is keeping a cramp. Okay, but let's put it this way: if you're black, you're looking to play bishop b7 and c5, right? You're trying to blast open this long diagonal and you're looking at the e-pawn. Are you wanting to play queen g6? And I don't know, are you reaching for f5?
Yes.
Give me your setup.
The king especially, right?
King on the queen side?
Yes.
Okay.
I did probably on b8.
Right.
But bishop b7, c5 has to happen.
Yep. So these are, and then from white's point of view, maybe queen d3, cementi, f4, rook f2, keeping everything somehow controlled.
Then play on the queen side, right?
Yes, especially when the black king ends up on the king side, queen side, pardon me. So queen d3, f4, rook f2. From black's point of view, bishop b7, c5, castles long. Well, we've got a great game in store. I'm going to also check in on Wesley, because Wesley is playing again very, very controlled game, and Wesley is the master of this line. It's still all theory. We're going to come back to this. Peter,
but I feel I've been monologizing. Is that a word?
No.
Soliloquying.
No, it's not.
Talking too much. I should maybe talk less.
Great.
And I felt a lecture on the Italian coming on, and because I honestly am not qualified to give lectures on the Italian, I thought we'd much rather talk about this, where I'm also not qualified to give a lecture on the opening, but at least it's absolutely crazy. We've seen this line in this tournament before. This actually was that really crazy game between Fabi and Levon, which started with h5. In this one, and this is the game between Sam Shankland and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Sam starts with knight e4. Knight e2 here is playable as well. Nodirbek starts with knight e4. But Sam goes queen c2, and black plays h5. Once again, my screen suggests f2, f3 is very logical. But Sam instead goes bishop d3, h4, bishop e5, f6. Have we lost a bishop?
No.
Bishop takes e4, d4. Have we lost a bishop? No. d4, d5. Introducing the idea of queen a4 check and taking away the c6 square from the knight, from which the knight could protect the bishop before. Are we about to take something with black? No. Bishop f5. Not even stopping queen a4 check, but intending to meet queen a4 check with knight d7, so that we can take on e5 with the knight later.
That's beautiful.
Is somebody finally going to take something? No. Because white would very much like for black to take on e5 with the pawn, and then we play queen a4 check. In fact, my screen currently disagrees with long castles. It was saying that knight e2 is a much more flexible move.
Thank God, I thought you were going to suggest knight f3.
No, knight e2. The idea being that f e5, queen a4 check, knight d7, queen takes b4. We might actually be castling kingside. We don't really want to absolutely lock ourselves in with to positions with the king on c1. And now after long castles, black kind of needs to go f e5. Castles is also fine, but f e5 is quite strong. The point being that if you do this, this is coming.
Okay.
It's coming very quickly, and it's difficult to stop. And because we have no option of hiding the king on g1, the knight on d3 will be quite painful. And seemingly, you kind of have to, pawn grabber's club.
Sure, but
it's obviously very, very scary after something like castles, but the engine does suggest this is still playable, but I would be panicking here with white if I didn't know what was happening.
Me too, but in that position, Peter, after queen takes b4, could I have played d6 for white?
Queen e7, d6, but you're worse
after... Knight d5?
Yeah, this is quite remarkable. You actually just worse after queen d8, because I have rook c8, rook c6. And then everything starts getting kicked back. You have to play queen a3 once again. Because the knight is not on e2 yet, I can play knight b6, drop this knight back, and now I play queen e7. In these endgames, you would be excused maybe in thinking that e4 is weak, but with the pawn on h4, you're never getting knight e2, g3. And it's actually much more relevant that I have a bishop, f2 might be a target. I'm still maybe dreaming of one day landing this knight on d3. The engine likes this for black.
Remarkable.
In the meantime, fe5 hasn't been played. And knight d7 the engine dislikes. Now after bishop d4...
Which is on the board.
Which is on the board. Well, you finally had to save that bishop. You couldn't really leave it unpreed forever.
It was like 5 moves.
Yeah, and now we have a kind of a finely balanced, completely messy position on the board. I have no idea where black is supposed to castle. Probably kingside. You probably play something like a6 to drop the bishop back to d6 and stop knight b5 for the future. White probably puts the king on b1, and we get some kind of a... still very interesting position, but a lot more balanced than it was a moment ago.
The chaos has died down, but it's still pretty...
A little bit, yeah.
It's still pretty darn
The
chaotic.
pieces are hanging all over the board.
That was hilarious, queen a5 check. You want him to play f takes e5 so he couldn't play knight on d7 takes e5. It's like, wow.
Well,
Thank you,
with
Peter.
Leinier and MVL, both players are currently sharing 4th place and hoping to
I feel
top 3.
Somehow I feel we've seen the Sicilian before, but no, this is a very different.
Was with the white pieces in the last game against Nodirbek.
There was a white pawn on a5. There was a black bishop on d7.
Very similar, yeah.
And also MVL was white.
And also MVL.
By the way, if you didn't know, if you didn't go through the game, and you looked at the position currently on the board, which Sicilian was it? What do you think?
Najdorf.
Looks like a rouser, no?
Only because the bishop, an English attack with f3 and bishop e3, an English attack.
Yeah, but the bishop is on g5. And the black setup, you get, it's a kind of a mix. It was a Najdorf, but it's this very, very fashionable new way of playing the Najdorf, where you play bishop g5, which is, of course, one of the absolute main moves of the Najdorf, threatening black with all the, since the times of Fischer, like the poison pawn and everything. Yeah. And then you say no. I provoked e6, now I'm very happily playing the English attack, as you mentioned. Yeah. And in fact, if black plays h6, the bishop very happily drops back to e3. And we're playing an English attack a full tempo down. But tempo,
that's your extra tempo.
But that tempo is h7, h6, meaning that if I get my g4 and h4 in, g5 will have a hook, which is very, very useful for white. MVL has a lot of experience on the black side of this. He played some very interesting games against Magnus in particular. I think he used to play h6, bishop e3, and even h6, h5 here. Those games were going like this, and then queen d2, and we play a kind of a strange English attack type of position. He had this in the Grand Chess Tours a couple of times against Magnus, and I want to say against maybe Ali Reza, and he also had this in this endless candidates tournament against Kirill Alexeyenko, a game I'm very intimately familiar with because I blundered something in the preparation and Kirill had to work things over the board. He did work it out, but yeah, that wasn't my finest hour. But today MVL just chooses to develop normally, knight bd7, white goes queen d2, b5, as is very often the case these days. The pawn on b5 immediately gets stopped by playing a2, a3, bishop b7, long castles, bishop b7, king b1, queen e1, very typical type of development for white. Castles h4, knight e5, and a bit of a surprising choice here by Leinier. I'm not sure I like f3, f4 here, and not just because my screen disagrees with it. I just generally in these types of structures feel like, yeah, we have this wonderful windbreaker where both a knight on f6 and a bishop on b7 currently aren't doing very much. And we have a plan, kind of a very well-declared plan of playing g4, g5. So why are we deviating from it? I guess maybe he thought it's just working out move by move. And if black plays knight c4, e4, e5 actually is very strong. The engine says this is a big, big advantage for white, specifically because in this position, what I think is very missable is the move knight f5, which is massively strong. The black position is starting to really creak, and it's not pleasant. But knight d7 was quite strong in response with very unclear play, but MVL also reacted kind of strangely. He's gone knight g4, and now bishop e2 is playable, and e5 is very playable.
Yeah.
The assumption has to be MVL wants to go rook takes e3. Otherwise, I don't quite understand what he's doing. You can't really go d takes e5, knight takes e6. You lose a lot of material.
That's bad.
You can't really play knight d5. I mean, maybe this is what he wants, but once again, nothing much changed. Knight f5 remains very, very strong. Yeah. So you have to assume the intention is rook takes e3, and now, of course, if b takes e3, knight d5, you're very happy with black. But ef6, you have to play rook e3. But now both queen takes e3 yeah, like let's say fe7, rook e1, and then ef8. Shockingly, this is not as clear a position as you would think. Currently, white is seemingly just a piece up.
The bishop g5.
But the bishop on g5 is going to get attacked. So maybe we shouldn't be as sharply critical of this decision as the engine suggests to begin with. But this is an incredibly committal thing to do. And also, you did have a reasonably decent alternative, because knight d7, e5, now with the x-ray along the g-file closed down, we can just do this, and we are very healthy.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
And Nazi, where do these two players stand coming into round 8?
They're sharing 4th place and looking to join the leaderboard top 3.
Yeah. And that is the standings after round 7, of course, as Fabi is chasing the history books. I just want to check in on Fabi again for those of joining us late. Should Fabi win his last 2 games of today, he could tell our audience what that means with the graphic. What could it mean if Fabi was to win his last 2 games of the day?
Well, 15 points out of 18 has only been achieved 3 times before in Grandchester. Magnus Carlsen did it twice, in 2019 both times. Fabi did it last year in Croatia. And okay, so if Fabi could tie or break the record currently, sitting at 12 out of 14 possible points.
Right.
So a win and a draw in the final 2 rapid rounds.
He'd only tie the record with that.
Tie. But if he wins both, he will break the record, have 16 out of 18.
And that's just disrespectful for the field to score 16 out of 18. Wow. And as Peter was mentioning, he had played the move a2, a4. We kind of gave up in this game because it's sort of like, you're better, yeah, but it's not exciting or what have you. But suddenly got exciting. The pawn went to a6.
Got all the way to a6. Yeah.
Now came c3, c4, and the current position, especially, like Viktor Korchnoi chided me once. He said, Yasser, what are you doing? He said, look, you've played the move a6. Mm-hmm. It's very clear that you're playing for an advantage on the queen side. Now you've played the move g2, g4, so it's very clear you're playing for an advantage on the king side. And you've played c4 and d4, playing for an advantage in the center.
In the center, yeah.
You can't have it all. And that was my famous, why not?
Why not?
Why not? So sometimes you say to me, you can't have it all, and I go, why not? It comes back from Viktor Korchnoi. Fabi's trying to take over the whole board, center, king side, and queen side. And Liem is...
It's totally possible to have it all.
Yeah, to have it all. Liem is much like the Levon Aronian game. He's inviting bishop takes h6. I always was frightened to ever allow my opponent to do that. But
it just looks so good for white.
Yeah. But for the moment, he hasn't. Fabi has not rushed to do it.
The knight's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Until black plays f6 or king h8 or some
maybe
move.
Even f5. Peter, if you don't mind, weigh in on this last move. Rook d8, essentially inviting bishop takes h6, and is the computer saying...
No, we're not taking on h6.
We're not taking.
I think that's actually even pretty obvious from a very kind of common sense viewpoint, because you're giving black this gorgeous square on c4. White is still maybe better with very precise play, but if you imagine black having time to play king g7, knight g6, putting something on f4, it becomes a whole new game. And also, why are we taking off the board this really, really ugly piece?
That's true.
And one way of dealing with this position, I quite understand. The engine quite likes the move knight g5, saying that, let's say, if the bishop goes away, we can now close the center. Basically, I think the point is, in the current position, black is never replying to c takes d5 with the pawn. You always take with the knight and bishop. Right. So this is why we're playing knight g5. We're trying to ask black which of the two really poor situations they would prefer. Either cd5, cd5, where the situation in the center is stabilized, you have this problem for future endgames of the pawn on a7, you also still have this really, really horrible piece on h6, and white is simply better. You can do something like this. Or you can play queen e2 and just play for positional domination, bishop g2, the knight will come back to f3. This is just not great. Or, and this is probably preferable, you go d takes c4 and you play this position, which is also not very fun. Knight e4 maybe not even the most precise move. You could start maybe with queen e2, bishop d2, rook e1, try to put pressure on the e6 pawn. That's one way of treating it. The other one, which I very much enjoyed seeing the computer suggest, was the move c4, c5. A very unexpected positional pawn sacrifice. Bishop c7, you're just worse, much worse for that.
Give me the
so
pawn.
you kind of need to take twice.
Right.
And then we go knight a4,
Go back.
and then we go bishop e3. And we say, yes, this cost us a pawn, but I want to attack a7, I want to put this knight on c5, and I'm better everywhere. It is at the cost of a reasonably healthy pawn, but I'm better everywhere. And in fact, the engine starts breaking through with d4, with the idea of knight takes d4, c5, trying to play bishop h2 check. White is still better, but it becomes quite sharp. And honestly, it doesn't feel we are required to start parting with the material. I think knight g5 is sort of more logical. But one thing I will say about this position is that you probably need to play very energetically, because the other side of the coin is if you give black time to play, let's say, f6, knight f7, why is black worse?
Right.
Currently, if we are to claim any advantage, it's probably based on really, really misplaced pieces. Yeah. If you give black time enough to consolidate, you're not going to be much better or better at all. So Fabi has a choice.
And yet, I'm sitting here from Liem's perspective, and I'm saying, look at me, aren't I clever? I've provoked my opponent to play the move h3 and g4, exposing his king. Shouldn't I be looking for my own counterplay, Peter, with f7, f5, or do I never get a chance to play it?
It's not easy to organize. Although, considering the fact that the top three lines are all very forcing, c5 has actually disappeared, c takes d5 appeared, but I would really hate doing this. Machine says this is good, but I would really, really dislike giving black this gorgeous knight on d5. I think it's nobody really plays like this.
Right.
And the third move is queen e1, which makes me wonder.
F5.
Yeah, which makes me wonder if we're actually trying to stop f5, and if black gets a chance to play f5, let's say if we play something like b3. Yeah, 5 is absolutely coming. Either f5 or f6 is coming straight away.
But why queen e1 and not queen e2? Just queen e1 is a strange move.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's delicacies in chess. There's subtleties.
I think the point is, after queen e1, black kind of needs to accept this pawn sacrifice, and then you would like to retain some connection between the bishop on f1 and the pawn on c4, white goes knight e4. But once again, this is very, very difficult if you're not a computer.
Bishop
h6.
Bishop h6, bishop e4, queen e4, gh, bishop takes c4. This is workable, but I think the biggest challenge in playing queen e1 is just arriving at the idea of playing queen e1. Yeah.
But I was particularly attracted to knight g5, and Fabi has been spending quite some time.
Remains my
C5.
favorite option. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about c5 either. Yeah. Big moment here, as Fabi has been in the tank for some time. We like knight g5, but it's clear he likes his chances, and he's probably calculating this pawn sacrifice with c4, c5.
There's way too many options currently.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Leinier found this entire sequence culminating in knight f5 and is much better.
Let's jump to where we're following the game.
Leinier and MVL.
Leinier versus MVL. That's Sicilian. We saw the move f4, knight g4, giving white the chance to play e4, e5 for the.
Did you get a chance to talk to MVL during the break and ask why he took the draw against Nodirbek?
No, but I berated him for it.
You didn't ask. You just
I said, here I was, in this beautiful AC conditioned studio with my chess engine, watching Maxime force a draw from a position of strength and domination. Oh, hi, Maxime, there you are. Maxime's on his phone, just kind of like, yeah. Well, now that the commentators get to interact with the players, I get to needle them.
Yeah.
This has been great
f6
so far.
played by Maxime, and now white has a interesting number of choices. They all involve eventually playing rook takes d5, though. You can do it immediately, or you can play simpler. You can go knight takes e7.
Okay.
It's blocked. Oh, it's white to move.
Yeah,
After
knight
f6.
takes e7, queen takes e7, e takes f. Now black realizes the bishop is actually hanging.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Because there
oh
is an
dear.
X-ray
Panic.
along the e file. You
Knight
kind of
f6.
have to play queen c7.
After knight f6, rook d5.
It's still hanging. It's still hanging.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty. You
It
don't
is.
get a chance to see those double pins. Let's just enjoy.
Defended twice.
Yeah, the bishop is, you can't play e takes, one defender, and you can't play knight takes. That's pinned as well. Sorry, Peter, you were about to tell me about queen
c7, and the engine says it's probably time to play rook takes d5, because allowing queen takes c2 while this bishop is still alive would be painful. Queen takes c2, I'm assuming the king goes to a2. You eventually will have to pick up that rook. I have queen e6 check. And in the end, the knight on g4 is hanging. And as
take
far
on
as I can
g7
tell, there is
first?
no particular counterattack on the king.
And
take on
also,
g7,
also
right?
take on g7 first, of course.
Yeah.
So this appears to be very strong. There are some options which are also quite good in the current position, but they probably are a little bit more conservative. For instance, you can start with rook takes d5. And if black plays e takes d5, we go ef, and we're going to win that material back via the knight e7 check eventually.
You want to play knight e7 check?
No, I think I
Oh,
take on
bishop
f6, go
f6
knight
and
e7,
knight e7,
go knight e7, knight c8, and I am much better. But I think in terms of achieving the largest advantage, it's probably knight e7 followed by ef. You have to calculate all of these things cleanly,
Yeah,
though.
there's a big time difference between these two players. MBL still has 19 minutes, and Leinier's going down to 6 minutes. His position is great, but he needs to figure out or choose a way to continue and then speed up.
Yeah, our Rosalimo is heating up very nicely.
That's
by the way.
the Levon game?
Let's go to the Levon game for a second.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it really feels like Leinier could take control of this one with precise play. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
So we left it somewhere around here.
Yeah.
And in this position, I mean, white is just in control. You need to be careful to watch out for some pawn breaks, but after something like queen d2, the engine says white is much better. Levon, though, played queen d3, giving black a very interesting, very unusual tactic, actually. f5 suddenly works. And the difference is if you go e takes f5, after c5, you would like to play knight f3, but your rook on a1 is hanging.
Oh, hello. Surprise.
Your rook on
Why
a1
did
is
we
hanging.
play b3?
Yeah,
Right.
Knight f3 is a huge mistake. White is still kind of fine after f5 f6. And also you're not obliged to go ef. But if you are forced to go e4, e5, and black plays c5, knight f3, this is suddenly looking a
Now
lot
the
more
bishop.
pleasant for black, because this bishop is breathing now, and the other one is not that stupid either. But this hasn't been played. Instead, Grigoriy played c5, knight b5, and long castles. Once again, a very striking continuation. Like you invite knight takes a7 with
Right.
check. And Levon actually accepts the invitation. He took on a7, king b8, and now a very beautiful move, queen b5, double exclam. Because king a7, of course, runs into queen a5 check.
Give me the rook.
Yeah, black played bishop d6, Levon played rook a d1, and this is where we are currently. The knight on a7 appears to be somewhat stranded for the time being, but it probably escapes. The engine says everything loses but bishop c7, which I think is understandable. You do need it on a good square.
c5.
Now you have to play queen takes c5. Now, your only chance is the move queen f8. Well, once again, very understandable, because you do need to continue creating threats against that knight. And it's time to actually kind of bail.
Can we keep the queens on the board, play queen d4?
Queen d4, e5 becomes a mess. Actually, not even a mess. You have to take a draw now. f5, bishop takes e5. Queen a4 will lose material to queen c5, so you have to play queen b6.
Oh,
And then you have to play back. And this ends up being an immediate perpetual, which is why you take on f8. Black, let's say, takes with this rook. Knight b5. We include bishop b6. Let's say rook fe1 or king f2. I will pick this one up. Probably allowing rook takes g2 is not great, so we play g3. And it's a mess now, but we are up a pawn, yeah.
Right.
Black now has two
Reconnected
very
pawns.
strong bishops. Black has counterplay with h5, h4, potential counterplay maybe with e6, e5. But we are 2 pawns up, and we're not without our own ideas either. The engine says white is better, but not by a huge margin. It's playable for black.
Thank you, Peter. And where do these two players stand in the standings?
Well, we know Levon is currently in clear second, and Grigoriy is in the 9th place. He's just
looking to play role of spoiler.
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely.
Maybe help his old friend Fabi.
And by the way, that game that we were just paying attention to,
they're following
Leinier,
our analysis. Leinier and MVL have exact position that we looked at.
And bingo, we thought that this was really, yes, exactly, they really are. You got to admire them.
Down to 4 minutes, Leinier, but his position is very nice and
material.
Easy to play now, right?
Yeah,
Black's attack is pretty much non-existent on the blitz side.
You're just about ready to play bishop d3, reminding that the rook on a c8, that variation that Peter showed us with the rook hanging on a1, that was a real surprise, because you want to play knight f3, and I go, and he says, you want to play knight f3, but you can't. And I'm sitting there, why can't you? And then he goes, well,
long diagonals.
Long diagonal. But for MVL, this would really rock his boat, because him, from the perspective of the Grand Chess Store, MVL sitting there, okay, I'm securing my passage to
He might
Sao
have
Paulo.
to play really well in Sinquefield Cup as well.
Well, he's got the blitz. He's got the blitz coming up.
But I also want to say that, and I know this is not how anything works, but you're still very much this is something that they teach you.
Wait, what?
Rook a3 is an even bigger threat. Actually.
Right, rook a3, mate. So I have to play rook h3.
f5, controlling
F5,
a4.
The queen is defended.
Controlling a4 with the queen.
That was hidden.
Why not
f5?
Rook a3 allows the perpetual, right? I guess.
f5 controls
queen b3, king
the a4 square, so rook a3.
Look at his body language. He doesn't see f5. And if he doesn't find f5, it's going to be a draw, and MVL might survive this.
Well, I was reaching for the rook. Why is it a draw after rook here?
Some kind of perpetual.
Queen. Of course, I can't allow.
No, but I still don't see it actually. King b1 and then king a1 on the next move. I guess black takes on h3 and takes on f1 with check. Yeah, just
take on h3.
Take on h3, go queen c1 check, and queen takes
now
f1.
It's a skewer, exactly.
And we survive. Do we survive? There's queen c8, queen e6. I'm still unsure about all of this.
f5
but yeah,
is winning.
We're being told f5 is the only winning move. Yeah. In the meantime, maybe we should stay with this. But there are some fantastic things.
Played rook h3. If you don't, f5 is a very unusual way of defending.
You know,
the
if
threats.
someone told him you have a win, he would have found it.
Right.
But he thought he missed rook c3. I saw his face when he saw this move.
And I think you just kind of saw MVL there, kind of, maybe MVL thought, could he have thought he was, no, he couldn't have thought he was winning with rook c3.
Wait, there's more to calculate, yes.
Yeah, rook c2 is the only thing here that holds. I think this is maybe what he missed. If we just continue this line for a second. After rook h3, obviously black will start giving some checks. You cannot go king a1, this is mate in 1, so you go here. And if you want to avoid the perpetual, you need to play king a1 now. But after queen c1, king a2, the line we were discussing with taking and taking on f1, that loses. That loses very comfortably, because in the end there I have f7 check. Yeah. Right. But very importantly, after king a2, there is a move rook c2, forcing rook b3, and now we can take, because we're controlling c8. The rook on c2 is still on the board. And the only thing that preserves equality is queen e6. White is still not worse, but you're not really, like, this is very much a three-result game now.
Who's playing for a win,
Right.
Yeah, everybody. Everybody's playing for a win suddenly.
What a turnaround.
And instead of that, just once again to reiterate, covers c1, covers a4.
It's beautiful.
Why a4 is covered is very important, because rook a3 is the threat.
That was a threat, yeah, but it's no longer.
It's
no longer working.
What an amazing way of protecting a4.
We'll leave them. I mean, knowing Leinier, he has a minute and a half against 18. Maybe he actually goes king a2 here. He is absolutely one of the more ambitious players in the tournament. We've already seen him turn down draws in all kinds of situations.
With no time on
the
clock.
But a minute and a half against 18 in a position which you absolutely can lose if it goes slightly sideways. Mm-hmm. Maybe he should.
That would be too much.
Yeah, maybe he should.
Yeah.
And I do want to bring up a different game, because that is really, really blowing up. And also a very unusual motif here shown by Sam Shankland. We were discussing this actually on air. a6 was played, and I was saying the bishop drops back to d6, and then you play the king. I was saying probably goes kingside. Instead, Nodirbek castled this direction, and was immediately met by this very beautiful move, bishop a7, creating the idea of knight d4. It's the only move, it's the only square the bishop can go to.
You got to get out of the way.
Yeah. And you don't very often see the bishop go into a7, but it's very strong here. Knight e5, now knight a4, generating a bit of a threat of knight b6 mate in one. Strictly the only move b7, b5 was played. Knight d4, bishop g4, f3. And in this position, Nodirbek apparently committed a pretty big mistake. You had to kind of close your eyes and start taking pawns. And somehow this is survivable, even though when you start looking at lines that the machine suggests, like queen e4 check, king a1, ba4, and there are some perpetuals here, but you also constantly have to worry if maybe rook c1 and bishop b6 or something will win. But yeah, he's gone bishop takes a4, and now he's just worse, because after bishop f takes g4, the bishop on b7 will not get captured. He played king b7, white went knight f5, queen d7, now the bishop will just come back to d4. And you're just strategically much worse, because the king on b1 is quite safe, and you cannot say the same about the king on b7. This is not a pleasant position at all for Nodirbek.
But that is a beautiful...
Bishop a7.
Bishop a7. I wanted to show bishop a7
that is really,
while it was still relevant. Yeah.
Fantastic. I want to turn our attention back to the game of Fabiano versus Liem, because Fabi had this incredibly awkward and difficult decision. Two very, very tempting choices. C4, C5, a pawn sacrifice, and the more direct, and I think the most thematic for white was to play knight to g5, followed by queen c2, to kind of put some pressure on the pawn on h7 as well as the bishop on e6. He started with queen c2, and I kind of...
This did end in a draw. Leinier and
perpetual.
MBL. What a save for MBL.
I know, what a remarkable save. That was very nicely done. And just to pick up once again from Fabi, queen to c2. I'm not sure that was... Because
it wasn't bad, but it did give black some leeway. Immediately met by f5, knight g5. Now, apparently there is a massive difference between bishop d7 and bishop c8, and Liem chose the wrong one. But he did not get punished in this position. The engine says it's very important to start with c takes d5.
He played bishop d2.
Yeah, but he began with bishop d2, and now, but once again, I can sort of imagine going knight f7, but the engine also suggests allowing bishop takes c4 with check and leaving yourself with this horrible piece on h6. I don't know if anybody actually does that.
No.
Liem instead played queen g6, c takes d5. Now, once again, the engine says time to play actively, time to actually get rid of that knight on h6, even if it costs you material. And now, let's say after takes, d takes e6, f takes g4, the engine says white is better, but it starts becoming a kind of a position where you go one move wrong and you're not better anymore. The only thing preserving the advantage here, it's a natural move, but still it's the only one preserving the advantage. Instead, Liem played knight takes d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, and now he is much worse. Bishop g2 is very strong, but even stronger is to begin with rook c1. I'm assuming in some cases actually threatening to take on c8. Let's say fg4, you absolutely are winning by taking on c8 and going bishop b4 in the end.
That's nice.
And you end up massive amounts of material up.
Right.
So by playing rook c1, you're pretty much forcing bishop d7, which makes bishop g2 even stronger, because d5 is really, really impossible to defend.
Now we discovered why bishop c8 is wrong and bishop d7 is a better move.
Let's say king h8, bishop takes d5, bishop b7, trying to shift the knight away from h5. But even after knight f3, white is much better. h3, h4 is also very, very strong.
Wow.
Yeah, because you can't really do that and allow knight f7. You're not going to enjoy. You're not going to enjoy this endgame. So you can actually quite safely play h3, h4. Fabi is thinking, but he is pretty much firmly in control. 5 minutes against 10 is a bit of a problem, but it's a position which I think is quite controllable. And yeah, he is still very much. He played rook c1, as we can see on our screen.
And we've got bishop to e7 on the board. Fabi chasing history, Nasi. Can he do it? What are we talking about?
We're talking about breaking the record in the rapid section. So far, 3 times it's been achieved 15 points out of 18. But Fabi can break that if he wins the last 2 rounds. I mean, this game, he has a very good chance to win.
Yeah, for those of you who are traditionalists, 7.5
out of 9.
Out of 9, and a +6 score is crazy good.
I believe I also mentioned Gukesh in that respect, but he only got in huge air quotation marks.
7.
He got only 7 out of 9, or 14 out of 18 in Croatia just a short month ago.
What am I missing? Bishop E7. I thought the
Queen
idea...
C8, Bishop G5, but Knight F3 is very strong.
Queen C8, Bishop G5.
White is still better, but there's no real reason to allow it. I don't think. I think Knight F3 is simple.
Bishop G5, Rook C8.
Now I think I can take, yeah.
And move the king.
Although I'm still very worried. Yeah, Rook C8, King F7, Rook C7 might still be winning for White, frankly. Yeah.
That is a scary.
This is why we played A4, A5, A6. Remember?
But our king's
I was one, and
he's gone. He's gone for it.
Done it. Queen takes C8. So Liam's leaving himself no leeway. He's got to take.
And now you have to play Bishop takes G5. If you don't play Bishop takes G5 here as White,
he's done it.
Fabi is on song in this tournament.
Queen takes G5.
Queen E6 check then. That doesn't look great.
Queen E6 check. King has to, well...
Rook C8, probably.
I was hoping that I'd have Knight G8 as a way of covering.
I know, yeah. I'm trying to refute F takes G4 and so far coming up somewhat short.
So we were just...
But it feels like it should be winning somehow.
Rook G8 takes
FG. On... I can throw in H4, Queen takes H4, but I still don't see how that wins.
Got this. I mean, this awful knight, Nasi, is actually coming to my rescue in every line.
It's actually doing a good job defending that king.
Remarkable.
Okay.
So we do have Queen takes G5 is on the board. We're expecting Queen E6 check.
It's actually quite a beautiful solution, but a solution that is also a little bit sad because you have to abandon ideas of creating a brilliancy. The winning move here apparently is Queen E3. The point being that every single endgame is completely winning because of the pawn on A7.
Well, we have the first step, Queen E6 check. For those of you who are joining us late, we're really watching an unbelievable in-form Fabiano. He is just carving his way through the field. He won his first game. He is now sitting in a winning position in this game too. So the whole point is, it's about you, little one. This beautiful pawn on A6.
Queen E3, or alternatively, you can go Rook C7. Maybe this is actually more human. You go Rook C7 first.
Okay.
You wait for F takes G.
And now go Queen E7.
And you go Queen E5. Maybe even stronger.
Queen E5. I was about to say.
Queen E7 is also
trying to force the queen trade.
Actually, I don't know why not Queen E7.
Yeah, okay. But in any case, the same point. It's all about this pawn on A7. The moment we force the trade of queens, yes, great, you're a pawn up on the king side, whatever. It's the A pawn that's going to make.
You can play Rook A8, but then Bishop G2 takes D5.
Bishop G2 takes D5.
Rook C8 played, interesting.
Ooh, okay, so Fabi did not shift gears and did not go for that winning ending. He's just played Rook C8.
Still winning, but there is no mate, but there is Queen E5.
Excuse me?
There's no mate, but you can play Queen E5 here. Absolutely forces Queen H4. No other move. Rook C7.
Uh-oh.
Rook G8.
Uh-oh.
And now I think we probably need to invest a tempo into Queen F4.
Bishop
G takes H3.
How big a threat is this?
Maybe not that big, yeah.
Bishop G2, G8.
Bishop D5, Knight G4. Queen G7. Nice. Nice.
Excuse me, is there a commentator's brilliancy prize? I think we're all deserving on that one. That was nice.
We keep finding beautiful mates today.
Queen E5, big moment here.
Any other moves besides Queen E5?
Queen E3, but Queen E5 is just a better square.
But if you didn't play Queen E3 before,
yeah. But Queen E5 could be spectacularly brilliant. Again, sorry, I didn't get to finish my point. The point I'm making is Fabi, with 2 consecutive wins to complete the Rapid Chess Tournament, he would score 16 out of a potential 18 points, which is simply
breaking the record.
Yeah, that is just phenomenal. And we were talking about Levon Aronian starting with 3 out of 3. We didn't know that it was Fabi who had the chance of breaking the record, and not Levon. Queen e5, one more look. He's reaching.
He's played it.
Oh,
Queen
he's
H4
played it.
immediately.
Queen h4 immediate. The clock times are a factor. Right?
For Fabi, it is. He only has 1.5 minutes against, Liem has 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, for those of you naively thinking it's a back rank mate. No, it's not.
I guess if the pawn wasn't on d5, it'd be still good. But
Bishop c4 maybe, yeah. But no. But queen e5, we have been looking at rook c7, rook g8, bishop g2, with a very nasty idea of bishop takes d5.
But you kind of have to spot that mate, because otherwise it's scary on the king side, right?
Right,
Like
knight g4, queen f2 mate. Yeah.
So unless you spot that mate with only a minute on the clock.
Who's got the minute?
Fabi.
Fabi's got the minute. Whoa.
It's going down to
Tense
48
moments here.
seconds. He needs to find this line, rook c7.
Rook c7 is by far the cleanest, but it's also by far the most obvious move in the position. Because
Right.
you
7,
can't,
yes.
Yeah.
But
Right.
after rook g8, bishop g2 is not the most obvious.
No. Rook c7. How much time does he
Bishop
have when he
g2
did it?
is apparently also not...
44 seconds.
We've
Oh, I
actually
see
given
that now.
everything. If we go
G8?
bishop g2, we've thrown everything away, apparently.
Now?
Yeah, because g8, bishop takes d5, black has queen g4 check.
Ooh,
And suddenly,
defense G7.
black has enough counterplay.
Defending g7. So we're supposed to play something silly like queen f4?
Queen f4 or queen g3, or even rook takes a7 followed by queen g3. All of those things are winning. The a-pawn is way too strong. It's just that specifically bishop g2, which we thought was maybe the cleanest and the most beautiful solution, is...
Queen g3 on the board, Peter.
Yeah, very good move.
Very good move.
Very
Of course,
good move.
black cannot trade queens, because then it's easily lost. Queen f6 played.
Yeah. Now a7 is a lot more important than g4.
I've seen Fabi capture pawns, but he definitely was Johnny on the spot there.
He was very enthusiastic about this one. Yeah. Very enthusiastic.
Give me that guy.
Yeah.
Give me that guy.
That guy
Okay, if
is
you're
the guy I
in
want.
Liam's position, aren't you thinking, I've got to do some crazy...
But queen f4, we're going to be keeping that knight hamstrung as much as possible.
There was a queen f4 sighting. That's a beautiful one to keep me under control. I was looking at queen g4 and knight d4, and I was thinking, okay, oop, that was not what I wanted to do. Oh, I apologize. What am I supposed to do now? Yep, there we go. Just wanted to make sure you guys were on your toes.
We're watching.
Yeah, you were watching. Okay, so this is the current position.
Maybe just take on d4 and then hope to bring the knight.
Queen takes d4.
But then rook b7, a7, rook b8, I
It's
think
just
happens so
unstoppable, yeah.
quickly that...
And there's no
White
checkmate.
king is completely safe.
I agree. You could have a pawn and maybe even one disturbance, but this is a curl.
Yeah. He's played b5. Oh, it's just attacking a6 pawn.
Yeah, trying to keep the rook on a7.
Right.
But yeah, now allowing h takes g makes white's life a lot simpler as well. So
Queen b6, yeah, we'll probably see that, but maybe rook b7 and take b5 pawn.
Queen b6. Yeah.
I'll create a new passer.
Yeah.
He's played rook d7, he's gonna pick up both d5 and b5.
What's better than being one pawn ahead?
2 pawns.
Yeah, 2 pawns.
yeah, rook d7 is very clean. I like this. Yeah, you cannot not play queen takes a6, but then you
Rook
lose
d6 is even there.
as Nazi
a threat.
correctly.
Wow, rook d6 and maybe even the offside knight.
Too many options, yeah.
But I'm really have to say Fabi has been really on fire. He's playing some fabulous moves.
What does black even do here? Is it time to bring the knight?
Yeah, well, this
But
knight
where?
has been, yeah, exactly. Where would you imagine is a dream square? I mean, you can go knight f7, h6, knight g5, and it's not exactly after bishop g2 that the knight on g5 is
There is no good place for
great
the knight.
shakes, right?
Ideally, you trade that knight for the bishop, and then you're still lost.
And then you're still lost. and then you're in a major piece ending 2 pawns down. Oh boy.
Should we check how Levon is doing?
Levon is winning now. He was, as we know, better in that endgame. This entire line we were discussing actually came onto the board.
Yeah.
Let's for a second switch to the game between Levon and Grigoriy.
Yeah.
All the way up to bishop b6, rook f1, and bishop takes e4. Levon did play g3, black played g5, king f1. And it was time to start at least trying to push h5, h4. And Grigoriy kind of switched to defending. He brought the rook over to d6, protecting the pawn, protecting some forks on c6, but giving white time to start attacking the things in the center. And now after rook c8, f5, black took on d4, because if you play e6, e5 immediately, you lose a lot of material to knight b5, followed by knight takes d5. So he took on d4 and played d5 here, but of course nobody is going to allow d5, d4. Levon took on d5 twice.
3 connected.
Yeah, 3 connected passers. Arguably, maybe even slightly cleaner was to do it this way.
So that you get it.
Because you also your rook is now on a gorgeous square, and you're about to pick up this guy. But it doesn't really matter all that much. White should be converting from here because it's very difficult to create any counterplay.
Yeah, and we got the current position where the rook takes on e4. King is coming, again, it's 3 connected pass pawns. I would be thinking, okay, if I can just bring my king over to the queen side, I'll get to go a4, a5, b4, b5, and it all plays itself.
Yeah. There's also rook h4 takes h6, which you constantly have to worry a little bit about.
Yeah, the only
weakness is b3, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm kind of happy.
Yeah, king e2, d2, c3 would be a good thing to achieve, yeah.
Yeah. A good thing to achieve, yes.
But honestly, king e2, rook b8, I can even play b3, b4, and then a4, a5. Everything is under control. I really don't have to do very much to keep things under
so
wraps.
long as you've got this guy, so rook b8, b4, followed by a5, it's all going swimmingly well. For
generating a kind of a rare reverse bathtub with a knight on d5 in place of one of the pawns. It's like a bathtub with a headrest.
Right. So the bathtub, a5, b4, c4, d5.
Yeah.
The bathtub pawn structure.
Yeah. Or possibly it's like a
7 seconds for Grigoriy.
A Viking ship with a head of a horse at the bow.
2 seconds.
He made the move 2 seconds. Yes.
2 seconds.
Well.
Wow.
It's not just the time, his position is completely lost.
Exactly. We are expecting Levon to play the move b4, b3, b4.
Both leaders, Fabi in first place, Levon in second, both are winning their games.
They're crushing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're playing fabulous.
And the point of difference will be that game that Levon lost to Fabi himself in round 6.
Exactly.
Because they're really kind of laying absolute waste to the field here.
Yeah, and we're expecting...
I very much understand rook takes d5. Maybe you even throw in before b5. Do you throw in before b5?
Something about those pawns just chilling. Oh, wait, no. He did. You're right. He threw...
It's free tempo, why not?
Yeah. Getting them one step closer to the promotion square.
Oh, he took on b5.
I think we take with the c pawn to have a connection with the... making them very, very far outside passers. And now we can also start collecting the king side. I think maybe the easiest way to convert this is not to try to queen your pawns, but just to take every single thing on the king side. Rook h4, h6, f6, and so on and so forth. Although, I don't know.
Well, this endgame is winning.
Taste,
I think we should watch Fabi's game.
Yeah, because
he's
definitely
leading the event.
History
He's in time trouble as well.
And history in the making should he win his last 2 games. Actually, we left it at queen takes b6. If you don't mind, I'm just going to go back to that moment. And that makes a lot of sense. At least grabbing the g4 pawn, I mean, makes a lot of sense. And Liem, he's kicking up a fuss.
Defending valiantly, I want to say. He's still there, still fighting,
yeah,
still
he's not
causing
making it
some
easy
problems.
For Fabi.
Yeah.
It's because at the end of the day, white king is still slightly exposed. So
we don't need to switch, but Nodirbek seems to be surviving that game against Sam Shankland.
Really?
Sam let go of a massive advantage there with one slightly hasty move. Yeah, Levon will win. Levon's position is now very, very easily controllable.
Queen B1.
King G2, I guess, or King H2 even, yeah. I wonder why he chose H2. Seemed very, I guess maybe Queen D1, D5 checks he wants to avoid, and in H2 there's really no square from which this king can be checked at all, the way the pieces are currently set up.
Right.
And he wants rook E7, bishop B6, I guess.
That's what I was thinking, that once you drop the rook on E7, the defender of G7 is the G8 rook, you get to play bishop E6 to try to chase that rook away. So rook E7, bishop E6 is a winning setup. Now Liem knows it as well. He can put his queen on D1, and after rook E7, intimate that he's got a knight G4. Can I play H5?
What does knight G4 achieve?
I don't know. I'm trying to be stubborn.
And the game we basically haven't spoken about at all, the game between Wesley and Gukesh. Wesley is slowly playing himself into some trouble there. A very intricate game, actually, in which Wesley has been a pawn up for quite some time, but for very good compensation and seemingly currently a bit losing control.
Just interrupt you there, Peter. Rook F8.
Yeah,
that knight H5, knight F4.
But Fabi, I guess Queen F3 wins. I mean, you can go back to F6, but I can drive you back to F6 straight away by playing Queen F3 here.
That's nasty.
And then
Last
maybe play
rank
D7,
issues.
and once it reaches D7, things really do start going sharply downhill.
But rook F8 is on the board.
So is rook E7.
So is rook E7.
You gotta play knight H5 though, right? What else do you
Well,
play?
that's why you played rook F8. Yeah.
Right. It has to be G6. Queen G6 is lights out. That's not an ending that, well, doesn't. It's the end of the game after I get my pawn.
That's very well put, yeah. Very well put.
On D7. So Liem and
Knight
he's
H5, yeah,
inviting
Queen F3 I think
F3.
is the intention. Yeah, there we have it.
And knight F6. And isn't it just D7?
D7, Queen B2, rook E8 is GG's, right?
Right.
There's not even a single check you can give.
Not a good one anyway.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can start giving up some material, but
Nazi is correct.
not a good one anyway. Yeah.
You don't have
D7
a good one.
play,
D7.
yeah. So,
I said something.
Fabi is black against Gukesh in the last round.
Ooh.
For a record-breaking game,
yes.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. And to do it against the world champion as well.
We didn't have a chance to follow Gukesh's game, but yes, he is winning against Wesley right now. But he's in big time trouble.
He still needs to find the correct way to convert it, but yeah, he is.
And the key point after D7, knight takes D7, rook takes D7, it's that same back rank checkmate. You're welcome to munch the queen, but your king is checkmated. D7 on the board with the threat of rook E8. Ooh.
It's unstoppable. I mean, I can go Queen G6, I guess, but then I have no threats.
You probably do, because what else do you do?
Right.
There's not very much choice.
Queen G6, do you just go B4
Bishop.
and start?
Bishop F5?
Bishop F5, yeah.
Bishop F5.
I have a check, Queen H6.
Queen H6, yeah, it's one. Actually, just because we're here, let me just double check on this one. Here.
Queen H6.
Here.
Queen F4.
Here.
Why are we clever.
I have to go back.
And now
And now King G2. And yeah, I like this. I like this reworking of our pieces.
And everything's going knight.
Knight H5, maybe?
Oh no, knight H5, rook E8.
Rook E8, yeah.
And I don't have time for
Finally, I got.
what moves have they made?
Sorry, let me just refresh the board.
Queen A2 was played.
Queen A2. And instantly, Fabi, it was as if Fabi had expected the move Queen A2. I didn't even see it. Queen A2, Queen G3 instantly.
Very, very beautiful moment in the Gukesh Wesley game, but let's stay with this. We can show it later.
Yeah. Because again, those of you joining us late, we are watching Fabiano potentially making history. If he wins this game, he's going to have some incredible score, like 14 out of 16 and
Yes,
he's going to
going in
go
the last
for
round,
16 out of 18. Would be, Magnus has done it twice, 15 out of 18.
Fabi himself did it in
once.
2024 in Zagreb.
Fabi has the co-record. He's trying to break his record.
Yeah, and in a way, he will properly equal Magnus by doing it twice in his career, which is really
Look
difficult.
at this.
Gukesh has won, takes down Wesley So. And we'll check that game after we're done with
And
this
Levon
round.
finally converts. So this is going to be a round of a number of decisive results, at least 3. And maybe something will still happen in the game between Shankland and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, although it doesn't currently seem very likely.
And the problem with the desirable queen c7.
Yeah, allowing queen takes
queen
f2
f2.
feels unnecessary.
So are we doing queen h4?
And then queen d4.
Knight
And then
f6.
b4, b5, b6, b7.
Yeah. Queen
we do
h4
have
looks
another
right.
passer.
Knight f6.
Then queen e3.
He's gone queen e3. I think it's a matter of taste, frankly. I think pretty much anything here would be.
So massive threat, queen e8.
Still knight f6, I guess.
And then I get to d4. Oh, actually, I get to go to b6.
Oh yeah, you can collect this knight straight away.
f2 is still protected.
F2.
And we're probably not very worried about perpetuals after knight d7, queen f4.
No.
I'd be a bit annoyed though. I actually kind of
Yeah.
like not allowing it.
So queen
Just in
d4,
case.
queen d8, 4.
Just start pushing the b pawn.
Because the black knight cannot move.
Yeah.
And Nasi, you were about to remind me, I have an extra pawn.
There's one more passer, yeah.
You catch the B train.
It's like that possibly apocryphal story about one of the old masters who was playing, in the olden days when the fields were very mixed. He was playing against somebody who was much weaker and the person wasn't resigning. And then instead of going for mate, he indicated that already being a couple of queens up, he is about to promote also the G and the H pawns. And at that point, the person finally decided, yeah, that's
that's
it
too much.
Yeah, it appears my opponent is not very discomfited by having to play out a position with 3 extra queens and is about to enjoy himself. And,
Nice.
Yeah.
H5, again, trying to disrupt White's inevitable march of the B pawn with knight g4.
Shankland Abdusattorov ended in a draw.
Oof. What
So
an
we will
eventful game that was.
Most likely we'll have 3 decisive results again, holding steady at our 60% decisive percentage.
Sam might have let one escape in that.
A little bit, yeah. He definitely had his chances.
And we
have
have a victory. Our congratulations to Fabi as he takes down Liem Lee for an unbelievable record of 14 out of 16 possible points. I'm going to throw it quickly to you.
Yeah, I just want to show the very, very final
Gukesh.
position in the Gukesh game where things have sort of collapsed here with White. White had an extra pawn here for quite some time, and then knight c4 was the beginning of problems because suddenly knight takes c4 is available. And then after rook b6, queen c8, h4 and knight f6. This is now very, very scary. You have to kind of cut your losses, play something like rook b1 or knight e3. But Wesley slightly over-optimistically took on d6. And from that moment onwards, the attack was conducted flawlessly by Gukesh. Queen b2, knight g4 check, king g2. I was looking at rook b1, but there's maybe nothing but a perpetual there. But queen d5 check, knight e4, and rook a2 is very, very strong, attacking the pawn on f2. Queen b5, rook takes f2, king h3. And in this position, this is very, very cute. It's also by far the cleanest solution. There are some others, but this is the one that works. Because knight f2, we're still landing the queen on h1. And Gukesh, I think he made the move on h5 with about 5 seconds on the clock, but he did make it.
In fact, through the magic of television, we can show you the move where he made it with 5 seconds on his clock. And it's this beautiful finish. The queen is hanging. Do something about the queen. No! h6, h5. Defends the knight. Threatens rook h2 mate, as Peter's showing us. And
he gave
a spike check.
Yeah.
A spike check by Wesley.
But it didn't help him.
No.
It was a nice win, and Gukesh will be playing the leader of Fabiano Caruana in the next round.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see that. Let's have a look at the standings. So now Fabi still in clear first with 14 points. Levon in clear second with 12. And yes, like you said, the rest of the field's kind of falling behind. Sharing third are 3 players. Wesley, MVL, and Leinier.
Lovely. With Gukesh coming up against Fabi as we're going to go on break for an exciting round 9 coming to you next.
Can't wait to see. And as we go to break, Yasser had an opportunity to ask the players how they prepare for St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Take a listen and we'll be right back.
How did you prepare for this event?
It's kind of interesting because I'm playing St. Louis Rapid Blitz and Incr back to back, so playing all the 3 formats.
Right.
I mean, the preparation combined of all the formats and just trying my best to be in the best shape and get practice in all the 3 formats. So,
exactly.
It's good that I had around a month before the event. I was not playing anything after Zagreb. So yeah, I believe I prepared quite well. Yeah.
Mostly just physical work, trying to make sure that I'm in good shape. Pretty well prepared in general, I think. Last couple of years, I had some relatively minor health issues, but they did stop me from bringing my best chess for sure. And so my big goal is just stay strong, healthy, and good to go. I went on a 20-ish mile bike ride yesterday, so I'm looking forward to playing.
So before this, I had around 2 weeks to prepare. So it's a good time. For Rapid and Blitz, I don't think memorization is that necessary. So I just look at my opponent's games, try to study recent games, try to prepare some openings that they play as well.
Basically did some opening ideas for, because it's 2 events. One is the Blitz and Rapid, and the next one is Classical. So you have to understand what you want to do. You want to practice your openings that you're going to use in Classic, or you want to deceive the people with your openings before in the Rapid tournament. So it's always a tough choice.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so that's what I basically did.
So the Rapid and Blitz have always been my favorite time control in chess, and this year I have been playing a bit of Rapid and Blitz too. I played the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships in London in June, and I played the Lyon Masters in July.
Yeah.
So I won the Lyon Masters, beating Vachier-Lagrave in the final. So that was nice. And so I think I'm trying to get myself in good form and reviewing my lines. In Rapid and Blitz, usually people take a little more risk in general than compared to Classical. So got to prepare some special ideas here. So I don't really know how well I'm gonna do here because I haven't played a lot of chess this year, but it will be interesting to see.
Generally, I was preparing myself for a world trip because I played Esports World Cup. Now I play both tournaments in St. Louis, and then again I will fly away almost immediately to Uzbekistan for the Grand Swiss. So it's gonna be a wild ride, but yeah, I did the generic preparation that I always do when I had some time off, especially in July.
I mean, just going through the latest games, so ongoing events, and checking some lines that I would want to try to get on the board.
Exactly.
I mean, just playing some Title Tuesdays, Freestyle
a
Fridays.
Little training.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, just to get some practice before the event. It's always good.
I try to do some practical training, try to play as much as possible, training games with the similar time controls and try to get myself in shape, review some possible openings a little bit, but mainly focused on practical stuff.
I did some opening preparation because I had a lot of practice recently. I played a lot in the Rapid and Blitz time control, so I had enough, practice. So I did some opening work, and I had some good rest, and yeah, that was my general preparation. I also had some secret work, which I'm not going to reveal right now.
After the tournament, you can share what you have done.
Trying to get some rest mostly. Yeah, it's a lot of events these days, but these next two events are very important for me. Because I'm in a situation where I need to do well at this point to try to make it to the Final Four, which would already be a dream, It's and I do really want to try to make it there, at least to be in contention till the very end. But it's hard to find time to prepare. It's just one event after the other very often. So I thought maybe some rest would be the best way to do that.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country. And I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us. And make sure you get your tickets because by next year, it may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we jump into the last round of the day, we do have a special guest in the studio. Anastasia, welcome back.
Hello, guys. I'm so happy to join you again. How are you doing today?
Fine. And
Pretty
what
good
is
on our side. How about
what's
you?
the mood in the tournament hall? We're watching Fabi potentially rewrite the record book.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for me, it seems from like outside that Fabi feels Levon breathing down his neck,
Right.
and that's what makes him play so well. I think in the tournament, both of them are really they speed up. And actually, it's funny that before this tournament they were on the bottom of the chess tour standings, and now both of them trying to gain back what they think they deserve. You know, it's I don't remember Fabi being so down on the standings, you know, in GCT events in the previous years. So I think both of them are really motivated, and you can feel it in the playing hall. I also know that Maxime wants to get back to Grand Chess Tour because he has very special motivation. He wants to see St. Louis Club finally ready.
The renovation completed.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. He told me the other day that this is his motivation. You know, everyone has its own. And it seems also like Nodirbek wanted to beat Sam Shankland badly because, you know, Sam is struggling in this tournament. Everybody smells blood, you know, everybody's after him. Everybody wants to beat him. And Nodirbek was like hesitating. He could understand that position is drawish, but he was trying to avoid the repetition. Like you could see it on his face.
It's interesting because he was actually losing most of the game.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. But at one point there was a repetition and he was still trying to avoid it.
Let's look at the standings so that the folks at home can all see what you're talking about. Why was Nodirbek so excited? Well, you see Sam Shankland down there, and he's saying, I want those points. And look at Fabi and Levon going after the GCT Tour points, and they both need big results.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you were just saying that, Nodirbek needing that win because it is 2 points in the Rapid. He needs to get himself in position as well if he's going to try to make the playoffs.
Exactly. You know, tomorrow we'll speed up and we'll have blitz portion and only 1 point everybody can gain for the victory. So today is a very important round, and we have the last one, and every point counts right now. Everybody knows how crucial it is.
Yeah, and again, the record that Fabi is going for. How you think Fabi is aware that he's doing something extraordinary at the moment?
I don't know, but I think he's just focused and he just wants to beat everybody and just, you know, gain the victory in this tournament. We all know that Rapid Chess is not finishing the event. We need to also play well in Blitz.
I don't think that's his main priority to break this record, right? He just wants to qualify for the Final Four. This will be an extra bonus.
Absolutely. Fabi currently has achieved once in his history, scoring 15 out of 18. Magnus did it twice, but because He's sitting out on 14 out of possible 16. If he were to win, and it's a big requirement.
He's with the black pieces against the world champion.
Right? I mean, hello, it's not easy.
And Gukesh just won such a crazy game with seconds.
With Wesley.
Yes, against Wesley, and I was counting this line as well together with him. You know, it was so exciting. You know, it's so great to be a chess fan these days and follow all these games.
Right, yeah. Let's remind our viewers of the pairings for the last round. Nasi, please do the honors.
Let's take a look. The last rapid game in this event. And of course, all eyes will be on that Gukesh game against Fabiano. Other games, Nodirbek will be playing Leinier, Grigoriy Oparin against Shankland, Liem against Levon Aronian, and MVL will be playing Wesley So.
Very, very big game for the GCT Tour on that fifth board between MVL and Wesley. But you're right, it's Gukesh and Fabi, and this the ninth and final rapid game of the day. Wow. Okay.
In your opinion, Anastasia, what's the mood like in the playing hall? Are players getting a little bit tired or not yet?
I think they're still full of energy, and you can feel this really electric atmosphere right now at the venue. You know, they're playing on the stage. I don't know if you can see it from here in the studio. So it's on the stage, and like it gives a extra special atmosphere, like you're watching the show.
Exactly.
Yes.
You've got to ascend to Mount Olympus.
You can see that everyone has his different routines. So Sam Shankland, he prefers to stay at the venue, and between the rounds, I could spot actually Fabiano with his second Ariantari there on the 16th floor, one floor down, in a huge room, which is only for two of them. And so I can see also like Maxime hanging out together with Levon sometimes, or Liem.
Conference room. Yep.
Yes, and so it's really interesting to see what players are doing between the games, and like if they drink coffee or just some water. So we're of course following, our social media is working non-stop, and you can check our Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club accounts for some behind-the-scene action. If you would like, please, we are waiting for you there.
I love
Thank you, Anastasia, for everything. Once again, the standings as we get ready for the ninth and final round of today. Will Fabi make a record that's never been achieved? It's the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour.
He needs a win for that to happen.
With the black pieces against the world champion Gukesh.
But I wanted to say that perhaps this is maybe one of the better pairings he could have had, because Gukesh is
uncompromising.
He needs a win himself,
right?
And he generally just goes all out in every single game. And this is when you are needing a win with black. Playing against somebody who absolutely is not satisfied with the draw, in a way, is good. Obviously, playing the world champion, there are softer pairings in the world in that particular spot. But stylistically, I think this is exactly the kind of game you want.
As we see, I agree wholeheartedly. As we see Sam Shankland, MVL, our official photographer, Leonard Otis. For those of you who don't know Leonard has been traveling the world literally on tour for the last 10 years. And if you go to his website, you will see thousands of treasure trove of some fantastic, fantastic photos. A great photographer, artist.
He also sets up all the electronic chessboard.
Yeah, he's DGT compatible.
Exactly, everything is working smoothly.
Exactly.
There's no delays in transaction.
Indeed. I have never seen such harassment. Look at this. Look at this. Well, with the paparazzi, you know. I remember those days when the paparazzi. No, I don't. There was never any paparazzi in my chess tournaments. They could. See, the problem is we were playing in church basements, and a lot of the people, the paparazzi couldn't find where the tournaments were located.
It wasn't advertised where to find you.
Exactly. It was on a need-to-know basis only. Yeah.
Well, we are talking so much about Fabi's record, but I actually really want to ask him at the end of the day if he was even aware of that, and if he cares about it.
I think he cares about qualifying, right?
Of course.
And he knows the more points, the better in terms of giving himself the best chances of scoring 13 points in the GCT Tour and qualifying. So, I mean, it's just kind of icing on the cake when break records.
I mean, in this type of field, to have that kind of score.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
And that will give him so much confidence going into Sync World Cup, too.
Absolutely. I mean, do appreciate he is playing the best players in the world and scoring.
I mean, let's not forget, it was him in classical Sync World Cup. When
Yeah,
7 out of 7?
7 out of 7, the streak.
When Magnus was playing.
Yeah, I actually, because we're on our 10th anniversary, I got a chance to ask the players about their favorite moments over the years, most memorable, and so on. And we talked at length about the streak, as it's called, 7 out of 7. Hard to believe that Bobby Fischer once went 20 games in a row, including a couple of candidates matches. 6-0, 6-0. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And here we have Gukesh and Fabi preparing for their match. The last time they played was in Croatia, I believe?
Yeah,
yeah.
Just very, very recently.
Not long ago.
I once was on a flight with Anatoly Karpov. I asked him his winning streak, and he said 6. And he was so polite as to ask me my winning streak against Grandmasters. And I said 7, and I did it 3 times. And he said to me, yes, but you did it against weaker Grandmasters. And I said, yes, you were one of them. You were the one.
Wow, nice shot.
It was a nice flex.
Yeah.
As we get ready for,
where was your 7?
It was, I won like the final 3 games in London. Then I beat Vlastimil Hort, Raymond Keane twice. And in London, the final 3 games included Karpov. That was where Karpov, Ulf, and others, yeah.
And the games
And we're
are
getting
off.
ready to start. E2, E4.
No ready, no, his favorite opening.
By the way, no Sicilian by...
More solid choice by Fabi, Bishop C4.
Yeah, oh, I got the wrong game on my board, apologies. I should have been ready, where are you?
There we have it. In the middle, right in the middle.
Yep, Gukesh. Bishop C5, no knight F6, bishop E. The Hungarian knight F6, bishop E7 is also
very much
double
gaining traction.
Yeah. Bishop C5. Expecting C3. Knight F6, D3.
And the pause before C3 may be an indication that Gukesh perhaps expected the Hungarian.
Right, and readjusting himself a little bit. Yeah. D2, D4 would be a very, very disappointing move because there are a lot of lines that do end in a draw. I mean, white can force those positions, but D2, D3 is expected, and I do think we're going to have a very nice fight where things are going to be decided much later in the game. It's not going to be
I was holding my breath because D4 was a possibility.
It felt like it might occur. But D7, D6, and again, Peter, my brain turns into mush when I think about all of these lines with Bishop G5 and not to play Bishop G5 and don't play
These
A4.
days, the move orders are unbelievably confusing.
Complex,
There's been some very interesting developments recently. There's next to our tournament in India right now, there's a very strong round robin.
Yes.
And there was a very interesting game there where I think, I'm trying to remember the exact move order, but maybe it was like this, where, no, hang on, castles did not happen. So perhaps Bishop G5 straight away. And I think in this position, a wonder played knight G8, which was completely new. Somehow the bishop was already on A7, but
I think he included A6,
yeah,
A4.
I think somehow including maybe exactly like this. Yeah, A6, A4, and maybe bishop A7 and some other move, but I can't remember which move. But the point was, in this position, now among other things, this is also an idea they try because H5 followed by H4. We're protecting the pawn on G5, so it's. There's all kinds of things going on, and the move orders they flow into each other, and the differences are minute but very important. And not for us to discuss, really.
If I had suggested knight g8 in preparation with Viktor Korchnoi, he would have kicked me out of the house. I was like,
very
who is
likely.
this guy?
Very likely. And
knight g8.
And who would judge him?
Yes.
Who would
Yeah.
judge him?
A7, A5, some very interesting nuances. I think the big battle is to come in this one. Let's just catch up with a few of the other players. I want to go specifically to MVL Wesley So. When I think about Grand Chess Tour points and I think about, you know, what these guys need to achieve, a draw for both would actually be a pretty decent result.
And we have another Berlin, not a very exciting position so far.
Yeah, and interestingly, MVL actually kind of dodges the endgame because he normally actually accepts that picks up the gauntlet and goes for the endgame. But today he has gone for 5 rook e1.
Rook e2 first.
Is this a finger failure? No, it really is not.
Magnus, I think, showed this in a match against Tarakin, in 2016. And it has been well discussed since. These positions are, frankly, much, as I mentioned, like when Lequan didn't take on e5, I said we might have a much livelier game. And I was sort of proven correct, but these positions are quite dry. And it does feel like MVL perhaps, in particular because his day has been a bit shaky. He let go of a very, very good position against Nodirbek and then was borderline losing against Leinier. Perhaps he does want a bit of a quiet one to end the day off and kind of refocus for the Blitz.
Quiet but deadly, Levon Aronian, who's currently in second place.
I wouldn't say quiet.
Quietly, deadly.
Just deadly.
Just deadly. Queen A4 check. Just a second, hold on. So we're playing a Queen's Indian. Queen's Indian, right? E2, E3. Now D7, D5. Well, okay. Bishop B4, Knight E4, C5. No, C5, D5. So D5, okay. But Queen, I think I'm used to seeing them recapture with the Knight.
E3 is just not a very popular move.
Right.
I mean,
A3.
A3 is, of course, the Petrosian is very topical. I'm guessing Queen C2 is something you can try. But yeah, E3 appears to be a very, very quiet line. Knight B7, now having gone Queen A4 check, I'm assuming the plan is to play Bishop A6. But those types of structures, they should be completely fine for black. I refuse to accept this could be anything for white at all.
Exactly. C7, C5. I can put my, I mean.
But we're discussing Levon's game, right?
Yeah, we are discussing, I apologize. I should have informed everyone. Liem Lee versus Levon. Levon on the black side of a Queen's Indian. And we're just looking from Liam's point of view, this idea of playing bishop on F1 to A6. After all, this bishop on B7 is
it's a good bishop.
It's a good bishop, but I'm with Peter on this one. I refuse to believe after Queen C8 takes castles
Black's
at this
done
position.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing, and he's ready to play C5.
In particular, because this bishop on C1 is just so cheerless.
Yeah.
If it was on G5, you could maybe
F4,
make an argument for
G5.
something.
Yeah, agreed. Nazi, where would you like to take
Should we
us?
focus on the main game, Gukesh and Fabi? Let's do that. We don't have any exciting openings. I checked.
And things have changed dramatically. As I've just seen a position where there's a pawn on F5. So from the top, we
the
get
engine doesn't like this last move, Queen D3. It got an orange question mark.
Let's get to it first.
So everything is okay. F5.
Yeah, Queen D3 feels very optimistic because both F4 and also you probably
immediately
have
D5.
The immediate D5.
Wow.
I was looking at FE4 and then D5, but then the queen probably comes over to E4 and then
is
G4.
D5 winning material right away?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, maybe
you
it
can't
is.
stop E4, right? Or something taking on E4.
E5, E4, Queen C4 maybe is the intention, yeah?
Knight takes E4, but okay, Queen C4. I've got a discover check.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I look at it, that is a very powerful discover check, not to be underestimated.
But maybe we play e5, e4, queen c4. Maybe we play something like knight c8.
Simply king h8.
Or king h8 first, yeah. Just, yeah, why be so fancy? Just king h8, king h7. Which square do we choose?
I'll choose one. h8. Let's get it.
Knight d2. Gotta move the knight. You want to move it in the corner?
I want to set. I like
then you lose the d5 pawn, right?
Yes.
And you open up my bishop.
Yes. Beside that. F5, F4, by the way.
Also strong, and this is what is confusing me about queen d3. You can very easily miss d6, d5. It's a kind of a tactic which, I mean, it's not unusual, but it's still missable because there's so much tension in the center already, and throwing more wood onto the fire sometimes gets missed. But the thing is, f4 is very strong as well, so why...
You have two very good answers.
Why subject yourself to any of this? Like, if you play knight f5, probably knight takes f5 is playable, but the engine says you can even, for now, improve it. Like, look what you've done to your bishop on c1.
Right. Pawn on f4
it just doesn't really feel like this should be any good at all, and this is why there were healthy options available. You could just take twice and play queen d3 here, or queen c2, the machine goes for some reason, and then bishop b3. We're not really very worried about these exchange sacrifices because black doesn't really have enough attackers. So something like queen f6, bishop b3, once again, you can do this, but it doesn't really work all that well because we just go king h2, rook g1, g3. The pieces are just too far away for this to work. And it's probably around equality, but you know, if anyone is slightly better, it's probably white.
Right.
And queen d3 is such a striking choice precisely because it's not one but two very good solutions for black.
Knight f1
played knight f1, but you're just worse now. I like knight c6, for instance, just immediately creating a lot of pressure on the default. Yes, queen f6 coming in. And honestly, g5, h5 is really not going to be very unreasonable very soon.
Exactly.
God, that white bishop on c1, it's very sad to look at.
Yeah, and if we provoke d4, d5, we are kind of winning because then the bishop on b6 will be unburied for the rest of the game. Yeah,
monster. And for those of you joining us late, we are on a record watch as we see Fabiano.
He can break the record. Currently, 15 out of 18 has been achieved 3 times. Fabio was one of them to achieve it. Magnus did it twice. But if he wins this final game against Gukesh, he gets 16 out of 18 and breaks the record.
And as I keep saying, that was just disrespectful for the rest of the field. I mean, you're not supposed to score 16 out of 18.
Just 2 draws and win every other game.
No, I mean, come on.
Incredible.
That is just amazing. By the way, he has played the move king h8, and I kind of like this move too because it's sort of like you're asking white. Please tell me what you're going to do. You're going to go bishop to d2 and rook d1 and bishop to c1. Is that how you're going to achieve liberation?
I think that the dream, in as much as white has one, is something like bishop d2 and then maybe try for some b4, c4, trying to do at least gain some space on the queen side. It's not a particularly attractive dream, but we really have no play in the center. Maybe
That's
knight
my
h2.
point. You don't really
maybe
have
knight
play.
h2, g4. If black does nothing for 3 moves in a row, maybe I would like this knight on g4 to maybe pretend we have some pressure against the pawn on e5. But yeah, I still like the knight on c6. Maybe he just wants to go for some g5 directly, which is not bad at all. But without the light squared bishop and with the knight on h2 providing a useful kind of to stem the flow of the attack, this is not as horrible as it looks, which is why I liked starting with knight 6, queen f6 so much, because not giving white enough time to even set this up.
Right.
Really asking immediate questions like, do you want to give it up on d4? Do you want to actually play d5? And shockingly on my screen currently, the best move is d5, which like I would think I've lost.
Right.
If I had to play d5 here, I would think I am getting mated on the king side with the bishop on b6 being so strong. This is why it was my preference. Knight h2 played once again. Machine says play knight c6. Second best move, c5. Really, really digging at the center to get the bishop on b6 into the game. Not that easy to make a move like this because you are doing weird things to your structure, but also an option. But I think this is by far the cleanest and the best option that black has.
By the way, we do have knight h2 on the board. Now I'm because Gukesh is investing a lot of time into attacking the pawn on e5.
Knight
Now
c6.
I'm really
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
much more motivated to play knight c6.
And you're happy to provoke d5 because
Oh,
the bishop
delirious.
comes alive
Yeah.
on b6 and just wins the game
I've often,
on its own.
Yeah, I've often referred to such bishops as like guided missiles. I mean, they're just those open diagonals. And because you can't oppose them with
Right.
bishop e3, knight c6 is just really begging to be played here. Clock times, not a factor?
5 minutes spent by Fabi, 3 minutes by Gukesh, so they're playing very fast. I mean, they were in theory probably until 5 moves ago.
Yeah, and that
Until
F5,
queen d3.
queen
Yeah.
d3. Yeah, all right.
It's so interesting how when it started, we're like, oh, well, this is not a very exciting opening. And then F5 came, F4, and here we are.
And suddenly...
Black is already better.
Very sharp position. I'm going to go over to the player who's in second place, and that's Levon Aronian, of course. He's on the black side. Interesting that both of our leaders are on black in the final round. Up against Liem Lee, and the players pretty much followed our suggestions of queen to c8. Oh, no, I take that back. He just played with
traded,
c6.
yes.
The current position, I saw queen on b7, and I assumed...
That's how it happened.
No, I was wrong. c5.
Yeah, hanging pawns. But it looks like black pieces are minor pieces are well placed for the hanging pawns.
Yep. Knight to g3 on the board. Are we interested in taking that?
He did.
I was about to say, are we interested in taking that and putting a knight on e4? And he is.
Apparently we are.
And we are. And oftentimes, if you do play this move b2, b3, I do want to take that. I am interested in playing a5. I use this, when your pawn is on b3, I use the a pawn as a kind of a battering ram.
We know it's equal, but would you rather play this with white or black?
I much rather play it when there's a lot of pieces on the board for white, when there's just very, very few pieces on the board. Like imagine it was just a major piece and I don't think I have any advantage at all against the hanging pawns. So I'm thinking that it's actually very balanced, and I'm thinking that Levon...
Leaning slightly white, but it has to be quite balanced, yeah.
Okay, so let's just imagine a bad move, b3. I'm not sure it's bad or whatever, and I get to go, let's say rook a5, rook e4. Give me the queen.
Queen a3.
Yeah, a5, let's just say. So I want to use the pawn as a battering ram and trying to create a weakness. Maybe I can shift over.
I feel like we shouldn't be playing b3, though. I would be playing rook fd1.
Because b3 gives you that hook for a5, a4.
Yeah, but I was, on the other hand, I was thinking, d7 is hanging, yeah?
Yeah, I'm hoping tactically this will not work out, even though I don't immediately see why this loses, because rook b3, queen c2 exists. And I appear to be surviving somehow.
And I go knight d6. I found a way to be pawn up. It's terrible.
We do have a move. Liam has played queen c2. No rook d1.
No rook d1. Okay, queen c2.
So he's going to retake on c3 with the queen.
Okay.
Pawn on b2 will be protected.
Yep.
And yeah, it's very balanced.
It's very, very balanced. Since there is a bit of a lull at the start, let's just quickly, I'm going to take a quick gander at the game between Grigoriy and Sam Shankland. Neither of these two players are doing that very well. I'm sure they're looking at an opportunity of reversing their fortunes in the blitz. f2, f4 takes, bishop back, d5.
How do you like those black bishops, b8 and c8?
But that's just weird how they got there. I'm kind of liking white because I do find myself...
I'm a little bit concerned about the king side for white.
Yeah, but I'm brave.
h5, h4 is definitely...
You are very brave.
h5, h4 is definitely a concern, but I think we're prepared to play knight f4 in response and try to get some of those pieces off. And in particular, if we manage to get rid of our bishop on e3, which I think is our worst piece by a
country mile.
By a country mile.
Yeah.
We will be relatively happy.
And you guys aren't worried at all about some shenanigans with rook takes f6 and
I was looking at
d5?
that, yeah, knight d5 and then c4 and play for positional compensation, but black isn't really We're not doing that poorly with black to be horribly worried about those.
That's true. I probably would prefer in such a scenario to have my king on h1. Keep an eye on that one.
I'll check one more game we haven't looked at then. It's Nodirbek against Leinier. And Leinier's doing very well in this event. I mean, he was so close to winning the last game against MVL. He would have been in clear third, I believe.
F5, but what a move. F4, F5 to stave off the perpetual. That was very, very strange. So all my life, I've played the symmetrical English as white, and I've enjoyed playing the positions after D3. Crazily enough, I've tried H4, Knight H3.
That's one like you.
And my all-time favorite was to play A3, Rook B1, and B4. E2, E3, E6, I have never...
Combining all these ideas.
Those two moves, E3 and B3 together. If I'm in black shoes, I'm very interested in bishop takes, pawn takes, queen E7. I'm probably more interested in doing this when my pawn is on E7.
Exactly. With the pawn on E7, I think you do it in a heartbeat. With the pawn on E6, maybe not as much.
Not as much, but the idea is, once again, to play B6 and bishop E7, kind of neutralize this bishop and ask white, what about this fellow? Doesn't have much of a future, but let me update the game, because none of this happened, in fact. Everybody kind of played conventionally.
There was no bishop C3.
Yeah.
Leinier's keeping
E5.
his fianchettoed bishop.
Now, this is very hard for me to explain, and I find it impossible. I played bishop A3, forcing you to play D6. A move you really wanted to play. And now I played bishop B2. By the way, rook B8, you notice how he wants to play for B5. Takes. And Leinier, I think, is doing just...
Black has equalized comfortably, right?
Maybe even surpassed equality, actually. On a good day, can you imagine me playing B5, B4, bishop B7?
Do you think white should play D4 soon?
I think white should look for a bail, and I don't know if it's going to be F2, F4, or D2, D4, trying to force exchanges. But yes, I do think that's probably a very good idea. And by the way, one of the worst things that you could do, let me make a bad move. A4, F5, one of the worst things you can do. Don't do this at home. Takes, E4. Yeah, somebody's getting buried.
Shutting down both bishops.
Precisely. Both bishops suddenly are suffering. So let's not go there, and we'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to go back to our record.
Actually, MPL's game.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Is that blowing?
Things have gone...
Something's happening there.
Things have gone very strangely there. And we left it, I think, and they are very quickly progressing towards an endgame. I believe I even have a bit of a story about this endgame. A4, rook E8, I think we've seen all this. A5, Wesley played queen E4, A6, bishop C6, bishop B3. And there's one threat here in the position, which is knight C3 followed by D4, D5, basically trapping the bishop on C6. Yeah. The way to stop it would be to drop the queen back, for instance, to E6, E7 also work, and then immediately attack the knight on C3 with knight E4, basically forcing the knights off. The engine still prefers white a little bit in these types of positions, I guess, because of the pawn on A6. But without the knights, imagining white actually getting to the pawn on A7 is quite difficult, and I don't really believe this is much of anything. Instead, Wesley has gone knight F5, and now after knight C3, you are pretty much obliged to go knight takes E3. Otherwise, D5 wins that piece that we were talking about. Knight E3, knight E4, knight D1, knight F6, GF, rook D1. And my story about this endgame is I have recently, to my own surprise, made a slight comeback as a Bundesliga player, because I haven't really been invited to play in the Bundesliga for obvious reasons, for
obvious reasons.
For a few years.
What are the obvious reasons?
They're very obvious.
Very obvious.
Yeah, and in one of in one of the weekends I was playing in, one of the teams participating in the weekend featured Gatakamsky weirdly on the last board, which is already
Gatakamsky on what kind of team?
Or close to the, I think actually on board 8.
Wow.
And on day 1, I think he got this exact endgame, maybe not with the pawn on A6 though, but this endgame. And I think even this particular material balance onto the board. And when they got it, I thought, okay, it looks very pleasant for white, obviously will be a draw, because Gata doesn't lose endgames like this to anybody. And he was playing a player, a very respectable, I think, 2,500 player. Nothing bad to say about him at all, but this is Kamsky. You know, you don't beat Kamskys in endgames.
Right.
And he lost that endgame actually quite convincingly. This is not harmless.
Really?
Despite the very limited material, this is not harmless at all, because the weaknesses on the king side are very annoying. And eventually in that endgame, I think rooks came off. We can actually try to sort of get the kind of an endgame I wanted to discuss. So eventually, you get to some kind of a position like this.
Right.
And white at some point starts trying to push for like a h5, f4, g5, f5. Sorry, this pawn,
h5.
and trying to create a passer on the h file, combining it with some threats against the queen side. And with the pawn on a6, actually, you would much rather have it on a3 here, because it's a bit weak.
Right.
But what I wanted to say is, this is not as level as you might maybe suspect to begin with. This is really not a position you would go into voluntarily, which is what Wesley has done. I'm a bit surprised, honestly, by his choice to play knight f5 here. And just to slightly finish my story.
Sure.
So that was a bit of a shock. And then on the next day, Kamsky came to the board at 10 o'clock in the morning and convincingly beat Alexei Sairawan with white, which kind of restored my faith in humanity, because I thought, like, this is Gata. You know, Gata is not supposed to lose slightly worse endgames to players of... Yeah,
Thank
story
you for
over.
that, Peter. I wouldn't have guessed that ending is anything. I thought bishop e4, f3, the bishop will drop back.
It's pleasant for white, but too
Yeah, you've got the double pawns, but they're not bad in rook endings. And okay, wow, remarkable story. How do these two? How are they doing?
They're doing very well. They're sharing third place at the moment.
Thank you for asking. They're doing well. Yes.
With Leinier. But yeah, they're fighting for that final 4 spots. Both of them need
result,
yes.
Yeah. And they're getting it at the moment. A draw, again, is a beneficial. F3, no. This is
bad.
This is the way we lose the game, but I just wanted to actually show why. Sure, if you give black 4 moves, 1, 2, 3, 4, there goes the rook. But white will play the move d5 and will end up on the 7th rank, and that's terrible. So we're not taking the pawn.
Should we go back to our marquee matchup, Gukesh and Fabi?
Let's do it. As Fabi is chasing history. We are in the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour, and nobody, and I mean nobody, in the 10 years has ever scored 16 out of 18 in the rapid portions of the Rapid and Blitz. Fabi's at 14 out of 16, and he's on the cusp. C5.
We like his position, but
I love his position.
You love it.
I love it.
It is very pleasant. It's, I think, possibly still manageable for white, because you don't really have structural weaknesses. Your position is very sturdy, and if you somehow solve the problem of finding something to do with this bishop on d2, you might be okay. But of course, you always take black. Black has more space, more active pieces.
There's a knight on h2 that looks ridiculous.
Yeah, rook a1. The knight on c5 sort of has done its job. Let's show how we got there. Fabi chose to put the knight on g6, not c6, as one of the explanations why. Because he has the move c5 here. You could try playing d5 here, but Gukesh instead goes d takes c5, knight takes c5, queen c2. Fabi went queen c7, rook a d1. Whoops, sorry, rook a d1. And now the knight is no longer really doing very much on c5. You could maybe make an argument for transferring it over to f6, where
I like that
maybe it supports some d6, d5 ideas. Maybe it also denies white the g4 square for the knight. The engine also puts it on e6 in some cases, which is a beautiful square. I just don't know what active ideas it has there.
Right.
Maybe it just stops white from playing c3, c4. Because if you look at it from the white side, what you would like to do is to play c4 and perhaps put the bishop on b4 or c3, where at least it starts resembling a chess piece. You know,
it has life.
Currently it's just in the way of its own pieces and doing absolutely nothing. It's a pleasant enough position for black, but there are no immediate breakthroughs. You just try to slightly improve positions of your pieces, deny white some activity, and go from there.
All right, Peter. It just feels to me with this pawn on f4, the bishop on b6, I kind of love it. On the other hand, yeah, the knight on c5, it's done its job. Find a better square. I like e6. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm not sure what we want, but we've denied so much activity, right?
Right.
Maybe this one actually needs to get removed somewhere. Maybe you aim it at the f6 square, and then maybe we can actually come back to our dream of g5, h5, g4 eventually. Obviously, like white will not be standing still, so it's not going to be as easy.
Just, it's funny, this bishop diagonal on g1, you almost want to play queen c5, but would you want to play queen a7?
Sure.
Or queen on c5.
Well, yeah, bishop c5, queen b6 or something,
Yeah,
absolutely.
To shift the pieces a little bit. But it looks to our eyes like the world champion Gukesh is actually on the back foot for the moment. Things can change easily, as Peter was mentioning. If you give white the chance to play c4, bishop b4, rook d5, you could easily imagine yourself saying, okay, I like what Gukesh has done in that case. Clock times still
15 minutes against 13 so far, but I think we will see them end up in time trouble.
We just saw, and I was very stunned by it, Gukesh in a very, very tense time scramble with Leinier. He declined more or less a repetition and forced matters and collapsed in
just right away.
Yeah, in a time under time trouble, time pressure.
But then he did recover against Wesley and delivered the checkmate with 5 seconds.
H5. That was pretty special.
He's having kind of a roller coaster tournament.
But in the previous Rapid and Blitz, he had a fabulous Rapid result, and it was only a poor Blitz result that stopped him from winning that event.
And he's one of those players who doesn't make a lot of draws. He only has 2 draws. Every other game has been decisive.
Yep.
He's kind of the opposite of Wesley.
The anti-Wesley.
Yes.
Rook f8 may be an indication that this knight is ready for greener pastures.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine black pushing for d6, d5, in particular with where the pieces are, right? Because the knight on g6 is vulnerable to discoveries if you do that.
Just the fact that Fabi is leaving his rook on a8, meaning it suggests to me at least that if Gukesh plays for b4, he would gift the open a file for the rook. Rook e2, a kind of
is he protecting f2 and wants to double on d?
I'm not sure what that means.
But that's very awkward placement of pieces, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's just hard to find good moves for white.
It's because the position is kind of closed at the moment. Some maneuvering is in order here.
Right, because when you were suggesting c4 for white, that is a risky move because you're completely giving up control of d4. Knight goes to e6.
Yeah, I was about to ask, are we interested in the idea of playing queen f7 and trying to actively ask for c4 and then maybe going knight e6 and saying, this gives me more squares? Because not playing c4 in this position seems awkward. Your other options seem very unattractive. Rook a1 is horrible. A3 is A3 never happens.
I'm forced to play c4 here.
Pretty much forced to play c4, and then maybe knight e6 and maybe aim the other one at the c6 square. That would be maybe a dream, right? Knight e7, knight e6, and then land something on d4.
And you can keep one of the pieces on d4. One of the knights even.
Rook e d2 though.
And then again, I pointed at this knight on h2 and said, you need a better job. you better get to work. And I'm just being told, by the way, that Sam Shankland, who has had a difficult event, he is currently better. What the heck?
Yeah,
the bishop.
No, this is a very interesting game, and there has been some.
Is this Fisher random?
A little bit,
It looks like it, yeah.
What are we seeing? Go ahead, please.
There was an interesting moment specifically here. We did predict the move h5 instead of knight f4, which was playable but wasn't really giving white very much. Grigoriy went for a much more ambitious king g1, rook e8, rook f2, obviously creating a threat of doubling on the f file, b5. And here he had a very interesting option. He could have actually still played rook a1. The engine says rook a6 maybe is by far the best move, but if you play b4, you can, and you actually should, give up a full rook
Wow.
For this very, very beautiful position. It's not winning for white, but it is much better for white. Instead, he took on b5, allowing knight e4, bishop e4, d4. The engine says he was supposed to play d4, d5 straight away, which is understandable. You need to kind of start gaining space. Instead, he's gone rook a f1. Sam, after rook a f1, had a very cute little move, knight f8, attacking the pawn on h3,
Put everything on the
which
left,
you cannot even protect because there's queen d7,
and b5,
and you lose something.
Right.
Instead, f6 was played. It was time for white to actually start taking care of the king side. Instead, Grigoriy went for, I mean, maybe the most natural move in the position, but knight g5 is very strong. And now suddenly there is no good way to protect the pawn on h3 because, as mentioned, if you try playing king g2 or king h2, queen d7, and also e4, e3 simply is a massive threat.
That's pretty...
so yeah, this is very much turning in Sam Shankland's favor. The moves that the engine suggests you make here are very awkward. Like it just says you have to just give up on h3 and play from here, like c4, c5. It just says there's no time to protect anything. Let's at least create some counterplay. Maybe queen c4 check as a source of counterplay. But yeah, queen e3 chosen instead, and once
bishop
again,
h3,
after bishop h3, I guess he wants to move the rook away, but then this rook left as well, rook a6, rook g6, maybe with the idea of h5, h4. White has this fantastic majority in the center, but if you get mated, it counts for not very much.
Yeah, that's a rather naked king on g1. Thank you, Peter, for that. And again, I'm going to go back to our marquee matchup. Can Fabiano defeat the world champion, make history as well? And by the way, queen f7.
I'm very happy about this.
Yeah, that was the question. And yeah, I was going to say, if you reach for the a pawn and you play a3, checkers is a very challenging game. I would recommend you take up. No, you don't want to play a3. c4.
c4 and knight e7 immediately. And in this position, the engine suggested it was time to play b4. AB, en passant.
Yeah.
Change up the structure.
Yes.
Knight c6, b4 again. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, before knight c6, bishop c3. And I'm assuming if something appears on d4, we start chopping. Yeah, we would like to end up with the black bishop on d4 and us playing knight f3. Black probably should do something else, but if we do end up with that particular material balance, I think white is just completely fine. Knight f3, perhaps c4, c5 in the near future, rook d5, rook e d2. This might be better for white for all we know. Instead of that, Gukesh made a slightly, I think, artificial move knight e1, trying to find the job for the knight on h2, but the one on e1 now doesn't really have a particularly interesting job.
It gave up his job for the other knight.
Yeah, a misplaced knight on h2 now becomes a misplaced knight on e1?
I guess he wants knight d3, but...
Yeah, but knight d3 is not a particularly good square.
Maybe he'll do the same. If Fabi goes for knight to e6, then the whole idea of bishop c3 and trying to play that b4 line.
One thing I want to say, by the way, is that now that we no longer have a knight on h2, maybe I'm once again very interested in the ideas of like g5, rook g8, and g4.
Yep. I mean,
there's really nobody home there. If I open the g file, I give mate.
Yes.
There really is nobody there.
Thanks to the guided missile. Yes. I like that. No, seriously.
Yeah. So I don't know how to go about things preparing it. I don't know if we already...
I don't know if it needs preparation.
Yeah, let's see if we go g5 straight away. g5, white seems to be maybe bishop c3, rook e d2, and maybe there is some counterplay.
Bishop c3,
or
queen g6.
Perhaps you can play b4, ab here, and start pushing something on the queen side, which is why, for the time being, the engine makes a waiting move. It very much likes the move king h7, which I was trying to sort of trying my best not to mention, because I don't really understand why we're spending a tempo in putting our king into a bit of an X-ray on h7. But it does seem to be insisting that this is a very useful move. And there are, I guess the point is there aren't very many useful moves for white. Because if you play knight d3, now g5 is very strong. It really does start thinking that we are, maybe the point is, in positions like this, we no longer have to worry about any kind of a sacrifice along the long diagonal. And it just goes rook dg8 and does start to brute force it.
Right.
So I think we are settling on the correct idea here. It's just that starting with king h7 is not something very many people do.
No.
I don't think it occurs to you. I think if you want to nominate a move that prepares g5, it's maybe queen e6, protecting d6 additionally, creating a sort of already connecting with the square on g4. Good move, second best move maybe, judging by this screen. But yeah, Fabio's doing very well. I really don't like this knight e1, knight hf3 idea. I think you needed to play much faster.
And just to bring you up to date, we are watching, wow, king h7. That's hard to believe. Putting the queen on c2, putting the king on h7, but prepping the move g5, awesome. Just awesome.
He's feeling this position.
Yeah, to bring you up to date, our viewers, we're watching the potential of history in the making. Fabiano needing to win with the black pieces against world champion Gukesh, and if he were to manage to do that, he would set a new record in the GCT Tour, never accomplished before. 16 out of 18 in the Rapid. 3 times, 15 out of 18 has been achieved, once by Fabi himself, twice by Magnus in the past. And right now, I've got to say, Nasi, I think he's in good position.
He got a good
to
position
break the
right
record.
out of the opening, and he keeps enjoying his advantage, improving it move by move, and he has very good chances to win.
I just have to say, though, I could not bring myself to play king h7 when I'm looking at that queen on c2. By the way, we do have knight d3 on the board. I'm wondering, should I just play g5?
Yeah,
and just say,
knight d6
let's
is
go?
also strong, but there is no particular reason not to just go for it now.
g5, and in case of any trades,
We take with the bishop pretty much always, I think.
always to manage. And I mean, the dream, of course, is to
there we go.
Go g4, g3, and it's unleashed.
It is very much unleashed, yes.
Release the kraken. g5.
The moves make themselves now. Rook g8 is coming, g4, and so on.
Wow. Wow. Rudolf Spielmann, a great attacking player in the past, lamented the fact that he could find all of Alexandra Alekhine's combinations. Says they're very obvious. Says, but I never get those positions. It's like achieving this kind of position where you get to play g5, rook g8, and g4. It's an attacker's dream. But getting them, that's
a skill.
It's a great skill.
Do you think Gukesh now regrets that he moved that knight from h2?
Yes.
It would have been helpful in defense, right?
And I think he actually regrets that he hasn't already made progress on the queen side with b4. I mean, and again, this bishop on d2, it feels like it's interference, right? I mean, what are you doing on d2? I mean, we need the rook on d2, we need the pawn on b4.
White needs like 5 extra tempi to improve the position.
And meanwhile, as Peter said, brute force, rook g5, g4, and there's not many guards on
It's just a knight on f3, which we can easily distract with knight d4 when needed.
Yeah, that's true too.
Once the g4 happens, I think the panic sets in for white.
Yeah. I noticed, Peter, that you like the term, you used it, shift. If we can shift the knight. You borrowed that from David Howell in the British chess commentary school. Shift.
I'm not sure where I got it from.
The shift. We just remove them.
We use very aggressive language.
Exactly. Get out of here.
Knight b4 chosen, at least trying to get it over to d5. Understandable.
That's wasting time.
I don't think we are allowing it to get there.
Is it scary, Peter? What is it doing on d5? Great, you got to on
d5. Maybe we can actually. I'm beginning to wonder, like if I go rook g8 here, let's put something on the board.
Yes, which
rook
is
g8, knight d5, I assume.
I mean, that's.
What about g4 here?
You're not even preserving.
No, I want to ask you, what about g4 here?
I have
as we've been discussing, there's nobody home.
I am not taking.
Rook takes, knight b6, rook a g8. Isn't this mate?
It may be splat because the desirable rook knight g1 probably gets
I don't even have a way to
killed.
run king f1, king e2 because the rook is on e2.
Everything is in the way. It feels like it might just be mate.
Yeah.
Because I have rook g2, queen h5. My moves are coming extremely quickly.
No. That's deadly. You're making a very powerful point. You know, and again, Gukesh is just kind of playing with fire. He's making some of these tempi moves, and here we go. Rook g8. The moment of truth for the world champion. Is he going to play knight d5 and allow g4, or is he going to take no?
Knight d5. There's even
knight h2, knight d4.
Yeah, you can't do
it.
G4 is coming.
No
stop in g4.
This bishop on d2 once again. Why is it in the way?
But g4 is strong, but the engine says there's no particular reason to even do it. Bishop a7 is also completely fine. The knight on g5 is a very proud-looking piece, but it does nothing, and we can actually preserve all of our attacking pieces and go g4 next move.
Yeah, you still can't stop g4.
This is dead lost according to my screen.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I don't see any moves for white after g4. That's it.
Yeah, we've sort of fuffed about for a bit too long, and now we're getting mated.
Yeah. And I mean, there was a knight on h2 that somehow went to d5, and in those 5 moves that it took.
That knight is on f3. I marked the knight.
Very nice callback. Very nice callback. Well played.
Marked. That was good.
Yeah. In the meantime, Sam is completely winning against Grigoriy. We're not switching, but just to update our viewers.
Right. And
again,
again,
is enjoying his advantage against Wesley as well.
Rook g8, Fabi chasing history, making history, pardon me, what am I saying? Making history, trying to becoming the first player to score 16 out of a possible 18 points. And he's prepping g5, g4, and just bringing the fire on the king side.
And also trying to really extend his lead before going into the blitz section, where players can only pick up 1 point per win. And
only.
Yeah.
I live for 1 point per game, and now you're saying I can only.
Bishop c3 chosen by Gukesh.
Okay, so
do we need to react to this, honestly?
Look, a moment ago you were ready to give a piece.
Yeah.
I am sure you're ready to give a pawn. G4. Yeah. Let's go. Take
g4 and rook takes g4 minus,
rook takes g4.
minus 3.5. Yeah, rook takes g8.
Rook g8.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming.
Yeah, what are all white pieces doing on the queen side?
Yeah, there's only a defender, well, a little bit of defender, but I might even say a bit in the way of an evacuation.
See Gukesh looks very stressed. He knows his position. His king is in big trouble.
By the way, we have these lovely spy cams. They're hidden under an armrest for the players.
They're for us. But as a player, I hate them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'm completely unaware because the camera is so small. Right? Well, I've sat on the other side of the table and seen them.
But eventually, when you play for 5 hours,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Especially when you're losing, you hate that camera because you know it's on you.
So it's kind of an armrest. Oh, you have an awareness. Yes. But the camera is so small, it's like the tiniest eye, I want to say, but you're aware of it.
Always.
Always.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you
in terms of our tournament situation, Levon is a pawn down in a rook ending against Liem, but he's not going to lose that. It's a kind of a pawn down position.
But it is a great invention, these little cameras, because we get to see players' faces as they're playing. And I also like the shot with the pieces right in front of them.
Yes.
Very cinematic.
And here we are. We've just seen the move bishop c3, and Fabi is considering to play the move g4, which we, thanks to the help of our engines,
it's committal, but it wins, and you don't want to waste any time protecting anything. Like if you can already start giving mate, why?
Yeah, I mean the d6 pawn.
Dilly dally.
Exactly.
Dilly dally.
G4
is on the board.
Fabi, a man of principle, says, "Look, I am threatened to play g4. Gosh darn it! You better
Only thing
deal
is
with
that
this."
Fabi has spent considerable time, but 4 minutes should be enough to convert this game?
I've been watching Fabi getting down to a minute, getting underneath a minute, playing just one excellent move after another, And
I don't know if we have this as a graphic, but I know our statistician, Ben Underwood, sent us some very interesting numbers about the percentage of games the full GCC Tour participants get to what is called serious time trouble, which he counts as below 30 seconds on the clock in Rapid and below 10 in the Blitz. And Fabi, I think, would be sort of mid-pack. I don't think he is an outlier, but he does like to think.
Mm-hmm.
And why wouldn't he? Because
Right.
he seems to come to good conclusions.
But not as much as Leinier, for example.
Leinier is a constant. I'm definitely.
Actually, I think I was slightly shocked by the fact that I think Prague is in first position, not Leinier. Because Leinier is not a four-tour participant.
Four-tour, yeah.
Yes.
I think Prague was number one there with a very high number in both Rapid
In
and
my
Blitz.
mind, Prague is such a fast player.
Right.
That's surprising.
You don't connect him as
Yeah.
being in time trouble a lot. And you would love to get on your sneakers and start saying, okay, I'm going to make a dash for it.
You're not dashing very far.
But the problem is, if I do something like this, I'm fearful, first of all, of looking to
Queen H5,
F3.
All kinds of things.
But Queen H5 here, Rook takes G.
F3 is
Just
there
everything.
too?
Yeah.
I'm just afraid my king
F3,
is
not F3,
never.
Queen F3 was, I think. With
Yeah, I'm never getting over there. No. I am not.
And the shocking thing about it is,
sorry.
so far we haven't even sacrificed anything for it. We're doing this for free.
For free?
Yeah.
Well, now we're doing this for a
One
pawn,
point.
but I mean,
a moment ago,
might as well be for free.
Sorry, I should have pointed out what Peter had just told me, which was give a checkmate, Yasser. Give a checkmate. Checkmates are good.
Nice.
They do tend to end the game, yeah.
Checkmates work. We have seen, instead of king f1, rook takes d6,
Rook
and
G8.
instantly rook g8.
Yeah,
What
you would
are
like to play
doing?
knight takes c6, but I don't think black even reacts to it. I don't think you stop for it. Knight c6, I go rook g2, queen h5.
Exactly. It's sort of like...
Or maybe even queen h5 without rook g2. Because if you play king f1 there, I want to play... it doesn't work.
Can I go knight e1?
I wanted to go king f1,
okay,
queen h5,
sorry.
king f1. I want to go queen h1 and queen takes g1. But the king goes to h1 and this is not mate.
Are you
That's
sure?
so disappointing.
Hey, did you see that? The software
Yes.
told me, idiot, your king's in check.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
don't
sure
think
this
this is
doesn't
mate.
work?
But where's the
You just need
f3 in the
F3,
end?
right,
or
at
what?
the
Yes,
moment.
and rook h1.
Yeah.
Does it still
Oh
work?
no, rook e1. Sorry.
Knight d5 chosen by Gukesh, at least creating a threat of knight f6 check, which is understandable, at least, you know.
One
This is
active move, yeah.
This is a threat you need to respect. It stops queen h5 from happening as well,
That's
which is
an
very,
important-
very relevant.
Okay, but that's a pawn. Yum. Now I'm
go
attacking
queen
without a
h5.
pawn. Yeah, do not play queen
Yeah,
h5.
knight f6 needs to be defended.
Yeah, that's a good move, yeah. And Fabi just calmly goes bishop d8, stops knight f6, reestablishes the threat of...
Computer does not like that move. Now Gukesh can take on d8. then
and
take on
bishop
e5.
takes e5. So what was the
Maybe
clean...
he's somewhat back in the game.
What was the
He
cleaner
was supposed to
move?
play rook g6. Rook
just
second
rook,
to
yeah.
g6.
Rook 7 to g6 or rook...
Rook second.
Yeah, rook second. Rook 2.
Rook 2, thank you.
Rook 2.
Wow, Gukesh has a chance to fight back.
Yeah, he absolutely
Oh
needs
my
to take on
goodness.
d8, but if he does, the game becomes a lot sharper because the bishop on c3 finally starts playing.
We thought this was so one-sided.
And it was. It truly just felt like Black's attack had crashed through long before.
And,
yes.
and by the way, I want to point out briefly,
Please.
we were all playing rook g8, and Fabi also played it in about 1 second flat, but queen h5 ends the game because we're creating a threat of rook g2, rook g8, queen h1 mate. This is no longer in time.
He was +6.
Yeah, this is already gone.
Yeah.
I think maybe he thought knight h2, but then, like everything is suddenly winning.
Yeah. The queen h5.
Rook g8 actually is a mistake, specifically because after knight d5, you suddenly have to
h5.
solve problems. You were already at the moment where correct play doesn't really let white even ask a question.
Queen h5.
And
would
here
have won
rook
it.
2g6 with the idea of rook takes g6, queen takes g6 with the queen coming in is very
Obvious.
strong. Yeah, this is better, but the position still remains
So
very,
last
very
couple
poor.
of moves by Fabi were not the most accurate, most precise. And
The queen h5, by the way, is not that difficult a move.
Yeah, I think he was just so sure he's winning that.
I think rook g8 is what we might call a blitzer's move. Queen h5, classical chess. You just go rook, queen h5, rook g2, rook g8. But having missed that opportunity, now can Gukesh tell me why this move is so good?
Rook d8. You have to take with the knight, otherwise
because the
rook is hanging.
Right, no choice.
And then I go bishop e5 with again the knight f6 threat. Even knight f4 is available. All of a sudden, white has very active pieces.
Gotcha.
Remember how bad they were on the queen side?
He's done it. Gukesh.
He's done all the best moves. Bishop e5 on the board.
Recognizing that he might
and
have
actually, unless Fabi plays knight d7, he's worse.
He does play knight e7 though, because it's a very natural thing. You have to stop knight e6 check, and the knight on c5 wasn't really doing very much.
And you desperately want to play queen h5 and queen h1 mate, so you don't want to bring the rook back.
This is
to
still
g6.
very, very difficult to play for white.
Yeah, white king is still not happy. Maybe king e1 and start running.
King a. Well, that makes a lot of
queen
sense.
h5
because
is very scary.
Yeah, I've been dreaming of getting the
But it's still scary even there, simply because it attacks a lot of light pieces. Like queen h5 attacks both the bishop on e5 and the knight on f3. It still looks like in practice you probably lose this with white, because of just how difficult to contain all the threats is.
But look, sometimes, what do we say? Necessity is the mother of invention. Sometimes you just have to be inventive and clever, because everything else is just lost.
Absolutely. And if he draws if Fabi draws, he doesn't break the record, but
he ties, his record with Magnus.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Fabi has scored 15 out of 18. Magnus has done it twice, so you could say they share the record. But if he was to make a draw, they would be genuinely sharing the record. I mean,
equally,
yes. Truly.
By the way, MVL is quite comfortably winning that endgame. I said it wasn't without its venom, and he is just very comfortably winning it.
Wow.
Yeah. This is the current position, and the simplest way is just to take on f6, go bishop e2, and the difference in king activity is so massive.
We're just taking h6 pawn?
Eventually we just pick up on h6 and win.
Wow.
We can, after bishop g2, we can also invest to tempi to bring the bishop over to f5, where it's completely dominating. And okay, he's gone h4 first.
Wesley was doing so well, and now he's losing 2 in a row.
Right. He had been undefeated and winning 1 and drawing 2, and now he's losing 2.
Yeah. Now you can actually, it's very difficult to go wrong. For a second there, it looked like the evaluation dropped, but this is also completely winning because Black gets into a lot of zugzwangs here.
I'm also hearing Levon is in big trouble. Player who is in clear second place. Let's check. Wow, he's losing in that rook end game, which we thought was a draw, but maybe not as easy.
What a huge majority on the king side White has. No, this is easy, actually.
Now it looks quite easy, right?
Yes.
He's even going to win the c pawn.
Oh, we've got rook a3.
Yeah, I think he's winning the c pawn.
We've also got rook c7 to a7, and then because our rook is behind the pawn, we can once we've doubled on the 7th, we can do nasty things like that.
What a surprising last round.
What is going on? Sorry, apologies. I'm going to stay with Gukesh and Fabi, but yeah, crazy things. And do we have knight d7 on the board?
Yes, and Gukesh has been thinking. He's down to his last minute and 25 seconds.
Yeah, Fabi is actually in control on the clock now, which is a bit surprising. He's been behind for the vast majority of the game.
Right.
Yeah. Best line is King E1, and he did play it. Very nicely done.
He must have used half of his remaining time to find King E1, right?
Queen H5, you're absolutely correct. Queen C3. Therefore, maybe beginning with knight E6 makes more sense.
MVL has won his game against Wesley.
Congratulations to MVL.
Yeah, that was a very important win for Grandchester standings.
Absolutely, and kind of reaffirming that if Gada lost this ending, Wesley loses the ending, there's something wrong with that ending.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's much easier to press than it is to defend. You can go wrong very, very easily there.
Peter, back to this position, knight e6. Why is knight e6 better than queen h5?
Well, because we might not need queen h5, I think, is the point. White plays queen c3 anyway, and if queen h5 wins no material, why are we forcing white to make a move that is logical anyway? And yeah, the knight on d8 isn't doing anything at all, so protecting f4, bringing it into the game, maybe creating some threats of, yeah, queen c3 anyway. No, I think this is very much a game. If I get my king over to c2...
Whoa, 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 whoa. And there's a king on h7. I'm very... Suddenly, I'm interested in playing. I'm not imagining you're playing h5, h4, h3.
No, not yet.
No.
Not yet. Queens need to come off for that to start happening.
Wow.
But like I said, long time ago, they're going to be in time trouble, and it's happening now.
Yeah.
In a quite messy position.
Well, it was that messy position that Gukesh had with Leinier, where he just kind of got outplayed, frankly, at the very end of the game.
But in this game, he was so lost.
Right.
And then he found this beautiful rook d8, bishop e5. Now he feels like he got a second chance.
Well, you know, the trend is his friend, right? When you suddenly, you're saving a bad position and you know it and your opponent knows it, you start to think, okay, let me push my luck a bit. King e1, and we're anticipating queen to c3, king to d2 to Gukesh. We know Peter saying, get the knight into play, queen to c3, and now, are we taking this down?
No, I don't think we are. I think knight on d7 is very valuable because it protects f6, yeah.
Yeah, after queen e5.
But the moves that the engine suggests are very, very non-obvious. I can see rook c8 being suggested as an idea. Removing anything from the g file is going to be very hard to even consider.
Rook c8.
I think it wants b5.
He might play it though. He starts with 96.
It realizes that there's nobody left on the king side now. There's nobody there to attack, and there's a shift towards the queen side in the center. And rook c8 in those terms does make some sense, but I don't think it's an easy move to.
And in this game, Nodirbek has defeated Leinier.
Wow.
Nodirbek with a minor comeback towards the end of the tournament, but I think he still finished on -1 in pure terms, or maybe 50%, but I think it's actually -1, which is a bit of a disaster for him. I think he normally is a very, very strong player.
Well, we are talking about a former world champion in rapid chess, so I'm sure he was expecting
and hoping,
himself,
definitely hoping for more. Yeah.
Oh, queen a4.
Queen takes a4.
What?
He's been greedy taking the pawn on a4.
Yeah, and now...
Boy, give that man his membership pass. Queen a4.
Well, he wants queen d7, knight f6. It's not just the pawn. He also creates a threat. But knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen g7 appears to be very strong now.
Knight takes e5, which since you're threatening to take on d7, and as you said, fork my king and queen. Knight takes, knight takes.
Wait, 20 seconds for Fabi.
Queen... I thought you said Fabi was in control on the clock.
He's no longer.
You know,
wait.
You're my top agent in these matters.
Let's just watch. There's going to be a lot of things happening very quickly.
We had the wrong time.
I think
they both have 45 seconds.
Right. I'm looking at the clock at the top right of my screen, and it says 49, and it says knight g5. What?
Which is a missed opportunity.
No knight takes e5,
no.
Knight g5.
Yeah, white has to take that knight. There's no choice. Black is probably intending to take... Which rook are you taking with?
8th, probably.
It is queen takes d7?
White keeps that strong bishop on the diagonal, right?
Queen d7, we are...
What are we doing?
What's happening there?
Rook g1 and queen takes d7, and knight is pinned.
Rook check, yeah. Oof.
Very beautiful.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay, let's show our... I mean, at first blush, it was like, oh, dear. Queen takes d7, queen takes d7, check.
But the machine says we can take on f4.
And guess what? We're 2 pieces for the good. But if, after queen takes d7,
check.
the intermezzo, check, and then we take... Now the knight's in a pin.
Has he reached for the... It looked like he was reaching for queen takes d7, no? And then maybe he realized what happened.
I missed it.
He's gone bishop d4.
Bishop to d4.
Which is a very solid move, actually. Yeah.
He made it with 3 seconds on the clock.
3 seconds. So
and that
is
bishop,
he inviting f3?
This bishop does such a great job of protecting the important bits of our position.
But is he inviting f3, Peter?
f3,
rook e3.
Rook F2? No.
No,
Rook
can take
F2?
that.
What?
Knight E5 was played. Queen B3 quickly responded.
Quickly responded, Queen B3.
Defended that F3 square.
Wow. Again, I'm very curious. What's going on after F3? Rook E3, Rook F2, King F2, Rook G2.
Wait, Rook
King F1?
Yeah. Queen
Because the
H5.
moment
F2?
F2?
Rook G3?
Rook G3 probably, yeah. Nicely spotted by Nazi, yeah.
Flag. I'm sorry, you guys lost on time.
7 seconds for Fabi.
7. Oh my goodness. Knight C6. Oh wait. Knight F6.
It's not a good
check.
move.
No.
Queen D3 is quite strong now. White is just, there's now 2 pawns for the exchange. The king is going to be quite safe around the G2 square.
Powerful knight.
Yeah. Bishop F6 is also quite decent.
Bishop F6.
Yeah. Oh, this is very much getting out of control for Fabi.
Yeah.
For Fabi, again.
For results. Rook
What
G6, Queen C3.
And we were
time to play F3.
F3.
Really time to play F3. And I guess judging by the double question mark, something was just winning instead of
H5, no F3.
Now
Fabi,
after E5 or King D2, Gukesh is much better.
the position has
E5,
completely
he's played
turned
it.
around.
He's winning.
My goodness, what a turnaround. Queen H3, by the way.
Gukesh about to deliver first loss to Fabi. 3 seconds. 2. Wow, he almost lost on time.
But knight takes F4. Rook check. No.
Yeah, there are no more
Yeah, this is
meaningful
completely winning
checks.
for Gukesh
Yeah,
now.
even the ending now of the Queen D3 is completely winning, I guess.
Just knight D5 now covering
Knight
the
D5,
king.
yeah.
Knight D5 covers the king. I like the Queen D3.
Very
The
easy.
one move you don't reach for is King C2 because you don't want to overlook
You know
Knight
what?
D4 check.
No, Queen D1 mate also.
Or Queen D1 mate.
But any of those two moves.
Knight D5, Queen D3, and Gukesh.
Wow.
He's done it. Queen D3.
What a turnaround.
Crazy.
King takes, Rook G4.
Hold on. Is that a...
Rook E4 the strongest.
Why
Other moves
can't
are
we move the
available, but
knight?
Rook E4 is the cleanest.
Oh, if you move the knight D5, there's Rook D1 check.
Yeah.
King E4, by the way. I was reaching for the
You
king
need to
because-
find knight D4 now. If you don't play knight D4, you are probably completely
Lost,
lost. Yeah, you need to find knight D4 because you
Yeah,
need to,
E6 is coming. Yep.
Yeah, you need to get rid of some
After
pieces.
knight D4 still I take, and then how do you stop my E pawn, right? It's very
Well, I have an H passer as well. He's got here.
He's gone H4.
F3 is now winning. Yeah.
Nicely spotted, F3.
By the way, we are getting news that Sam Shankland has won his game against Grigoriy. Again, we're watching this blitz.
What an exciting game this has been.
It's, I mean, a roller coaster ride for Gukesh, but it looks like he's in the winning seat. 11
He is.
seconds.
Knight D4 now, but it's one move too late for Fabi. On the
I can
previous
take
move
the rook.
would have been much better. Actually, Rook H2 has to be played.
Rook H2 has
Yes.
to be played.
If you take on G4 after knight E2 and then H3.
Oh, I was about
beautiful.
to take the rook, but H3, H2.
Which I'm sure Gukesh
Oh,
has
what a
calculated.
cheapo.
17 seconds.
Rook H2. Yeah,
only
but
one
actually,
move.
it's actually a pretty clear winning move when you start to realize
Yeah.
that.
Black has Rook E1 check and Rook takes F4, but then the king gets to D5.
4 seconds. And he found it.
Wow!
Incredible. King D4.
And look at them go.
And now we just take on H4.
That's a tempo.
We have so
against
many
the
pawns
bishop.
that we can.
4 extra pawns.
Yeah, we can start
That's
offering
incredible.
trades actually, very safely.
Absolutely. No, I think Gukesh is in cruise control now. And for Fabi, what a missed opportunity. Queen H5.
That was
it was
ending the game
-6.
on the spot.
Yeah,
He
and he
could've
still
made
had
the record.
about maybe 4 or 5 minutes at the time. Yeah, he just thought Rook G8 was winning very, very easily.
Exactly.
I think that's what happened there.
He definitely got lulled to sleep. Rook D1 check, King C5.
King E6
Oh,
even.
King E6 as well, yeah.
King C5. I'm thinking you anchored the bishop.
Rook
back on
DD4.
F6.
If
Yeah,
he
that
sees
was a
Rook
bit of a
DD4, it
blunder.
becomes a bit interesting again because we do pick up the pawn on C4 and we have some checks.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was just ready to clamp everything down. Play bishop
Oh, he
F6.
didn't play.
Oh, he did. He has missed. his opportunity for rook on d1
Possibly his
to
last
d4.
chance, yes.
Attacks the bishop. It was the old double attack. He's missed it, and now Gukesh is back in cruise control. b3, king b6.
This is now a technical conversion.
Yeah, just connect everything and start.
b3,
and start
king b6, and so on.
Exactly.
But still, you know, time trouble.
Wow.
Anything can happen, but...
I think I just found myself holding my breath and gasping for air.
Yes. Everything happened just so quickly.
Yeah, defibrillator.
I like this last move, rook h7.
Good move, as he's looking to...
Rook a1 does allow you to get something for the b7 pawn, but the resulting position is still completely lost because white just has too many
pawns,
soldiers on the board. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm catching my breath.
Rook a1, as you said. I mean, sell yourself as dearly as you can.
And the hope is a3, rook b3, but even that probably is completely lost.
Right, but yeah, take on b7, push b4, and got 3 passed pawns.
Yep.
This is
And by the
very
way,
nice endgame.
And escorted by the king. That's also a very important point.
I mean, we gotta give props to Gukesh. He was in such lost position, and he never gave up. And
resilience.
We couldn't imagine he'd be winning this game.
No, not at all.
Rook c2.
These are one of those where you kind of shadow. So you're going to try to attack my c pawn. I'll play rook c7, wait for you to double, and then play king to b5, or even
5 seconds. Rook c7 played. Best
nice,
move.
Nice play by Gukesh, our world champion. Rook c3, king b5.
Do you go to b5 or d4?
b5. b5, away from checks. Yeah.
Although now that you mentioned king d4, it didn't even cross my mind.
It was possible, yeah.
Yeah, that it was possible. Yeah.
Do we push yet? No, because then we would lose b4, right?
I'm thinking king a4.
Bishop e7 is hard to play.
Yeah,
why
the
would you
suggests
give up
playing
e5?
bishop a7 and letting go of the pawn on e5.
That's
but
not
I
a
think
human move.
Yeah, I don't think people do that.
King a4, c5.
I don't like king a4. Maybe he is feeling a bit shaky. It's still completely winning,
He
but
needs to gain
now
some
he will be
time on
forced
the
to play bishop e7, which is maybe good news for him because
he's forced to do it.
yeah,
now.
because it becomes easier for him. Put the bishop on c5 and start pushing. It's just impossible to touch this. Like it's a completely unbreakable box. Yeah, with the bishop on c5.
So, by the way, he had set up what a cheapo artist our world champion is. He was ready for bishop to g7 and snaring the rook by a skewer. Is this
now he wants
that
king
easy,
c6
though?
and
I think it is because there is no way to give up a rook for a bishop and a pawn without losing the resulting pawn, rook ending, and therefore they're just like white can take as long as they want.
Right.
But you're still going to eventually start making progress. This construction will start moving towards the back rank.
Maybe bishop g7 now, and we can finally start pushing the c pawn.
That makes life a lot easier, doesn't it?
Rook b3. I guess you can push because if you
There's
double,
rook d4 check.
the
Rook
check
d4
now.
check. I love that. Put the rook behind
It's a good
the
construction.
pawn, and then c6 goes.
It was funny how he was forced to go bishop e7.
I found the winning maneuver
such
by
heartbreak
force.
for Fabi, though.
Yeah, I mean, he forced his opponent into the right.
He was playing a perfect game up until rook ag8, and that would have been the record, and also a massive lead before the blitz portion. He's still going to be in clear first.
Because Levon lost.
Levon will draw. Levon will draw.
Who has won? It was
Wesley lost.
I apologize. It was Wesley who has lost. Yes.
Yeah.
Rook d4 check.
So
now.
he'll have a 1-point lead over Levon now instead of a 3-point lead. And also, when you finish a portion of it, even a portion of a tournament on a loss, it kind of slightly ruins the mood.
Yes.
And
Especially a game like this where he's completely winning.
when you know that you were
C6, let's go.
C6, bishop d4, bishop c5, yeah.
Nice.
You can't even touch any of these pieces. This is such a sturdy construction.
Yeah, black king cannot come closer.
Yeah.
It's cut off so nicely.
Yeah.
Very good technique by Gukesh in the endgame.
Ooh. For Fabi must just having so many regrets. He's played such a nice game through the first 30-odd moves, maybe more, that he was playing. And set up this beautiful winning attack and just misfired with
Do we play bishop d4? Because
I
don't want to
yeah.
be pinned with rook d3.
Gaining a tempo doesn't hurt.
Sure. Yeah, I don't.
And now bishop d4, I assume.
Yeah. And then after rook d3, you can even just go rook d7.
Bishop c5?
Yeah.
King b6
well, I didn't
and
want to
king
allow
b6 and
king
b5.
to go
I
close.
see. I know what you...
Yeah, I
what
guess
was disturbing
I
your
guess this is why
victory?
This is why the bishop isn't on d4 yet. I didn't realize rook d3 existed. Oh, he doesn't even play rook d3. Goes rook g8. Yeah, now rook d7 to have rook b7 as a response.
Rook g8, bishop to b6. Rook
I guess
b8.
don't play c7 yet.
Don't play c7. I've got a cheapo. Rook takes c7.
We're a bit stuck, actually. Like rook d7, I'm assuming, and then maybe c7 next move. But we are king a6, rook a2 check, though. Hang on a second. Bishop a5, bishop takes... Oh, okay, he just repeats for some additional time on the clock.
Yeah, bishop a5, rook takes b8,
Yeah,
and you get suddenly rook and bishop versus
Yeah,
rook.
there was hope there for a second. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I think rook d7 is... But you don't want to allow king e6. I can sort of understand why he doesn't do it. King e5, king d5, maybe? I think we are interested in the idea of getting the king closer to where it should be.
I'm not getting my updates.
Same. I'm not getting any updates, so we just watch the live board.
Rook h7 played. King d5? No, king d5, rook d7, g7, rook d8.
Or
yeah,
I think at some point you're going to play rook b7 too, aren't you?
King e6, yeah, stopping that construction, stopping the rook from reaching the g8 square so easily, but yeah, rook b7, you will have to play rook c8. I guess you play bishop c5.
Yeah, we can zoom in on just the live board since our board is 10 moves behind or something.
Yeah. Oh, now they're updating. Look at my board.
We're getting all the moves all at once.
Yeah, we got to...
Yeah, bishop c5 as expected. Continuing to keep everything nicely connected, not playing c7 too early.
Exactly.
Is it still easy to mess up this wide or not?
No,
really?
I think it's actually pretty straightforward.
I think this is very, very controllable.
King b6,
well,
so
king
we have
d5.
Rook d7 check, and then king b6 probably.
Yeah.
I want the king on b7, and then it really should become very, very easy.
King is the hero of this game.
Right. Precisely. So I'm expecting king b6 with the idea rook b8 check,
Cover.
rook b7. Never mind king c7, but yes. And, you know...
Push everything. Everything.
Brute force.
He's given another check, I think gaining time on the clock. Although he can play c7, yes.
Which he has done. So rook e7 check, king d5, c7.
Yeah, and now you can't really attack anything.
No more
and
checks?
king b6, king b7 is completely unstoppable. Yeah.
No more checks.
Did Gukesh just reach for the queen and pull it over?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
But he will soon if you didn't.
Like a good blitzer, you know, get the queen in your hand close to, before your opponent can hide the queen.
And Levon has saved his game and drew against Liem.
Wow, I thought he was
lost.
losing that rook and pawn end game. So congratulations to Levon for saving a difficult game.
Yeah, poor Fabi, look at him. He knows this is just over and he can't
Nothing
believe
to do.
Like,
King
what
b6,
happened?
king b7.
If you can
Rook
update.
a8.
Rook a8 was played.
Yeah, just get the king over to b7 and then...
And then, but that, by the way, freezes the whole...
Yeah. I was going to say rook d7 check, and then You can give another check and maybe king c6.
Yeah, allowing the king to c4 maybe is unnecessary. But I mean, it's all really. I'm pretty sure it's kind of impossible to spoil,
now.
but yeah.
b6, okay, yeah. It doesn't even allow rook a6 check.
No. Right. But once you get your king to b7, then black's rooks are basically stuck, right?
Yeah.
They have to protect one another. Fabi, recognizing that would be the case, moved his rook. So now
we can even go b5, b6, and then look for a way to cash in. Yeah.
The next way of improving our position. I love b5, b6. Although I must say, just the idea of playing the bishop to b6 and the rook to d8.
King c6 is also available to protect all the pieces, and that's it. b7.
Yep.
I like king c6. Because we'll see rook c8. It's the last move.
Rook d8 then.
c8, rook d8.
No, there's really no hope.
It's a resignation.
And
wow. What a win by Gukesh.
Fabi came so close to setting a GCT record.
He must be sick to his stomach. He knows he was winning.
Yeah. But what a fabulous game to Gukesh. Resilient. Finding some incredible saves there at the very end. I'm tired.
That game took a lot out of me, yes.
I am tired.
It was a thrilling game to watch, for sure.
It really was a great game to call.
Wow.
My goodness.
But chess is brutal, right? Such a great win for Gukesh and such a terrible loss for Fabi.
That's the flip side.
Heartbreaking. Yeah,
that's the flip side of a brilliancy, all right.
But we do have a guest in the studio.
Sam, welcome.
Thank you.
How's your tournament going? How do you feel?
I mean, look at the scoreboard. It's not very good. I just played really bad the first couple of days. Today, game one was kind of bad, but yeah, I just not on my best form, but I'll play better tomorrow, next day.
Good.
Looking forward to the Blitz?
Yeah, I mean, after this, it's hard to be worse, right? So, yeah, yes.
This was such a strange position for Sam. 2 bishops versus 2 knights, okay?
Yeah.
But then I'm looking at the position, I'm thinking to myself, are you playing Fischer random?
That's funny. No, I mean, I was very optimistic about this, but I sort of had no choice just because I kind of have to throw b5, b4.
Right.
There were a couple of interesting options, though, that I think at this point it already looked very good for me.
So you meant before that?
Yeah, so after, for example, bishop e4, yeah, b5 is fine, knight e4, take, rook f1, f6. I thought he should play h4.
h4, yeah.
I don't think he should allow knight g5. And it looks strange to weaken the light squares like this, but my bishop's a long way from f3, and it's not going to get there so easily. And sort of during the game, I wasn't super thrilled with this position. But I thought, okay, I mean, you throw stuff, it's rapid. So instead, after c4, as he played knight g5, at first I thought he's like in huge trouble. But actually, I was curious after take bishop g5, I wonder if he should have played rook f5 here. I really don't think he should be allowing his king side to be butchered like this. And I was not totally sure what was going on. For example, my thought was to play bishop f5, rook f5, e3, and then queen d3, rook a6, and start to play rook f6 and hope that I can mate him, but I wasn't totally confident. I mean, this just looked messy. But once he let me take h3, I think it felt like I should just be crashing through. I guess, yeah, instead of d5, he could have tried knight e4, but my sense was after this, rook takes e4, queen e4, rook e6, rook e1, queen b1, bishop g3. It's not like he's immediately checkmated, but I can't imagine this. No, I don't want bishop g3 first. I don't want to let his queen get to g3, but.
So you want
bishop g3 here, and
right.
I don't know if he's definitely not immediately checkmated, but my sense was this king just should not survive long term, and then my pawns are also faster.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I screwed it up a little bit later, but I think after bishop f4, it felt pretty clean.
Somehow I saw a position where his king was on e4, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I mean, well, he sort of had to try, but once we're here, yeah, I mean, this game's clearly over. Yeah, so it was, I guess, a good end to what was otherwise a really lousy set of rapid games, but every bit of confidence for the Blitz starting tomorrow.
Yeah. For us, we're calling this game, we're calling this tournament, so many decisive games, so many interesting moments to watch. Do you find yourself also looking at some of the...
well, my games have been pretty fiery myself. I've had one draw out of 9 games in that game. I also should have won. But no, I mean, I'm just focused on my own game. These days, I just sort of want to play every single game like there's no tomorrow, and I've certainly done that so far here. You know, it's been a long time since I've been able to bring my best. There's, you know, unfortunate reasons for that, but I'm still hoping I can turn it around. But yeah, I just want to play every game like there's no tomorrow. Fight all the time. You know, it grinds my gears when people just agree draws in the Berlin with Queen D4, Queen E4. I never want to do that. I just, with white, black, fight every game. So that's my plan.
You got 9 games tomorrow. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck in Blitz.
Thank you.
And the standings after a very eventful 3 days of Rapid. Tell us.
We still have a sole leader. Fabiano Caruana has 14 points, but only 1 point behind him is Levon Aronian. And now in clear third, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And the world champion Gukesh, after that win, he's in clear fourth. Not bad.
Nice.
But we do have a special guest in the studio, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Welcome to our studio.
Hello.
Hello.
Today, not a bad day for you?
Yeah, I won one game and made 2 draws, 2 very shaky draws, I would say. Yeah, but I take it because I started tournament with -2, so now in 50%, not bad. So yeah, looking forward for Blitz.
You have Blitz, you have Rapid, you have Classical Chess. What for you is your favorite format?
As I said many times, my favorite format is Classical.
Yes.
Because it's the most important format, and I feel relaxed when I play Classical because here 25 minutes it might seem that it's a lot of time, but when until we get some complicated position, because after that time flies very fast and you end up in a time trouble.
Yeah.
So in Classical, you prepare, you come with some opening ideas, and you are fully focused and you have enough time. Yeah, either I choose Classical or Blitz because it's, I think, simpler.
But that's interesting coming from you because you're world Rapid champion.
Yeah, no, back then my favorite format was Rapid, but things have changed, and I think my style also has changed, and nowadays I prefer more Classical or Blitz.
Wonderful. We're just looking at your game, last round game against Leinier. If you don't mind, tell us, our viewers, when you thought things had shifted in your favor. Were you happy about this position, for example?
Yeah, I was happy about this position, but after the game I saw that Engine was not so convinced. But I think 8G was a mistake because he, released the tension for no reason. He opened just up the H file, and I just,
said thank you. Maybe
got
I
my
can use
rook.
Yeah.
And I've set up some attack.
Okay.
I found this F5, which is nice. Rook F1 with the idea of if Bishop G5, Knight F4. I have this important move.
Yeah.
After which I'm threatening Queen E2, and his Knight on G4 is misplaced.
I see.
So he played King G7, King F3.
Whoa.
Yeah, undermines.
Attacking with the king. Nice.
Knight F4,
nice.
Knight H6, and apparently Rook H3 is not great, but okay, I thought it's very natural to double or triple up on the H file. Yeah, here and F6 was a decisive mistake, but he had only like a few seconds left.
Check.
And Queen H2.
Uh-oh. You're waiting to land a blow on G5.
Yeah. Building up the pressure on
There
H
we
file.
go. Nice. Well, very good. You've got 9 games of Blitz to look forward to. What does it feel like in the tournament hall there? Because Fabi was doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I think he was doing an amazing job, and I saw his games, and I mean, even in my game against Fabi, I think he got lucky at some point, you know.
Well, with the winner needs that, you know.
You know, he had plenty of moments where things have got very complicated, but he ended up being well. So yeah, in Blitz we'll have less time, and I hope that I'll bring my best and will improve my results.
Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in the Blitz.
Thank you.
And let's take a look at our schedule coming up for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Tomorrow, it's all about Blitz.
I can't believe the Rapid portion is over.
It's over, right? I mean,
Yes,
but we had such an eventful Rapid portion.
We did
9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow, 9 rounds of Blitz on Friday. 9 points up for grabs. So really the standings are going to be changing greatly.
A very special guest in the studio. Gukesh, welcome back. How was your day today?
Yeah, today could have been horrible, but it turned out to be good.
Especially the last game, right?
Yeah.
It turned things around for you.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was bad, and then the second was pretty good, I think. And then third game, once I allowed f4, it was just...
We were shocked by the move Queen D3 because actually there was, as played, f4 is actually pretty good for Fabi, and even the move D6 D5 is actually turning out.
I thought E5. E4 Queen C4.
And then for some reason after King H8, the engine was saying black is winning.
Just
okay.
He's
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
ugh. Yeah. So Queen D3 unnecessary.
Queen D3
Conversely,
was
we
fine,
thought you were going to take twice on f5 and
Yeah.
play something reasonable.
I mean, I
don't know, Queen
considered
C2.
it, and then I didn't see anything for white.
Mhm.
And then I thought Queen D3 might be interesting, like f4, knight f1.
But
I quickly realized it was just too bad.
Yeah, things just went south. And tell us when you thought, okay, now things are really, really horrible, because it was horrible. You had one last cheapo, and did you realize how bad it was at this moment? I mean, it's really bad.
I mean, here I was already quite happy to get, because
Really?
I mean, I was just afraid I would not get any piece above the 4th rank. But
That's the third.
I already got my rook to the 6th rank.
There
which
was
is
this
a success. But
There was a move here, Queen H5.
yeah, Queen H5 I saw.
You did? Okay.
I guess Rook E D2. I mean, I know it should be losing, but...
Rook E D2? I guess we're going to go... Well, it's the same. In the game, you had the threat of knight f6.
Yeah.
And that makes the whole difference. So he played rook g8, and he never got his queen to h5, right? Yeah. When you did, however, when the things turned around dramatically, when you played rook takes d8. You spotted your chance, you seized it, it went marvelous.
But at this point, did you think you had a chance to play for a win?
Here it was for a long time it was just about surviving, and already when you get when you get to this position, you're very happy because you see some threats, some chances for.
It's just not play on one goal anymore. On your goal, you get to
And also king is pretty safe because I get king e1, king d2.
Right.
And I don't know the eval, but practically I think it's already easier for white.
Wow.
So.
And suddenly we get into a position where, it's...
And all my pieces are very well protecting my king. Yes.
And your beautiful knight on d5 is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
I think more or less, wasn't it h5? We were thinking f3. I think we felt as last...
Can I go rook e3?
Yeah, I think that was the...
Then I think rook g1.
King e2, king d2.
And maybe the other rook comes to g2 or something.
Then rook f3, yeah. Queen h5.
Yeah, and he can finally get the queen to h5.
for the first time, there's no
It looks
knight
very
f5.
scary. It looks like white should checkmate,
f4,
right?
Two queen g1 maybe.
That's the idea, yeah, some counterplay.
Oh, that was, yeah.
There's always this tricks suddenly. But then, I mean, quite frankly, you took possession of the game and you never got it. Somewhere around here, it's already gone. I mean, now it's just technical, and you brought the point home.
I was when I played king c5 and all, I was kind of worried I might be screwing it up, but at least practically it should always be winning because even what we got in the game, yeah, like 2 pawns as like bishop. I mean, 2 pawns rook bishop is
Yes.
double rooks.
Yes.
Practically, it should be like very hard to hold because
Absolutely.
yeah.
No, your technique was really, really wonderful. Looking forward to the Blitz.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a great challenge because Zagreb didn't go well.
No,
so
it didn't.
here it'll be a chance for me to prove myself and yeah, just try to do my best. Yeah.
What is your prep going to be? Are you gonna prioritize rest or practice in blitz games?
I guess both. You have to be well rested because it's like 9 rounds of blitz, but also some practice just to get into the blitz rhythm. Yeah, not rapid. So yeah.
Heavy wears the crown. You are the world champion. Everybody targets you, and like now they're relishing victory against you. Do you feel that pressure when you come to these top tournaments that you're the world champion and people want to win?
I mean, it's like I kind of sense that. I mean, people are more motivated.
Yes, exactly.
But I mean, it's none of my business. Yeah, I just play my game. So I mean, initially it was maybe the first couple of tournaments I felt this pressure of having to prove something, but then it got better. I mean, it's already been what 8-9 months. So I played a few tournaments, and I think I've just got settled into this new state. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see more of you on the show.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good luck tomorrow in the blitz.
Thanks.
And let's take a look at our standings as the Rapids comes to a close. And what an eventful Rapid it was. Well, you can just see how many draws were there.
Just changed the standings so much.
5
I mean, yes,
to
Fabi's still in the lead, but not a big lead. Just 1 point over Levon. And VL in clear third. Gukesh in clear fourth.
Gukesh with a shot now, yeah.
Yeah.
Massive
losing
turnaround. Yeah.
2 in a row. Wesley was always in top 3.
One draw, and it could easily been a. And once again, in the schedule.
Tomorrow we start the blitz. We'll have the first 9 rounds of blitz tomorrow, the last 9 on Friday, and we might even see the playoffs.
Very cool. And Peter, you can bring us home. Final thoughts.
Another very dramatic day of chess, and culminating in that game that Gukesh just described for us in great detail. One of the more stunning and dramatic. Yeah, I already used the word dramatic, and I was struggling for a synonym. Yeah. We were so lucky that this was the final thing that we got to watch in the Rapid portion, because it was an absolute monster of a game. Yes, it wasn't perfect. Yes, there were mistakes, but 2 extremely strong players duking it out, giving no quarter. Fantastic 3 days of Rapid, but now Blitz awaits, and that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was catching my breath there at the end, and here were our picks.
We had a really bad finish. Huh?
Yeah,
I mean, we're still leading, but my guy lost 2 in a row.
And Levon, he's in second. But Nodirbek, he needs to make a big comeback. Thank you very much for joining and watching us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Be sure to join us for the Blitz coming up. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, and see you soon. Blitz.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.